Again, floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we'll get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. All right, here we are. Wednesday. It's the middle of the week. It already feels like it's been too long. Well, some quick shout-outs before we do anything else. Reference frame, Hermit Horologist, Mr. Spock, and the Pivot. Fishbone, Omega Star, Schmegley, Selena Mary, yes, indeed, I'm seeing people all in here. Fantastic to have you. As I mentioned, a lot to talk about tonight, but it's all in the Middle East once again. Yep, we are going to do another update. What the hell is going on in the Middle East? Gotta say, has not a lot of improvements since the last time we talked. But we must talk about it again, nonetheless. Let's start here with some of Israel's racist home policies. As Iranian bombs rain down on Israeli cities, who has the right to be safe from those bombs?
Would you jump up?
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. As we continue our coverage of the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran, we go now to Jerusalem, where we're joined by the Iranian-Israeli journalist and activist Orly Noy. Earlier today, Israel launched a wave of new strikes targeting Iran and Lebanon. Meanwhile, retaliatory Iranian missile attacks hit central Israel. The Jerusalem Post reports the strikes killed 2 people, seriously wounding a third. In a recent article, our guest Orly Noy wrote, quote, "Only 8 months ago, following the ceasefire with Iran, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declared that in the 12 days of Operation Rising Lion, we achieved a historic victory which will stand for generations. It turns out this historic victory did not last even a single year, let alone generations," Orly Noy writes. She is the editor of the Hebrew language news site Local Call and the chair of B'Tselem's executive board, B'Tselem, the Israeli human rights group. Orly Noy, if you can respond to what's happening now on the ground, the attacks by Iran in response to Israel and U.S. strike on Iran.
Hi, Amy. Thank you so much for having me. Yes, I mean, I think it was well expected that as the war continues, there will be escalation also in the price that the Israeli society will need to pay for this completely lawless, unnecessary criminal war that Israel and the United States waged against Iran. Strangely enough, this still does not translate into any substantial opposition to the war among the Israeli society. The Israeli society is well known for its almost automatic support of any war, no matter how senseless it is. And we see it once again, not only by the supporters of Netanyahu and his government, but also by the entire Zionist Jewish opposition, by the Israeli mainstream media, of course, and by the public.
And let me point out, you are Jewish. You were raised in
Yes.
Iran. You live in Israel. In your recent piece, it's headlined, "We are at war, therefore we are," as you describe what you call the ritual erasure of political dissent in Israel right now, noting Israeli opposition leaders have eagerly and reflexively rallied behind Netanyahu in support of war.
Yes, it's in some cases, they are even more extreme in their terminology than Netanyahu himself. Only a couple of days ago, the head of the opposition, Yair Lapid, tweeted that this war cannot end with anything less than the complete destruction of all the Iranian infrastructure, etc., etc. And this is the man whose sole political goal right now should be, and as declared to be, replacing Netanyahu, or at least bringing Netanyahu down in the next elections. It is astonishing, the fact that Lapid, as Yair Golan, as Bennett, and the other heads of the Jewish coalition do not understand that by supporting without question this very strange and unnecessary war, they're not just committing a moral crime, but also making it for themselves incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to replace Netanyahu in the next elections because he's just gaining more and more popularity with each war, with each unnecessary war that he wages upon neighboring countries and countries.
I still don't know how that's possible.
And the significance of attacking Lebanon again and intensifying boots on the ground in Lebanon on Israel's part.
Yeah, we are. I mean, look. We've seen it happening in the 2.5 years of the ongoing genocide in Gaza, and we see it yet again now. Whenever the public, locally and internationally, attention is drawn, if it's to Gaza or to Iran, Israel is making really extreme changes on the ground. Now it's in Lebanon, which is being conquered, or at least part of it, with troops on the ground in the West Bank. I think it's really important to speak about what's going on these days in the West Bank, with Palestinians being simply executed by settlers with the support of the Israeli army. And it just goes by without any serious repercussions, without any serious, nothing. Now it's not just ethnic cleansing. They're executing Palestinians in the West Bank. And you don't hear the world speaking about it. You don't, because again, Israel is using the fact that the public attention is someplace else right now.
I wanted to bring Agnes Callamard back into this conversation around what's happening in the occupied territories in the West Bank and in Gaza. Monday marks, that's today, 5 months since the so-called ceasefire. Yeah. But as you say, Israel has maintained its genocide against Palestinians in Gaza by continuing to deliberately inflict conditions of life calculated to bring about their physical destruction. And as an organization, Amnesty International, if you could comment on Israel's deregistration of 37 international aid groups coming into effect last week and what that means.
Well, it's part of the continuing genocide, the infliction of measures and policies meant to bring about the physical destruction of Palestinians means curtailing and controlling humanitarian aid. Right now, as a result of the
1,000 bits. You're doing awesome. Don't forget, we roofs you.
Hey, Omega Star, thank you for the bits over there on Twitch. I roofs you too. Much appreciated. I'm glad to know I'm doing awesome. I'm still trying to get us going here for the day, I feel like. All right, let's go to the next story here. Speculation abounded has been going on over
attacks against
one of two Iranian generals who did not wind up meeting their demise as a result of that initial wave of assassinations by Israel and the United States.
Is this Iranian general incredibly lucky, or is he an Israeli spy? For the past year and a half, Ismail Khani seems to have miraculously escaped death while everyone around him has been killed. As head of the Quds Force, the Revolutionary Guard unit responsible for external operations, his survival of Israeli-American action has fueled suspicion. In October 2024, he was reported dead after a drone strike in Lebanon, where he was meeting with Hezbollah officials. But a few days later, to everyone's surprise, he reappeared at the funeral of a senior military official. In June 2025, Ismail Khani was again reported killed among several Iranian dignitaries. But once again, he returned from the dead when he appeared all smiles at a pro-regime demonstration. This was enough to fuel speculation on social media. Israeli internet users put up posts to ironically thank the man they described as an agent working for Israel. The latest events have added to the confusion. The attack on February 28th killed most of Iran's military high command, but what about Ismail Qaani?
Some sources claim that he did not attend the meeting. Others say that he left the premises a few minutes before the first bombings. In any case, there is no news of him.
En tout état de cause, on n'a aucune nouvelle de lui.
Among the Israeli army's targets, only 2 officials are still believed to be alive, including Ismail Qaani. Mossad is known to recruit at the highest levels among its adversaries. Could the Iranian general be one of them?
Questions being asked about why this one Iranian general seemed to have been spared his life, or was perhaps too lucky at this moment when Israel was targeting all of Iran's top military leadership. All right, got a couple more clips from Monday. I just want to hit up again before we keep moving. It's not gonna be a lot as much back. It's exciting about today, which really isn't exciting at all. Is that we really don't have that many clips in here that I left in from the last couple of days, since we covered all of this stuff yesterday, pretty much. Israel reported a fatal missile strike. Although they have been incredibly cagey. Very much repressing, it would seem, any information from getting out about any strikes in the country. This was a change from that. Israel making a public statement on this particular strike.
Israel's ambulance service said at least 1 person was killed and 2 others critically wounded in an Iranian missile attack on Monday. Police said missiles struck 6 places, with the fatality at a construction site in the center of the country. They said the public needed to heed warnings and find secure rooms when instructed. Before the attack, sirens blared over the cities of Tel Aviv and Haifa after a fresh barrage of Iranian missiles was detected heading toward Israel. To the north, black smoke rose over Beirut after Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon. Israel said it continued to target the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah. Lebanon was dragged into a war launched by the U.S. and Israel against Iran after Hezbollah opened fire to avenge the killing of Iran's supreme leader. Lebanon's health ministry on Sunday said nearly 400 people have been killed by Israeli strikes since March 2nd.
Yeah. So while 1 person is dead in Israel, Israel's killed 400 people in Lebanon alone. So 400 to 1 in cat. That means well beyond 4. It's thousands to 1. Now, Secretary of State Little Marco Rubio had some stuff to say on Monday about the United States'
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the main objective of the continued U.S.-Israeli airstrikes is to destroy Iran's missile capabilities. He says the world will be a safer place once the mission is accomplished.
The goals of this mission are clear, and it's important to continue to remind the American people of why it is that the greatest military in the history of the world is engaged in this operation. It is to destroy the ability of this regime to launch missiles, both by destroying their missiles and their launchers, destroy the factories that make these missiles, and destroy their navy. I think we are all seeing right now the threat that this clerical regime poses to the region and to the world. They are trying to hold the world hostage. They are attacking their neighbors. They are attacking neighboring countries, their energy infrastructure, their civilian population. They're attacking embassies. This is a terrorist government. This is a terroristic regime. And we are seeing them conduct terrorism using nation-state elements, using weapons like missiles and one-way attack drones. And the objective of this mission is to destroy their ability to continue to do that. And we are well on our way to achieving that objective every single day with over.
Now, while Marco is over here yelling about how Iran is a terrorist regime, of course, the United States and Israel have killed well over 1,000 people, most of whom seem to have been civilians, many children and women included in there, while Iran has only killed maybe in the double digits of people in terms of civilians. I'm not even sure.
Force with overwhelming precision. The military, the United States military, the men and women in uniform are conducting an extraordinary operation. There are not a lot of cameras down there covering what they're doing, as opposed to some of the other images that you may see from some of the cities and capitals nearby. But I want everyone to know your military is getting the job done. And every single day, this regime in Iran has less missiles, has less launchers, their factories work less, and their navy is being eviscerated. And the world is going to be a safer and a better place when this mission is accomplished.
Well, let's get over to Washington and join Manuel Rapallo.
Very safe.
Now, are we getting any more information from the State Department?
There's little Marco claiming that we're all going to be so safe. Everybody, prepare yourself to be extra safe. Just an unprecedented amount of safeness coming to a town near you thanks to this war, according to little Marco.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
I'm thrilled. I'm excited. I'm excited about that. I'm thrilled about that safety. Can't wait to see that actually come to fruition. There's no way that little Marco is lying about any of that stuff.
Mr. President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be prepared?
Well, I think you could say it both. It's the beginning of building a new country, but they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no radar, they have no telecommunications, and they have no leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further. But the big risk on that war.
I'm keeping all my options open. It could be a success. It could maybe not be a success. Hard to say. Look, you could anything could be anything. You just say it. And then it is what it is. I'm like Jesus, okay? I say it is great and a success, and then it is a great success. Write that down.
Has been over for 3 days. We wiped them out in the first 2 days. As we continue Operation Epic Fury, we're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing.
Operation Epstein Fury.
And I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and attempt to stop the globe's oil supply. And
Donald Trump, he's not going to let the terrorist regime hold the world hostage. Thank God. He's going to resign.
Immediately.
Finally. What? What's that? Is not what he meant? God damn it. I got my hopes up for a second there. Wow, has it been 182 days It's like a half-year anniversary right there. It's a 6 months. My God. Now, while Donald Trump is spending all of this money on this war, people back at home in the United States are feeling the pinch as a result of the oil supply shock hitting the entire planet. Something that many people would have told you is completely foreseeable as a result of this invasion.
It was $30 last week, and I stopped at 8 gallons or 9 gallons, no, 8 gallons, because I couldn't afford to fill in my tank. I'm on Social Security. I can't afford this.
Here's what I think. People will argue the president has nothing to do with gas prices, and I agree with that, no matter who the president is. But I think something that a president does that initiates that was clearly going to cause some repercussions, such as the closing of the Strait of Hormuz. At least it could have been considered that could happen. Well, that's going to cost the whole world money, and it is.
I have less in this tank than my old car, so it's not as expensive, but I filled up my old car to get to Omaha, and I was like, oh, I'll put like 15 in it. That'll get me like a third of a tank. And I got to 15, and I think I had like 3 gallons or 4 gallons. So I was like, oh.
Not really much I can do to deal with it, unfortunately. Just gotta fill it up, eat the bullet, and hope that the prices go down in the future. That's all I can really do.
The 6 months.
Totally, Tyler. Totally. That's all you can do, dude. This fucking... It's Florida man. Tyler Nepple. Tyler Nepple, is that really his name? Is that really your name, sir? I feel like he gave a fake name. There's no way his real name is Nepple. Nepple? Yeah, where's that from? Oh, boy. Well, while we're talking about gas prices, let's go here to Democracy Now! From yesterday. Talk about fossil fuels as a weapon of war.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Fears mounting over the fate of worldwide energy markets and the global economy as oil prices on Monday soared to nearly $120 per barrel due to the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran before dropping. Iranian officials have said no oil would be allowed out of the Middle East until the bombardments cease, with President Trump Monday threatening to hit Iran, quote, 20 times harder if it continues to block the passage of oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. In an interview with CBS yesterday, Trump said he's also considering taking over the strait. During a news conference earlier today, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth made similar threats, saying Iran would be attacked, quote, harder than ever, unquote, if it continues to disrupt the flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has retaliated by targeting energy infrastructure and U.S. military bases across Gulf nations. For more, we go to Washington, D.C., where we're joined by Antonia Yuhas, independent investigative journalist, regular Rolling Stone politics reporter, author of several books on fossil fuel industry, including The Bush Agenda and the Tyranny of Oil. Antonia, you have long reported on wars for oil. Talk about what's happening here. And it doesn't just involve the Gulf. It involves China. It involves oil in Russia and more.
China! Yeah, thank you, Amy, and thank you, Juan. It's good to be with you. I think what we're seeing is just one of the clearest depictions yet of the frailty of a global order that is grounded in fossil fuels. All sides in this war are using fossil fuels as a weapon of war. The Iranians are, of course, retaliating against the Israelis and the Americans by targeting energy infrastructure, by blocking the Strait of Hormuz, by saying we're going to drive up the price of oil and we're going to try to cut off supply to make this an unbearable war for you. the Israelis, backed by the Americans, have retaliated, directly targeting oil depots, directly targeting oil infrastructure. It was the bombing of the oil depots in Tehran, with millions of residents, that has led to this, sort of horrific apocalyptic reality of the bombing of the oil infrastructure, releasing plumes of toxic smoke, rain coming down through the smoke, and then carrying those toxins onto people, onto the environment, into soil, into water. I mean, I have been on this show many times talking about the harms and the toxicity of fossil fuels, reporting from Cancer Alley in Louisiana. Cancer Alley got its name because of the harms associated to people who live near fossil fuel production. This is, that harm on a magnified scale. And as you said in the beginning, also targeting petrochemical complexes. These are, fossil fuel-based facilities as well that turn fossil fuels into petrochemicals. These are massive facilities. And of course, the entire area around Iran and in Iran is an incredibly energy-rich environment that is being targeted for its fossil fuels, and fossil fuels are being used in retaliation. In the initial lead up to and the invasion by Russia of Ukraine, Russia used fossil fuels as a weapon of war in exactly the same way that Iran is doing now. It restricted the flow of product, and it attempted to drive up price and reduce supply, and it has targeted fossil fuel infrastructure throughout Ukraine, and Ukraine has actually done its best to try and target fossil fuel infrastructure in Russia. But in response to that invasion, Ukrainians initially put out a call that the world actually picked up, which was, we need to end our reliance on fossil fuels because fossil fuels are fueling the Russians' ability to wage war and Russians' ability to use fossil fuels as a weapon. And around the world, we actually saw a response to that. We saw policies put in place to try and get off of fossil fuels. Trump aligned with Russia to immediately reverse that progress and those policies, and has instead launched the United States into at least two, but we could keep counting, wars or excursions, in his words, that are about and
I
grounded
did everything
in
right and they indicted me.
Accelerate the continued reliance on fossil fuels.
Drill, baby, drill. Or, it's easier, go steal it. And you don't even have to drill. It's already drilled. Do a little bit of military adventurism and just steal the oil.
Illegal.
All right. Now, this conflict, the oil is not the only thing to have seen disruptions in this conflict. Travel as well. Seen some severe disruptions as a result of the Iran war.
At Hong Kong International Airport, a sense of relief among passengers arriving back home.
For the beginning, yes, it's scary. And a few days later, okay.
Thousands of flights have been cancelled since Israel and the United States attacked Iran at the end of last month. The war has caused restrictions on operations at key transfer hubs in the Middle East, affecting passengers like Patrick Leung.
We were on our way to Dubai, and then our flight got turned around mid-flight, landed back in Toronto. So we had 13 hours, flew in a circle, and then back to Toronto. And Air Canada rebooked us to our final destination, which was Bangkok. And now we're here. Yeah.
The conflict in the Middle East is affecting airlines around the world. There are fewer seats available after major Gulf carriers suspended flights, and that's contributing to ticket prices going up between Asia and Europe. But some airlines are resuming limited operations. On Saturday, Emirates said it would be operating a reduced flight schedule. Spiking fuel prices are also putting pressure on carriers and passengers.
Yes, indeed. travel disruptions being seen all over the place because, of course, the Middle East is also a hub for travel. Not just as a destination, but as sort of like a layover. A lot of big airports in the region. However, some people are very upset about you being upset about your travel being disrupted. Stop that.
Listen, if you're going to live somewhere, you need to be prepared to get the hell out of there, just in case the president starts to bomb. Okay? I mean, come on.
I'm sure these nations love him saying this. Bring a go bag.
Exactly. Here is Fox and Friends. This was last Friday, incidentally.
Oh, crackhead.
Responding to reports that tons of Americans, and I would imagine European, tons of people got stuck in these countries that were getting bombed because they got no advance warning that America and Israel were going to start bombing Iran and turn the entire region into a hellscape.
That's on them.
Do so much because you don't want to give away that we're going to attack Iran. The surprise was key, obviously. Number two is, where were you? Did you notice this unparalleled buildup of a armada at sea? The news that was everywhere in every language. So you do have to take some responsibility. And for Democrats that are outraged that the State Department hasn't done more, are you the same Democrats that watched the fall of Kabul and didn't care that we left thousands?
I loved this. I love this take from Brian Kilmeade. He's like, did you not see all the boats? Why weren't you packing? You stupid? You should have been packing your entire life. The fact that you didn't see the signs just makes you a big, stupid poopy pants.
Our citizens and our allies, and the only we're left behind there.
Okay, pause it for 1 second. I just got to drop in on we basically started to send back Afghani refugees that came here under the auspices of having worked with us there. So,
disgusting.
Just completely disgusting. And hey, wait, why didn't those folks leave Kabul? It was we had already said we were going to be exiting, right?
Don't you have the PJ on call? It's you're kind of a loser.
If you see this armada building up, guys, that's the key that the attack is coming. Even though we have to keep it quiet, we don't want the Iranians to know. We don't want the Iranians.
Exactly. Emma makes a great point. You not having a private jet ready to go is a life choice. Okay? That is clearly on you for not having a private jet ready to go with a pilot ready to fly that plane. All right? These are all life choices that you're clearly ignoring to take. And that's clearly your fault. Nobody else's. Manda the Pivot and Omega Star. Thank you for the hat and the glasses.
Military is not going to figure out that armada is there, but you as a citizen or a business person, you should figure it out.
Mm-hmm. Are you the same Democrats that watched the fall of Kabul and didn't care that we left thousands behind, our citizens and our allies, and the only we're left behind there to die? And
allies is a fancy word for asylum seekers.
Took Green Beret and Special Forces to combine on their money, cashing in their 401ks to get them out. And you're critical of Marco Rubio for not getting all these people out of the Middle East. You do have personal responsibility to a degree.
Some people had to travel for work reasons, or they're contract employees in other countries, and they're stuck and they just want to get home and get to safety.
Ainsley is trying to make a good point here, but I'm a little confused. Am I to understand that criticizing Marco Rubio also basically makes you somehow like does criticizing Marco Rubio justify you as someone living or working abroad? Is that what Brian's saying? He's saying if you've ever criticized Marco Rubio, you actually deserve this. Actually, you're a big jerk. You're a big jerk, and you should have been nicer to little Marco.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen, you do have personal responsibility to a degree.
Some people had to travel for work reasons, or they're contract employees in other countries, and they're stuck and they just want to get home and get to safety. So they're still Americans, no matter what. We'll do whatever it takes to get them home. And yes, it might take some time. And Marco Rubio, to his credit, you normally would have to pay for your way home, and he said, no, we'll pay to get you home. Yeah.
I did all that work, laying that groundwork there, and you just shot me back.
Even in their like defenses. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I'm missing something.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
He's doing the kill me now.
Fuck it.
That's great by decoding Fox News. That's who.
Things are going really good over there at Fox News with all this. Things are clearly not a dumpster fire at Fox News right now. That would be an unfair characterization. I certainly wouldn't be the one to make it. That would be some sort of irresponsible space cat. Not me. I wouldn't do that. All right, let's go here to Al Jazeera English from yesterday. Trita Parsi on with an interview there at AJE. That's what the people in the know call Al Jazeera English, of course. AJE.
Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says negotiations with Washington are off the table.
After 3 rounds of negotiation, and after the American team in the negotiation, said itself that we made a big progress, still they decided to attack us. So I don't think, talking with Americans anymore would be, on our agenda anymore.
Introducing Trita Parsi, he's the Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. He joins us from Washington, D.C. Good to see you, Trita. So you've described the scenes in Tehran as Armageddon, with toxic black rain falling and hospitals damaged or evacuated. Is the Iranian healthcare system even capable of managing this scale of environmental, chemical warfare while under a total blockade?
No. I don't think the Iranian healthcare system is going to be able to do so, particularly not in Tehran. In other cities, the capability may be not only stronger, but less damage more than anything else. What we're seeing in Tehran are truly apocalyptic images. Even on the U.S. side, there is some hesitation about the manner in which the Israelis have done a lot of these different bombings. Taking out refineries and putting the entire city on fire. What we have not seen, however, is that these type of attacks would have broken the will of either the regime or the population. In fact, what we're seeing increasingly is a rallying around the flag phenomenon. Whether
from what I can tell, Israel and the United States combined are committing at least all the same initial war crimes that Israel committed after October 7th in Gaza. Targeting all of the same sorts of things, civilian infrastructure, all of it. UNESCO heritage sites. I mean, we can go down the list. I can remember all of these things happening.
That these type of
And now all of that stuff is just gone. Just completely gone.
attacks would have broken the will of either the regime or the population. In fact, what we're seeing increasingly is a rallying around the flag phenomenon. Whether that's long lasting or not remains to be seen. This is still a very unpopular theocracy.
Wow, we've got somebody in the vertical chat defaming Trita Parsi, claiming that he's a liar. No, only a fool would believe this liar. Unless you mean me. Unless you mean me and you're referring to me as a liar. Which is rude. I don't suppose you have any evidence that Trita lied about anything, or that you are somehow more qualified than he about what we're talking about right now. Would you? John Q Public 2949.
My assessment, but the population is also seeing that this is increasingly an attack on the country, on the country's territorial integrity, when Trump says that the map of Iran may not remain the same after this war, as well as an attack on the unity of the country, mindful of potential support for separatist organizations. All of that pushes the population closer to the government, at least during the duration of the war. And that's the same phenomenon we've seen in many other countries over the years.
Well, the US and Israel clearly aim to trigger a collapse of the leadership by assassinating Ayatollah Khamenei. Instead, we see the system, as you say, closing ranks around Mojtaba Khamenei and Ali Larijani. I mean,
47 years of lies by this Iranian regime. Are you claiming that Trita Parsi is somehow part of the Iranian regime? That's super racist. This is super racist. Guy doesn't even live in Iran. I don't know where he lives, but I think he lives somewhere in Europe. Is that what you're trying to do? You're trying to suggest that because he happens to be like ethnic Iranian, like he was born in Iran, that somehow he is therefore a representative of the Iranian regime? That's wild. That's a wild thing to do. You should be ashamed of yourself
for having that thought.
You should probably be ashamed of yourself for having that thought. I think you're probably going to get a timeout in a second. In fact, now that I'm remembering you, I think you've been timed out before.
Same phenomenon we've seen in many other
Welcome
countries
back.
over the years.
well, the US and Israel clearly aim to trigger a collapse of the leadership by assassinating Ayatollah Khamenei. Instead, we see the system, as you say, closing ranks around Mojtaba Khamenei and Ali Larijani. I mean, how's the decapitation strategy then backfired in your view, or simply changed direction for the Americans?
At a minimum, it's not worked yet. And whether the timeline for it to be able to work is one that is shorter than the timeline in which the Iranians can collapse the global economy and shoot up oil prices above $150 and cause massive global inflation, that's a different question. The Israelis certainly seem to have the capability of taking out additional Iranian leaders, and eventually perhaps there will be no one left there to take their place. But how fast can they do so, and how fast can the rest of the expansion of this war, driven deliberately by the Iranian strategy, lead to a scenario in which Trump no longer can wage this war? His presser yesterday clearly was intended to calm down the markets and make them believe that this war will be over soon. I'm not so convinced.
You've also noted, Trita, that Tehran appears to have shifted from very large missile salvo attacks to a kind of constant level of attack throughout the day. Why has the leadership concluded that a lower intensity, more persistent rate of strikes are more effective at breaking the US and Israeli pain tolerance than a single massive escalation?
Well, that strategy is primarily used against Israel. And I think the Iranians have concluded that they cannot reach Israel's pain tolerance. the Israelis have a much, much higher pain tolerance, particularly as long as the U.S. is in the war. Even the U.S.'s pain tolerance may be higher than what the Iranians had calculated, or at a minimum, it's much more difficult for them to kill American soldiers because so many of America's bases have been emptied, and much of its navy is at a distance in which the Iranians cannot reach them. So the most accessible pain tolerance is actually the global economy, and that's where I think they're putting most of their focus. On the Israeli side, they're just trying to make sure that they keep the Israelis busy and keep the population in bunkers as long as possible, rather than going for mass atrocity events, because they don't believe even in those circumstances they will reach the pain tolerance. But if the economy is not working, and if pressure in the United States from Trump's own base starts to get mobilized because of global inflation leading to American inflation and higher grocery prices, that's where they think that they might be able to reach the American pain tolerance.
So in that regard, if no end to this conflict is in sight in the medium to long term, I mean, is
And it would seem that's, at least to some degree, a good impulse. I mean, Donald Trump seems to be trying to already get out of the war. We'll see if that actually ever comes to fruition here. But, you know, ever since oil prices spiked, I think he knows, he's at least conscious enough to know that that is bad for him. Gas prices, he promised like 1,000 times to make gas prices lower. And now they're up like 20%.
Iranian leadership's strategy then to deliberately continue widening the conflict into a regional, even European crisis as a way of forcing Washington to the table, essentially making the war too expensive for everybody to be able to continue this?
Absolutely. Whether that means that the Europeans get involved or not very much depends on whether any European leaders would be so foolish to enter the war and whether the Iranians actually can reach European territory. But the idea of inflicting a significant cost on everyone is essential in the Iranian calculation, because they believe that unless this war ends up becoming so costly for everyone, so that everyone concludes that this war should not have been started, that is necessary. Otherwise, they believe the United States and Israel will use any premature ceasefire to regroup, rearm, and then relaunch the war. And that's the scenario that they absolutely need to avoid.
Trina, I'd like to come back to a point you made a little bit earlier on. You talked about this this concept of people rallying around the flag, given how much pain is being inflicted on Iran at the moment. I mean, before the war, the Islamic Republic faced a major legitimacy crisis, didn't it? But of course now, with school children killed in Minab and civilian infrastructure in ruins across the country, I mean, is the public's anger still directed in any way at the Iranian leadership, or has the nature of these strikes created a new defensive nationalist unity that's essentially serving the Revolutionary Guards?
It is the latter, but I think it's important to understand that that phenomenon will probably only last as long as the war is ongoing. Even during the 12-day war, we saw very clearly that there was a lot of nationalism. But as soon as the war ended, a month or two later on, and a new sense of normalcy emerged, the anger against the theocracy came back up onto surface. But right now, that anger is undoubtedly still there, but it is not translating into any mobilization, visible to us at least, of the population against the theocracy.
Yes, indeed. And it's clear that people are upset at the Trump administration for starting this war here back in the United States, but that's not translating into anything. Although here back in the United States, things are getting warmer out. Spring is coming.
Winter is
Summer is
coming.
coming. No, I said spring or summer is coming. And as a result, people are going to be out more. So that could change anytime soon. However, Congress people could be doing stuff to check Donald Trump, to demand he stop this ridiculous war. You know, they could take like a sort of a position, like a position of principle or something like that.
here we are well into the second week, and it is still the case that the Trump administration cannot explain the reasons that we entered this war, the goals we're trying to accomplish, and the methods for doing that.
There seems to be no end game. The president says that it's nearly complete, but the Department of Defense says that it's just begun. And what the costs are going to be, not only in immediate terms, but longer term for our economy. The rising cost of gasoline is just one sign of impending economic chaos.
There you go. There's Democrats. Senator not Dick Durbin, I always called him Dick Durbin. Richard Blumenthal? Whatever his name is. Blumenthal and Senator Warren saying that, oh, President Trump, it's impossible. It's so unclear what he even wants to do right now. We have no idea what is his goal? What are his goals? What's it gonna cost? Oh, God, we must know what it is. Oh. When, of course, they could just, like I said, take a principled stance and say, no war. I don't care what it costs. We're already spending $1.5 trillion on our military. There's no way that this is acceptable right now. President ran on no wars. And as a Democrat, I am against this war. But no, they just go, oh, they shake their fist and say, oh, Mr. President, you're very confusing. What is it that you want exactly? You want us to shake our fist more? Look at us shaking. Is this what you want?
This also feels like a throwback, and it came from Jake Tapper.
Huh.
And this is not to celebrate a politician, but it is hard for many of you, the vast majority of this show, people who listen and watch this show, the vast majority are younger than I am. Something like 75% of our audience is between the ages of like 24 and 44 or something like that. And I'm telling you, you were 5, or maybe you were like early 20s during the Iraq War. Your early 20s probably paid a little more attention to this stuff. But what Jake Tapper is about to say to Chris Murphy, and he's not just like, this is not a hypothetical. He's trying to introduce the notion to see if Murphy is susceptible to this. This was the overwhelming response about anything that had to do with not with trying to end the Iraq War for years. Here is Jake Tapper trying out one of the oldies.
The administration is reportedly weighing Congress to approve.
Not to celebrate a politician, but it is hard for many of you, the vast majority of this show, people who listen and watch this show.
Said you're a hell no.
By the way, I've just realized, we gotta take a quick moment here. As you can see, Jake Tapper here. Omega, thank you for the gifted sub over on Twitch. What was I saying? Ah, yes. Before we get to Jake Book Tour Tapper over here, talking to Chris Murphy, I would like to talk to you, Space Fams, about how we need to start a galactic content goal real quick on YouTube and on Twitch. All right, midweek Iran. goal started on YouTube and Twitch. Do you think I need to start one on? I've never started a goal on the vertical stream. Is that wrong of me? Should I loop the vertical people in with this somehow? They'll be fine.
Trying out one of the oldies.
The administration is reportedly weighing Congress to approve an additional $50 billion in funding for these operations. You have said you're a hell no, not just a no, on funding the war. We have seen this movie before. We know that that vote will be cast as, especially if you run for higher office, you voting against the troops.
Oh, come on. I mean, the American people don't want this war. They don't want this war. They have seen what happens when American troops go into places like Iraq, places like Afghanistan. Ultimately, we get a lot of people killed. We waste a lot of dollars. The one thing the American people are clear about is that they do not want the United States dragged into another long-term war in the Middle East. If you support the troops, then you should be voting against funding this war so that we get our troops out of harm's way. Virtually nothing good happened from sending thousands.
Who is it that Jake Tapper imagines actually thinks like that votes Democrat? Like, seriously, what's wrong with Jake? I ask myself this all the time, and it's not entirely clear what is fundamentally broken about Jake Tapper. But it's clear there's something going on. Something is wrong. Something is awry. However, fact is Jake is sitting here trying to pretend like somehow the Democratic voter base, not the Democratic politician, but the Democratic voter base is somehow like pro-war and wants there to be a higher military budget. The fact is, that's basically what he's saying. He's like, Democrat voters want you to spend more money on the military. According to literally what any poll, point to one poll that says that.
Americans to die inside Iraq in the 2000s. And if we don't learn that lesson, then shame on every single one of us.
So
I will tell you, what him saying, if you support the troops, then you cut funding. The only people who would say that on cable television, I can tell you who they were. There was about 5 of us, to the extent that we could get on cable television and say that. The idea of a sitting U.S. senator saying those words, I think Mike Revelle had come back at one point. He may have said that. But the idea of someone who is running for president in 3 years, 2 years, saying those words is huge.
Not sooner.
Or at least it's a huge, I mean, this is not to give him credit because it seems like a fairly slam dunk, sort of almost like middle of the road response. But it is a huge sign of just how unpopular this action is and how anyone with like any semblance of sanity realizes this is a huge mistake. The Iraq War never during its existence got as unpopular as this war is now at its beginning.
Yeah, and you see Trump's flippant quotes about, is this going to incentivize an Iranian terrorist attack on U.S. soil? And he goes, I guess. I mean, they actively do not care about American lives, and they're saying it openly. Hegseth saying, well, cost of war, if some more Americans die, we now know 7 Americans have died. Here it is. No, this is a different one.
This is about the oil.
Okay,
prices.
well then, just to then go back to just the premise of Jake Tapper's question there. It is amazing how.
Where Emma finishes making her point there, like, they not only don't seem to care, I think it actually goes beyond that. I think they actually are, a lot of these guys are kind of hoping over there in the Trump administration, to one degree or another, for a tragedy to happen to an American. They're always hoping for tragedies to happen to Americans, right? In all of these sorts of different instances, not just with regard to the war with Iran. They're constantly hoping bad things are going to happen to Americans so they can justify all of their insane plans, right? Like whether it's with immigrants, whether it's with Iran, like trans people, like they're always begging. They're like just begging for it. You know, like, oh my God. It's constant. It's constant. It's throughout the it's throughout the entire right-wing online ecosystem. These people feed off of it. They're like, oh my God, we need another minority group to blame for something right now. And we're just seeing it play out with foreign policy. I feel like they're genuinely like hoping for something bad so they can be like, yeah, see, this is why we're doing what we're doing.
Died. Here it is. Oh, this is a different one.
This is about the oil.
Okay,
prices.
well then, but I did then I just to then go back to just the premise of Jake Tapper's question there. It is amazing how they believe that they are objective news sources, but he's so emotional in the way that the question is framed, trying to push. Can we just play the question just a second?
I will say I think he was.
Well,
go ahead.
You might not know what I'm going to say, so can we just play the first part of the question?
The administration is reportedly weighing Congress to approve an additional $50 billion in funding for these operations. You have said you're a hell no, not just a no, on funding the war. We have seen this movie before. We know that vote will be cast as, especially if you run for higher office, you voting against the troops.
Well, okay, so will be cast as.
The American people.
That is not true. I mean, he's saying that from that context, but you're giving at that time, the Iraq War was, because of after 9/11, there was such an effort to manufacture consent. It was fairly popular. But with this, you're not supporting the troops. Like, it's almost like he's trying to will it into existence.
He's definitely denying any role of the media or the fact that it's not going to be cast as if it's, falling off of a coconut tree. It's going to be cast if people like him decide to cast it that way.
I guess. I mean, yeah, no, right. I guess that's true. That's true. But my point is
yeah, Sam's exactly right. Sam's exactly right, because literally it's Jake's job to cast these things, right? Like, it's the media's job to cast these things in one light or another, and Jake is trying to pretend like it's not going to be him doing that, right? Like he's trying to come in here and be like, so we've seen this play out time and time again. You know, you don't vote for the troops. You don't vote for money, and all of a sudden people are like, hey, you hate America and you don't love the troops. And by people, I mean me. And by time and time again, I mean, I'm going to do it next election cycle. So what do you have to say for yourself, Chris?
Like, there is right now, I think, some members of the press, Tapper, other Dana Bash, whatever, people on CNN who are from an old class in the media that are trying to represent the interests of Zionists or the military-industrial complex in the face of facts that are staring right in front of them, and they are ignoring obvious polling and obvious facts about this to create a reality out of whole cloth that doesn't exist anymore. And I think you have to have some sort of awareness about that, even if you're as like brainwashed as a lot of members of the media classes. I mean, go on.
Well, the way that he's doing it, though, this is the trick that people have to watch and see. He is making it as if this is an inevitability, that it's going to be cast this way. Now, I think it would be accurate for him to say, like, we've seen this movie before,
right?
Which, suggests on some level, like, it's going to be a repeat. It's going to be cast this way. But who's casting it? Like, it is incumbent upon him in this question to say Republicans are going to attempt to cast it this way. But he doesn't want to sort of like say that this is a Republican thing, because he very well may be one of the people who are casting it this way. Because they certainly were.
Exactly.
20 years ago. But right now, he doesn't want to commit to that.
Exactly, Sam. I mean, because Jake is honestly, he's on board with a lot of that fucking neoconservative shit. And yeah, like, sure, right now he's not sure which way he wants to go, and he doesn't know which way CNN's gonna necessarily go in terms of ownership here in the near future. But he's strongly considering doing the framing like that. Which is why it's such a disingenuous
That's
question.
also why, because there isn't even that political constituency among the Republicans that might say that.
Isn't there, though?
I don't think so.
The Republican
leadership that you wouldn't be supporting the troops, but even Republican voters aren't
not
are in
Republican
favor
voters,
of
but
Iran.
we're talking about politicians.
Yeah.
Because Republican, voters. He doesn't care about the voters. Like, he's talking about, like, this is going to come from the Republican leadership. That's what it is. 100% guaranteed. And the question is, he's already signaling that I won't necessarily be skeptical of that claim. Because if I was, I would do what we do all the time. Democrats say that there's going to be $40 million worth, or 4 million people cut from Medicaid. Well, 4 million people are going to get cut from Medicaid. Well, Democrats say that. He didn't say Republicans are going to say. He didn't say that your political opponents are going to say. He just made it as like.
But he's creating distance from his own kind of political ideology about it. Right. I just think it's interesting that this, I've never seen this kind of effort from
like, for me, I see, like, when I hear Jake talking like that, he reminds me of, like, a used car salesman. But like, the reason I'm using this analogy is because I don't think I've ever met an actual like military weapons salesperson, right? But that's basically what Tapper is doing here. He's basically coming out here and being like, you could really get yourself into some trouble here, Chris, if you don't support the military-industrial complex. Bad things could happen to your political career. Like, he's basically like coming. He's like a lobbyist. He's like a MIC military-industrial complex like lobbyist for like Lockheed Martin or something. Going, hey, Chris, buddy, tone it down. You want to lose an election?
Mainstream reporters like this be so disconnected from any like natural political constituency that would back them there?
Well, Emma, there is a natural constituency that would back them.
Okay.
And you should be aware, there's a family on Long Island named the Baileys.
Oh, yes.
And they live in a ranch house that is located in Chuck Schumer's brain. And in Chuck Schumer's brain, they basically send messages to Chuck Schumer through fiber. They have fiber now out there. Yes. And
media.
They send a message and they say, Chuck, we want funding for this war. I know it's going to be difficult for you, but let's make it happen, please. Because don't forget what your job is. Or forget what your job is, but don't forget what you're supposed to do. And so he went out there and forgot what his job was, but remembered what he's supposed to do.
But I have many jobs as majority leader. The first.
It's a difficult line to walk. That's a difficult line to walk. Selective Alzheimer's, okay? People don't know how difficult that is. You can't rest and you must keep fighting in order to be able to have selective
majority
dementia.
leader ever. And one is to fight for aid to Israel, all the aid that Israel needs. I will continue to fight
Still
for
fighting.
it. And we delivered more security assistance to Israel, our ally, under my leadership than ever before. We will keep doing that, everybody. It is so important.
We will keep doing it, everybody.
People are even a little bit at the Jewish Community
Fighting
Relations
and
Council.
fighting. I love it.
Omega Star just cheered 100 bits. Fuck you, Chuck.
Fuck you, Chuck. Signed Omega. Thank you, Omega, for the bits. I love how Chuck said the word fight like 8 times during that. It was like it was like one paragraph. He said fight like at least half a dozen times. I'm fighting and we're gonna fight. We've been fighting and then we're presently fighting right now and in the future. Don't you worry, we will be fighting then as well. It won't just be now, we won't rest. And then we'll keep fighting until the future.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay. I have got some very bad news for Chuck Schumer. You are not Senate Majority Leader. You are Senate Minority Leader. So, okay, I forgot my job. But I remember what I'm supposed to do.
But is he in the minority, really?
Well, I'm not leading the majority, but I'm part of it in regards to what I want to fund the war. And here's the best thing. No side deals this time. We're going to really hand it to Iran because that's what we want to do, right?
Chuck, do you think that it's a good thing in the face of rising anti-Semitism?
Mr. Majority Leader, to you, young lady.
Mr. Majority Leader, do you think it's a good thing in the face of rising anti-Semitism to have you as a, I would say, pretty religious zealot about, or I would say Zionist zealot, out front conflating Judaism with Zionism, as Zionism is responsible for genocide and now, more broadly, a disastrous war in the Middle East?
I didn't hear what was it? Again?
Just,
Is there a question in there?
Do you think it's helpful to have you screaming from the rooftops
I
about
don't
Israel
scream
aid?
from the rooftops. I use the social media. And through my Tiki-Talkie account, which you can go and see, I've got to get a good handle for it. No side deals. That's underscore. No side underscore deals on TikTok. So check it out.
This is no longer about Chuck Schumer. It's about every other senator. Liz Bourne, it's time.
Yeah.
This leaking of this Fight Club stuff, I'm sorry, it's embarrassing now. Chris Van Hollen, go into J Street to talk about how AIPAC's bad. Not enough. You're not doing nearly enough.
You should be ashamed
this
of
whole
yourself
thing
for having that
happened
thought.
2 years ago with Joe Biden being not fit for another term, and the Democrats acting like, oh yeah, we had to learn a lesson about that, and how we all had a conspiracy to deny that reality that everyone could see. Everyone sees this reality now too. This is actually even more apparent and more urgent than having old people in the office, is how we're corrupted by Jim Crow, like basically the Southern Democrats, but this is the one that we can't even talk about. No one wants to address this. Address it now. Kick Schumer, kick Jeffries out.
They need to take this fight public. We said this, I think, on Thursday
Absolutely.
last week. Leaks to the New York Times are not enough. I really do think that it's incumbent upon the entire caucus at this point, for the sake of our democracy, to stand up and say that this person cannot be the face of the Democratic Party going forward.
And all
I know
the popularists. Where are all the popularists?
I know.
out there?
Yeah. And this is why I keep saying we gotta find ways to insert ourselves into places like the DNC. You know, to be able to change the party. We must find a way to seize the power centers that run the party. Because they're not really responsive to the voters. They're very much not democratic in that one particular sense. And until that happens, I'm afraid we're not going to get a lot of progress.
Where are the Ezra Kleins and the David Shores and all the Iglesias urging This is a classic, like, 80-20 type of.
Exactly. And a motivating 80-20 issue. It's not like gun control where that's 90% on the Democrat side or whatever for universal background checks, but we know that that doesn't motivate people to go to the polls unless you're a gun zealot, but you're voting for Republicans anyway. The Israel issue is a motivating issue for voters to vote against genocide, to vote against people who take AIPAC funding, because it's a stand-in for the people that are prioritizing, say, militarism or corruption or what have you, or religious zealotry over your everyday needs. People are going out and voting. If you see an AIPAC tag on people, they're getting voted out, or at the very least, they're making these races really close, especially also when you look at the fact that the Israel-aligned candidates have a lot more money.
Yeah, I mean, this is a slam dunk, and to the extent that there's like, I'm actually convinced that once it becomes apparent, if it becomes apparent, and like I say, I think there is a 25-35% chance, maybe more, that Trump will just say like, we won, so we can go now. But in the event that this goes longer than 2 or 3 weeks, I think we're going to see people who have been like just disbelieving that this could actually be happening. You're going to start to see even greater numbers of people opposing it simply because they're beginning to realize like it's real. Because even in myself, I feel like there's just no way he's going to do this. This is so dumb. And but I think there's going to be increasing this.
Yeah, I think Sam's right. I've kind of gotten the sense from some people, like speaking to people down on the streets of Earth, and like for some people, it's obviously like some people are more tuned in than others. But I think because we've already engaged in like a brief war in Iran last year, people are like, oh, this is just, like this isn't gonna be a protracted thing. This isn't another Iraq war.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
You think Sam is hoping for another libertarian call-in? I think he knows. I think Sam knows the libertarians have basically given up. The libertarians have basically given up on calling Sam. It's been years at this point, I feel like basically years since there was any real stream of libertarian callers on the Majority Report. They've all but just thrown the towel in. Which I get it. They haven't won really any debates. And at this point, it's a little sad. And I would also be like, somewhat dissuaded from calling in if I were a libertarian. Because Sam has basically dismantled every single one of their favorite arguments on multiple occasions, from multiple angles, and it's rough. It's rough out there for Libertarian Majority Report dissidents, if you will, deranged MR listeners of a libertarian variety. And maybe one day they'll come back. Maybe one day. I'm not holding out for it at this point. I have no disillusionment about this. I don't think it's coming back. But hey, it'll be even sweeter if it does as a result. Now, the United Kingdom sent a naval military vessel to Cyprus to protect its air base, which it's allowing the United States to use for our war in Iran. This is the vessel, I guess, that was sent. It's looking kind of rusty over here. I don't know if this is the... I don't know if this is the top of the class of the United Kingdom's fleet. Although I guess anything metal and sitting in the middle of the ocean is going to be a little rusty. All right. Continuing along. We're almost up to all the new stuff, and shit, there's been a lot of developments in the last 24 hours since we last talked. It hasn't even been fully 24 hours yet. Well, while we're talking about warships, let's see what Caroline Levitt over at the Ministry of Truth had to say about U.S. warships protecting the Strait of Hormuz.
Can you explain why the Energy Secretary posted and then appeared to have deleted a post on X saying that the U.S. Navy escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz?
Yes, I was made aware of this post. I haven't had a chance to talk to the Energy Secretary about it directly. However, I know the post was taken down pretty quickly, and I can confirm that the U.S. Navy has not escorted a tanker or vessel at this time, though, of course, that's an option. The President has said he...
Here's a question. Why was it ever posted? That to me is it's a little disturbing that they would rush to post something like that without having confirmed it. It just, you know, it's weird. It's very weird. But there's Caroline correcting everybody that, in fact, the United States has not been accompanying vessels through the Strait of Hormuz as of yet. Honestly, it probably won't happen. Militarily, it would be a disaster. Almost a guaranteed disaster. However, the United States has been targeting the Navy of Iran. Which, the U.S. has claimed was planting... What in the shit is going on? I just completely lost my train of thought. The dog is dying. Feed the dog. What are you talking about? I literally don't know what you're talking about. Are you blind? Do you not see that the dog is clearly eating already? It's weird. It's like you need glasses.
It's weird.
Day of this brutal war against
There
the
you
people of
go.
Iran,
That
which began on
was
28.
that was footage of the United States supposedly striking over a dozen Iranian vessels which were supposedly deploying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, it's possible that the Strait of Hormuz has already been mined, so it's not 100% clear right now. All right, let's go here to the United Nations, where the Iran's ambassador spoke at the United Nations Security Council.
Day of this brutal
Yesterday.
war against the people of Iran, which began on 28 February. During this time, the United States and Israeli regime continued their massive attack against Iran and the Iranian people without pause, day and night. They are deliberately and discriminately targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure across my country. They show no respect for international law and no restraint in committing these crimes. Densely populated residential area and critical civilian infrastructure are deliberately targeted. So far, these horrific crimes have resulted in the martyrdom of more than 1,300 civilians. They have also destroyed 9,669 civilian sites, including 7,943 residential homes, 1,617 commercial and service centers, 32 medical and pharmaceutical facilities, 65 schools and educational institutions, 13 Red Cross buildings, and several energy supply facilities. These figures continue to rise every day as the United States and Israel carry out continuous military attacks and war crimes across cities throughout Iran. On the night of the 7th March, aggressor aircraft launched heavy strike on fuel storage facilities in Tehran and other cities. This attack released large quantities of hazardous and toxic pollutant into the atmosphere. According to the Iranian Red Crescent Society, the explosion caused severe air pollution and serious health risk for civilians, especially children, women, and elderly, and those with critical health conditions. Rainfall on the morning of the 8th March further spread the pollutants through highly acidic precipitation, increasing the risk of the respiratory harm and environmental contamination. Medical centers in Tehran have been placed on high alert. The residents have been advised to remain indoors. This heinous attack also violates international environmental obligations, including those under the United Nations Framework Convention.
There we go. Iran's UN ambassador accusing Israel and the United States of a bunch of war crimes. Although only, I guess it's technically only accusing Israel. But, I mean, it's really just a completely joint operation, so I don't see how the two could be extricated from the other. They're separated in any way. All the bombs Israel's dropping are made by us. And we're literally working with them in tandem on all of this stuff. Meanwhile, on the ground in Israel, Israelis are spending sleepless nights in shelters as Iranian counterattacks continued through last night. Here's Al Jazeera English from 15 hours ago.
Israel has come under a barrage of missile attacks by Iran, triggering warning sirens in parts of the country. Air defense systems were activated in central and northern areas of Israel overnight. Israeli media report all missiles fired from Iran were intercepted. Nida Ibrahim is live for us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. So he mentioned there, Nida, sirens sounding in Tel Aviv, Haifa and Jerusalem. And cabinet ministers, we understand, were forced into bunkers during a security meeting. There was no doubt that the threat is still persistent.
Yes, indeed. And in the past 24 hours, Israel Hayom, an Israeli newspaper, says that the number of rockets being fired from Iran into Israel has increased because we've been reporting a decrease in the number of the Iranian-fired missiles since the beginning of the war. Now it seems to be picking up. We're talking about 6 rounds of missiles that have been fired from Iran from last night until this morning. That's not to mention the rockets that are being fired and drones that are being fired from Hezbollah into Israel. The millions of Israelis have had to go to shelters overnight. It was a sleepless night for many of them as the attacks were targeting the central area of Israel as well as the northern area. This is something that is triggering many Israelis, particularly that we're talking about a situation where in Israel, the siren time, or the time before the siren hits and the time between the siren hits and the rocket arrives is very minimal. It's decreasing, and it might be because there is a jeopardy in the radar systems in the region that is not allowing Israel to detect the launch of missiles ahead of time. And this also reminds us that because Israel has been saying that they've targeted at least 80% of Iran's ability or Iran's missile launchers, what we've been seeing...
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I know that has been affecting Israel's ability to detect attacks has been Iran's strategy of sort of flooding the airspace with the Shahid drones, which are low power, low flying, as well as the missiles simultaneously. It's been supposedly confounding some of these radar systems. Omegastar gifting a bunch of subscriptions over here to who got them? I'm just me. Joe 47771 also getting a sub over there. Thank you, Omega. Much appreciated. Much appreciated, helping us out with the Galactic Content Goal. Now, just a reminder, everybody, you could contribute both to the Galactic Content Goal and the financing of the Galactic Deficit, which, of course, we need to complete before the end of the month, which doesn't feel like doesn't feel like a nearby situation, but we got to start making some progress on that goal, as the amount per day that we need to raise to complete it is getting higher and higher as we go through the month right now. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon are the 3 ways with which you have to contribute to that, of course. 2 for 1 on your money, though. All right. Now, this statistic is fucking disturbing. I know we've talked about how at least 7 soldiers have died as a result of this war that Donald Trump started. But apparently 150 soldiers have also been injured since the start of this war, which is just a staggering statistic that I was not prepared for when I saw this.
The U.S. has so far reported 7 of its personnel killed in the conflict with Iran. But while official figures on injuries remain limited, Reuters sources indicate that as many as 150 U.S. troops have been wounded. The Pentagon had only disclosed 8 U.S. personnel seriously injured. But in a statement after the Reuters report, it said around 140 had been wounded, mostly with minor injuries. Defense Department spokesperson Sean Parnell said they were receiving the highest level of care. He added that 108 of the wounded service members had already returned to duty. Reuters wasn't able to determine the nature and the severity of the injuries suffered. Iran has launched retaliatory strikes against U.S. military bases since the start of the conflict on February 20.
All right, well, there you go. 12 days of this conflict. 10 soldiers per day, more than 10 soldiers per day, seemingly been injured. And not a lot of talk about those people being hurt, but not killed. Honestly, not a lot of talk about the people killed either. Donald Trump couldn't even be bothered to show up to the what was it called? What's it called? I can't think of the word now. Like the returning of the troops. All right, let's go here to Lebanon. Israel has continued its strikes on civilian areas in the capital city of Lebanon. A city of millions of people. I don't know exactly the number of people that live in Beirut, but it's like, I think it's like 4 million people or something like that. I'm sorry, 2.5 million. So a city of 2.5 million people. Israel's just doing indiscriminate attacks on apartment buildings. This is Reuters from 15 hours ago. Allahu Akbar ya. You can see debris scattered here on this street.
Suddenly, we woke up at 5:30 a.m. to the sound of aircraft, and suddenly they hit the area with 3 missiles. At first we thought it was a bit farther away, but then we surprisingly realized it was in our area, and this destruction happened. We hope that the Lebanese state will be careful about protecting the areas and the people. If someone is wanted or being targeted, they should not stay in residential neighborhoods. That is our only request from the Lebanese state.
Okay. Well, while all this has been ongoing as Israel and the United States wage their joint war against the Middle East, Iran's closing of the Strait of Hormuz is causing fuel prices to surge across the planet. First to Africa here, TRT World from 14 hours ago.
Along major roads and junctions, commuters wait patiently for available vehicles to take them to their destination, and they are already feeling the effect of the US-Israeli war on Iran. In this corner of Africa, fewer commercial vehicles are hitting the road. The uncertainty of global oil production has turned local gas stations into bottlenecks, making daily movement a struggle for residents.
The rise in fuel prices is seriously affecting us, but we are not blaming anyone. I heard people saying that the source of fuel is coming from where there is a war. So that is the problem. When we tell passengers the new fares, some agree to pay, but others argue or refuse to pay the full amount upon arrival.
Lauren Pasta. I don't think I've seen you in here before. Thank you, Lauren, for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. Who got it? Stormy Manor. Stormy Manor, the recipient of that sweet, sweet gifted sub as a result of Lauren Pasta's generosity. Thank you, Lauren.
Passengers say transport costs have nearly doubled from 20 to 35 US cents in a matter of days. Here in Freetown, the impact of global fuel prices is already visible as transport fares rise Commuters say getting to work or running a business is becoming more difficult. While war in the Middle East continues to disrupt oil supplies, many here worry the situation could worsen in the days ahead.
Well, it's not just Africa that's seeing fuel prices surging as a result of this. People in Asia as well. Indians queuing for cooking gas as Iran war fuel shortage fears. Okay, back here to the office now. As we can see, people are being inconvenienced all over the planet, regardless of their proximity to this war started by the United States and Israel. And in the Emirati city of Dubai, the airport, and in Saudi Arabia's oil fields, targets by Iranian drones once again. Here is France 24.
At the heart of Bahrain's capital, an Iranian drone has torn through this high-rise building. The strike hit in the early hours of the morning, scattering debris around the area and killing a 29-year-old woman. A funeral was held for her that same day.
My young girl is gone. She's gone. How is any of it her fault? She's a martyr for sure, 100%. A sacrifice for the homeland.
The attack was part of a fresh wave of strikes targeting the Gulf. Abu Dhabi's state oil giant was forced to shut one of its refineries after a fire broke out at a facility following a strike, while Saudi Arabia and Kuwait say they also shot down several drones. Since the 28th of February, more than 2,000 Iranian missiles and drones have rained down on Gulf states. In Qatar, authorities are losing patience.
We urge the international community to use all its capacity to make sure that these attacks on our sovereignty here in Qatar and in the region stop immediately. And we rebuke any justification that the Iranians are offering for this attack. This is
Of course, Iran has made justifications for these attacks a bunch of times now. It's about the United States' presence in these countries militarily. And whether or not you agree with that justification, it is in fact the justification that they've given. But these attacks are an example of Iran's widening war. It's not Iran's war, but the widening war in Iran. The United States and Israel, the ones who started it, they're the ones who are just responding in this way, as we are seeing it now causing severe disruptions, especially to those in Gulf countries like Qatar. All right. Now, we would normally take a break. We haven't taken a break yet. We'll see when that comes. When it comes, it comes. But just a reminder, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And to not forget that we are completely funded by individuals like you. Alright, Space Fams, to the next video. China. 14 hours ago, Reuters. Apparently, China disagrees with Iran's attacks on Gulf countries, according to the Foreign Ministry.
China.
China does not agree with the attacks on Gulf states and condemns all indiscriminate attacks on civilians and non-military targets. The urgent task is to immediately cease military operations and prevent further expansion of the conflict. The solution lies in returning to dialogue and negotiation as soon as possible and striving to restore peace. The fundamental solution is to jointly return to the right track of abiding by international law and the basic norms of international relations.
Well, Iranian counterattacks continue. Israel has warned of Iranian attacks early this Wednesday, with sirens heard in Tel Aviv and elsewhere, while Saudi Arabia said it neutralized 5 drones heading towards the kingdom's Sheba oil field. Drones have also fallen near Dubai airport, injuring 4 people. And explosions over Qatar have been heard. The defense ministry said that it intercepted a missile attack. But we're going to get the latest on the situation in Doha with Hoda Abdelhamid. Thank you very much for being with us. Hoda, explosions were heard then in Doha. What more can you tell us about the situation this Wednesday?
At this particular moment, things the threat level has gone down to normal. But at 8:15 in the morning, we all received that ominous message that we get on our phone, the alert that the country was coming under attack. And then 15 minutes later, the threat level was eliminated once again. We saw and heard the interceptions in the west of the city. That's the direction of the American embassy, and then further west, the direction of Al Udeid base, basically where Central Command is. So, but we haven't heard about any kind of damage following impact or any debris falling anywhere. Now, at the same time, Dubai airport was being targeted again, and the Emiratis have said that 2 drones fell in the vicinity of that airport. Air traffic has resumed shortly after that. And then, as you said, Saudi Arabia had some interceptions, and also Kuwait. And in both countries, the authorities said that it was the oil facilities that were supposed to be the target. So Iran is continuing its daily attack. It says that this was the 35th wave of attacks since the war started on February 28th.
All right, well, we've been talking a lot about oil and the exports and the Strait of Hormuz. What can you tell us about Iran's strategy in this waterway?
Well, I think Iran has a strategy of a war of attrition on several fronts. Militarily, with the daily pressure of sending missiles and drones around the region. I should have mentioned earlier that also in Erbil there had been some interceptions, mainly near the U.S. consulate there. But it also has a war attrition when it comes to the economy, the global economy, because this is how it knows to rally the public opinion around the world to put pressure and to stop this war. So not only continues to target the oil facilities in the Gulf area, but also in the Strait of Hormuz, because that's where 20% of the global oil and LNG gas supplies go through. For Asia, it's extremely crucial. 83% of the energy supplies goes through that Strait of Hormuz. So certainly a huge impact felt there. So this is a method that Iran has used in the past and knows that it can use now.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, France24. Iran continuing to wage a reactionary war against its Gulf neighbors who are all cozy with the United States and Israel. Fact is, those relationships weren't always as normal as they had become in recent years as a result of the Abraham Accords and things like that. A lot of these guys are now more on Team Israel in the United States than perhaps Team Iran as they once were, perhaps, you know, at least more so. I'm fairly certain at least some are blaming the United States for at least starting this war. Which is just accurate. Although you couldn't tell from their public statements because they're all mostly just talking about Iran. Let's see. Of course, oil markets are still being heavily affected by all of this, but so are people. Not just because they're paying more at the pump, but because their entire lives are being upended. Especially those in Lebanon, as the number of people displaced is approaching 1 million. 1 million. One with six zeros after it. People, human beings, are now displaced as a result of Israel's newly started war with Hezbollah.
An Israeli airstrike has...
And their demand. And by the way, let's just do this because I feel like it's necessary. Like, I just want to be clear. Because, like, when people talk about, like, South Lebanon, I just want us to be, like, fully on the same page with what we're talking about here. Right? Because if you look here at a map of Lebanon, pull this up, and we're talking about Beirut. Beirut is practically in the center, dead center on the coastline of Lebanon. This is not, I mean, this is... It's really hard to call this the south of Lebanon. This is clearly central Lebanon. Basically, Israel is demanding the evacuation of everything from the border down here up to Beirut, all the way. This is like half the country they're talking about trying to evacuate. It's ridiculous. We're talking about millions of people.
It's an apartment building in central Beirut this Wednesday morning, the second time a bomb has hit the heart of the
I just realized nobody could see what I'm talking about. Son of a bitch. Shit. Here. This is what I'm talking about. Lebanon, Beirut. As you can see here, Beirut is in the center. It's like dead smack dab in the fucking center of the coastline of Lebanon. You're talking about evacuating literally half of the country. Which I don't even know what the population of Lebanon is. It's got, I think it's like 15 million or something like that. Maybe higher.
capital since the start of the war. The strike appeared to destroy walls in the building's 7th and 8th floors and damage nearby cars. It came as strikes also hit Beirut's southern suburbs overnight, with Israel continuing to target the Hezbollah stronghold. Well, earlier I spoke to France 24's Catherine Norris-Trent in Beirut. Here's what she told us.
Just before dawn, an Israeli airstrike hit what locals say was a...
I take it back. It's 6 million people, which means that that Beirut represents like 40% of the population of Lebanon. It's the most populous city in the entire country. That's insane. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
It's like China demanding that at Los Angeles or like New York or something, like just evacuate
immediately, if not sooner.
Residential building in a neighborhood of central Beirut. So this one not in the southern suburbs. It seems like it was a targeted strike on a building in the Aisha Baka neighborhood, which is a densely populated, mainly Sunni neighborhood next to one of the largest shopping malls in Beirut. This took place around 5 a.m. in the morning, and reports which we're working to confirm say that it could have been a targeted strike against a Hamas official there. And pictures from the scene are showing 2 floors of the residential building blasted very severely, burnt out windows. And it according to reports, it looks like this was a strike coming from an Israeli vessel in the sea off the coast of Lebanon, the way that projectile seems to have come in sideways and hit that residential building. So this is the second strike in central Beirut in recent days. There have been lots of strikes on the southern suburbs behind me, and in fact the Israeli army has issued fresh warnings that they are set to hit those neighborhoods of the Dahiyeh of southern Beirut, a Hezbollah stronghold, once again. So they're once again reiterating their calls for people there to leave, and that neighborhood is once again bracing for more airstrikes.
This is fucking insane. The way that I hate France 24's like framing of shit. Like, this is the same thing as somebody demanding like London evacuate so that they can do airstrikes. Nobody would accept that. Nobody would accept like evacuating Washington D.C. so that Iran could do airstrikes. Why is it acceptable when Israel does it? It shouldn't be to anybody. It genuinely should be disturbing to everybody. One nation on this planet, or like I guess the United States, I guess 2 nations on this planet get to just demand the evacuation of entire cities of millions of people just on a whim. That the like international community will be like, oh yeah, no, yeah, that's perfect. That's a great job. The most humane military, demanding the self-cleansing of Lebanese people from their own land. Justice, freedom, democracy, America.
Well, it's time now for a business update with Charles Pellegrin. Hi, Charles.
Hi, Karis.
Let's start then by checking in on the oil market, see how it's responding to developments in the Iran war.
So there's been a lot of volatility when it comes to oil. The Brent and West Texas Intermediate, both global benchmarks below the $90 a barrel mark currently. The latter had gone up to $120 a barrel on Monday before dropping to below $80 on Tuesday. Every new statement by Donald Trump or any other stakeholder potentially sending those prices moving up or down. One of the big market moving events in the past day was the International Energy Agency reportedly proposing the largest ever release of crude oil from its member states' strategic reserves. And Brian Quinn has more on that.
Energy facilities across the Persian Gulf region under attack, key shipping arteries effectively blocked. The U.S. and Israel's war on Iran has sent crude oil prices on a wild ride, prompting the International Energy Agency to prepare decisive action.
We asked the International Energy Agency to work on numbers, to update the stockpiling data. Everyone's aware of the situation. Everyone's willing to stabilize the market.
In the past week, international benchmark Brent crude has seen price volatility hit its most extreme level in years. The Wall Street Journal reports that the IEA is now floating the largest ever release of oil from the estimated 1.2 billion barrels in the strategic reserves of its 32 member states. Over its 4-decade history, the IEA has coordinated 5 strategic releases, one in the run-up to the first Iraq War, one after Hurricane Katrina, one in the 2011 Libya crisis, and two in 2022 following Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine.
Yep, we are seeing a near peak of oil hysteria right now going on in the markets. Good to see John Kerry here. Do you see this guy? Where did he come from? Why is John Kerry over here? Look at this guy. Good Lord. John fucking Kerry. I assumed that guy was dead. All right, so here to Al Jazeera from 15 hours ago. According to them, 3 commercial ships were hit by projectiles near the Strait of Hormuz over last night.
3 commercial ships have been hit by unidentified projectiles near the Strait of Hormuz. That's according to the UK Maritime Trade Operations Centre, which monitors activity in the waterway. The strait is a major international shipping route for oil and gas. Iran's Revolutionary Guard closed it shortly after the war began. Israel and the US are also bombing targets in the strait. Iranian officials have blamed the security situation on the US. About 20% of global oil supplies are transported through the waterway. Well, meanwhile, the U.S. Central Command's released images of what President Trump says are 16 Iranian vessels that the U.S. military destroyed near the Strait of Hormuz. He says they were planning to lay mines. Trump has warned of grave consequences if Iran continues to block the strait. And now, last week, President Trump said the U.S. Navy would soon begin escorting tankers. However, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, has revealed there are no plans to do so yet.
If tasked to escort, we'll look at the range of options to set the military conditions to be able to do that. And then, like we always do with every potential mission, come to the Secretary and the President with both what are the resources required, what is the command and control required, and what are the risks, and how do we mitigate those risks. So we're looking at a range of options there, and we'll figure out.
Yeah, and that the risks are why Dan doesn't want to commit to doing this, because there's inherently a fuck ton of risks in trying to do such an operation. Like it's a terrible plan. It's a terrible plan, and it's almost definitely not going to happen unless the United States wants to incur a bunch of casualties just to ensure that commerce happens.
Follow the rich white man.
Solve problems as they come to us.
And we're going to have correspondents following developments in Tehran and Doha and Washington, D.C. First, we're going to go to Zain Basravi, who's here in Doha for us. So let's talk about these incidents with the commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Zain, what more can you tell us about the maritime security situation right now?
Well, we know since this morning there have been at least 3 separate attacks in close succession around the same place, just off the coast of the UAE and Oman, Ras Al Khaimah in the UAE, just off the coast of those areas in the Strait of Hormuz. All 3 vessels, 1 container ship, 1 cargo ship, and a bulk carrier. And what that is those large vessels that carry unpacked dry goods like grain or coal. All of them came under some kind of attack from what they describe as an unknown projectile, an unknown explosive projectile. On the cargo vessel, it caused a fire. Now, the crews are all safe, boats were evacuated, investigations are underway, but what we know is that it's all happened around the same time and around the same place. Exactly what took place is unclear, but it comes after warnings by the United States that Iran might use mines, naval mines, to make the Strait of Hormuz difficult or impossible to navigate. In the same breath, they said there's no evidence of it, but attacks were launched on vessels in or around the area, Iranian vessels, they say, that could be used for such a purpose. Now, Iran in the past has said that if it is attacked, it will use the Strait of Hormuz, an economic corridor that is incredibly important to the global economy on a daily basis, really, that it will use that as a pressure point. It will choke it, and as long as it can't use it, as long as it is under attack, it will make sure that the region suffers, that this strait is blocked. It will use it as a pressure point. So that is something we are seeing. The longer this carries on, the risk to maritime traffic in the Strait of Hormuz simply continues.
Yes, indeed, boats in the Strait of Hormuz, shipping vessels, are now, to some degree, stuck on one side or the other, waiting for this all to come to an end. Although it doesn't feel like it's on the brink of ending at any time soon. I'd love to be proven wrong on that. Shipping vessels are just sort of, like I said, stuck on one side or the other. If you were in the Persian Gulf, then you're stuck in the Persian Gulf. If you're out in the ocean on the other side, you're out in the ocean on the other side. At least in that case, you have more options, perhaps. But you're fucked if you're just sitting in the Gulf. Got footage of the Gulf over here from the AP 13 hours ago, showing shipping vessels lining up. Damn, you can see, look how many of them there are. For a second I thought that was land. Those are all ships. Yeah. So as you can see, you can have a literal ocean traffic jam out here. A clusterfuck of the seas, if you will. Now, apparently, a joint U.S. and Israeli bombing in Iran has destroyed nearly 10,000 civilian sites. That's according to the UN envoy from Iran.
Tehran, once again under bombardment by the United States, as residents report seeing some of the heaviest strikes of the conflict so far. These latest attacks come as U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth claimed Iran is already weakened and its leaders in a state of distress.
The mullahs are desperate and scrambling. Like the terrorist cowards they are, they fire missiles from schools and hospitals, deliberately targeting innocents, because they know their military is being systematically degraded.
This is completely psychotic. This is a psychotic individual.
You have a mental health problem.
You failed again, you murdering trash.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Go fuck yourself, Pete. Here's the question, though. Who is in charge of this war? Who's running it? Is it Pete Hegseth? Is it Donald Trump? Is it somebody else? These are the questions we need to be asking.
Sam Cedar,
right
Emma
now.
Vigeland on the Majority Report. Pleasure to welcome to the program Seamus Malek-Hafzali, freelance journalist, co-host of the Turbulence Pod, and publisher of his own newsletter under his name at Substack. Seamus, welcome to the program.
Happy to be on.
So we were just talking to Anel Sheline from the Quincy Institute about sort of like the mystery of why America did this and what Netanyahu is hoping to gain out of this. Give us your perspective of sort of the regional reaction and to the extent that there is both surprise in what the U.S. has done and the surprise in which, if they have any, in Iran's reaction and the U.S.'s inability to protect them from Iran's reaction.
In the Gulf, I have not seen very much in the way of criticizing the United States, at least for now. They are mostly concerned with shooting down Iranian drones, Iranian ballistic missiles. But this is something that the Gulf states had been warning Trump about. They had previously intervened in order to stop a potential strike back in January because of the threat of that retaliation. And apparently Trump did not consider this to be a real possibility, nor did I think a lot of people in the administration. Right now, I think they are limiting their strong reactions to Iran solely just because right now, self-defenses, as in the Patriot missiles that are shooting down these missiles and drones, they are reliant on U.S. supply. They cannot do a unilateral retaliation if they wanted to do that against Iran without significant American support. I think they're trying to treat this as delicately as they possibly can.
Well, I mean, what do you make of, we heard the statement from Rubio, and it's also Mike Johnson has said the same thing. Like, we had to strike because we knew Israel was going to strike, and we knew that if Israel struck, then Iran would strike us. And so we needed to strike them first so that as to minimize the casualties for us if they struck, which, okay, take that at face value. But Trump also said that he was surprised that Iran struck these various countries in the region, American bases for the most part, although some, like I guess maybe airports, but ones that were affiliated, next to. So what ostensibly did, when Rubio says they would strike us, is he saying that they thought that Iran would send missiles to America? Like, I don't understand. How can you be both surprised and anticipate Iranian retaliation?
Wow. I don't think Trump on a personal level understands anything that is happening or knows about what's happening or has any idea of what comes later. On the issue of like leadership for Iran, he seems to oscillate between hearing that there is a temporary council of 3 people and those are 3 choices, but then those choices got killed but didn't really get killed, and now there may be moderate elements, but he doesn't know what those moderate elements are. I think he personally is just hearing things in his briefing and he remembers bits and pieces of it, and then he just says it to the press. As for Rubio and Mike Johnson, these are people with functioning minds, and I think this is mostly deception.
Don't worry about it, little Mario.
Dropsite, I believe, was reporting on this, that the date for these strikes was decided weeks in advance, and that the negotiating process was deliberately intended to fail. They expected this to happen, but Trump himself, I think, has been pretty much not present here.
We have a demented, unintelligent person.
What do the Iranians fear here more? I mean, I would imagine that because, as Sam's been saying, the state is it's more institutionalized than other countries that the United States has tried to wage offensive wars against. I mean, it seems like they're prepared to take a significant amount of damage, more than basically capitulating, and that's been the case for decades. I don't see why this would change just because they take out Khomeini.
No, there is there is a fundamental misunderstanding of the nature of the Islamic Republic by most Republicans, and I also think most Democrats. There is the expectation that because Ali Khamenei was the supreme leader for such a long time, that all the power was vested in him, and that as soon as you took him out, then democracy would flourish and the protesters would rush in and everything would be hunky-dory from there. But when Khomeini died, the republic did not fall. They were able to simply elect a new one, and that appears to be the case here.
Okay, Looney, just so you're aware, I don't know why you're writing this, but we're not broadcasting commercial free. I don't know where you got that one from, but I'm taking this comment down. That's not true, everybody.
No, they're really hoping that a Venezuela situation could happen here, in which a much less institutionalized country, to borrow the language that you're using, they see one of their top leaders, their top leader, get taken out, and the rest of them fall in line because they fear death. They fear being taken out of the picture one way or another. In Iran, there are multiple different institutional structures that would fight against that. And also there is just no chance. I hate to rely on polemicism, but there is really no chance that they are just going to give in on this and acquiesce to American demands. That there is no way that the political system will allow for that in any strong way. It is a managed democracy, but there have always been political winds inside the country pushing their heels in against American influence.
For the past 20 years, anyone I've interviewed about Iran has more or less said the same thing, that there are wide, deep institutions that are structural. And so if that's the case, just to get back to, and I want to come back to what you think broadly Iranian reaction will be, but if that is the case, and Rubio has a functioning brain, and Lindsey Graham has a functioning brain, and Netanyahu theoretically has a functioning brain, like, what do they expect to happen? Like, I guess, I can understand that Netanyahu has no problem with a redux of the Iraq war for America. It didn't really in any way harm Israel. If anything, it strengthened Israel.
He was happy about it.
And I could see how he'd be like, that would be great if America was here and fighting a 10-year war in Iran. It's no skin off our back. But what does like Rubio or Graham expect to happen? Like, what do they think the outcome that is going to be positive here for them to have done?
The positive reaction, the positive result they hope to see is state collapse and civil war. The idea, like Reza Pahlavi, the son of the late Shah, is clearly trying to angle for a strong Iranian ally of the U.S. and Israel, talking about the Cyrus Accords. He was on Fox News with Bartiromo talking about there being $1 trillion market opening for the Americans if they invested in Iran and invest in regime change. But I think Lindsey Graham.
Yeah, and by the way, all these people who are like saying, oh, but what about Reza Pahlavi? What about the former Shah's son? What about all the Iranian expats? What about them? I guess I would point you to America. What about America? Can American expats of, England, Europe, can they determine the policy? Do you think Americans should be able to do regime change in Europe because many Americans expatriated themselves from Europe in different parts of the last 300 years or so? Because that's basically what everybody is saying, essentially, when they say that. Is that you're effectively making the claim that if you leave a country, but you leave mad, If you leave, but you're angry when you leave, or you feel unjustly, like that means you have the right to do a regime change. 100 years later, 200 years later, 300. I mean, in the case of Israel, it's like 1,000. It's like, I mean, theoretically, more than 1,000 years later. Although I don't want to get into biblical nonsense right now, but point is that this is, of course, a specious and ridiculous fucking argument to make. Of course, people from the United States shouldn't be allowed to go back to the United Kingdom and do a regime change there, unless you mean by, I don't know, becoming a British citizen and voting, I guess. That'd be, I guess, as far as I would go on that. But, you know, like, Italian and German expats don't get to go back and do a coup there either. The same way here, that, you know, like, it doesn't, just because there are expats from Iran who disagree with the government doesn't mean that we should be doing a regime change here, or that, you know, like, the son of the former king isn't, like, destined to, like, you know, this isn't fucking Camelot, okay? There's like a sword for Reza Pahlavi to come in and, like, take out of some mythical stone, okay? He's just some fucking guy who lives in another country who hasn't been to Iran for, like, decades. The guy, I mean, he hasn't been there since he was, like, 6 years old or something.
He doesn't care if there's another cleric or a representative democracy. He cares that Iran is no longer a threat. And that means that Iran needs to be neutralized in its entirety as a force that can project against America. I think those were Hegseth's words. So when Steve Witkoff, who said to Sean Hannity last night that he asked Iran to dismantle its own navy in negotiations, that is not something that I assume he expects to reconstitute under Reza Pahlavi or any pro-democracy leader. The expectation is that it no longer exists permanently, so that America continues to have freedom of operation in the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf. If Iran is constantly tied up fighting Kurdish separatist groups or Balochi separatist groups or whichever ethnic group, then it has no opportunity to focus on projecting against the West or forming its own foreign policy objectives or projecting influence anywhere. It becomes America and Israel's ball game entirely.
And I think that's also why Netanyahu is in favor of really anything that entangles the United States in the Middle East once again, is that it increases our reliance on Israeli intelligence. My camera's being a little funky. Sorry about that, folks. But it increases our reliance on Israeli intelligence. It entangles the United States even further in that relationship and makes it so that it's less likely that the growing political winds at home are going to shift in the direction of, say, an arms embargo, which I think, like, we've been dancing around the timing of this, but the fact that this is happening as you have Republican members resigning from the House, and as the midterms are coming up, and you have even centrists like Mark Warner who are speaking about Israel's dragging us into this war, like, they feel that they basically have a 9-month, year-long period to wage this war before the tide of American public opinion might impact them. And they're also, by the way, bombing Lebanon, we should say. Like, the Israel's done everything it can to make the region destabilized outside, but the country that they.
Let's be real. That's a bad. If that is in fact what these Congress people who are supporting this are thinking, it's a bad move. Because you're basically saying, in a year I'll have to face accountability for this, but until then, fuck it. Like, you're basically saying I'm gonna have to find a new job in 2027.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Because people don't like this, generally speaking.
U.S. support for, because the Iranian missiles can impact them, is the U.S. I mean, they need U.S. support, I should say, if they're going to take action against Iran directly.
Israel knows that it's still, I mean, Israel enjoys so much support from the United States. That's putting it lightly. It wants to be in a position in which it is not reliant on U.S. support in the future. Netanyahu had said that in 10 years it wants to be free of any sort of American military aid. But conversely, it also wants America to be, as you said, completely tied up in this, completely reliant on Israeli intelligence, Israeli leadership, aligned with Israeli objectives.
Of course, because while Israel might have aspirational goals of being able to carry out its genocidal goals and regional wars, they're not there yet. They're not there yet, and until then, they need the United States to continue to be as supportive as possible. They are going to keep doing whatever they can to drag the United States further and further into this conflict, and to continue it and drag it out in a protracted manner. Now, there were rumors running around social media of the health of the new Iranian Supreme Leader, Mojtaba Khamenei. Claims that he had maybe been taken out by Israel. However, as of 11 hours ago, it would seem that he is safe and sound. That is according to France 24 English.
His likeness is carried aloft in the streets of Tehran. But since his nomination as Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei has not been seen in public, nor has he released any statements, either in writing or on video. Rumors about his well-being have spread after state television described him as injured, without giving further details.
His Eminence Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei today is the heir to the blood of his martyred father. He, who is a wounded veteran of the Ramadan War, is the inheritor of the path of the proud and steadfast martyrs of this land, and also the heir to the great sages of the land of Iran.
Information coming out of Iran is scarce. This Wednesday, the New York Times quoted Iranian officials discussing injuries to Mojtaba Khamenei's legs, saying that he was hurt in the first day of the war, in the same attack that killed his father, his wife, and his mother. But in a post on Telegram, the president's son appears to play down these claims.
I heard news that Mr. Mojtaba Khamenei had been injured. I have asked some friends who had connections. They told me that, thank God, he is safe and sound.
Khamenei's appointment to succeed his father is seen as a continuation of hardline ideology in the country.
The selection of His Excellency Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei means that the general policies of the system, the same policies that have been pursued, will continue, and we will move forward along the path of Iran's strength.
Khamenei is likely keeping quiet for his own safety, as any form of communication could reveal information as to his whereabouts, putting him at risk of U.S. and Israeli attacks.
Okay, well, there you go. Iran's leader is safe
New
and
images
sound.
near the Strait of Hormuz off.
Definitely not dead. Now, let's see. What is this next one? CNN from 13 hours ago up next. Actually, we already talked about this story. I've already talked about this story enough. I'm going to skip it. We already know what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz. Let's go here to Democracy Now! From 12 hours ago. Talk about the rules of engagement.
Illegal.
Iran's accused the U.S. and Israel of killing more than 1,300 civilians and striking over 10,000 civilian sites during the first 12 days of the war. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth described Tuesday as the most intense day of U.S. attacks on Iran to date. Israel's also escalating its attacks on Lebanon, killing at least 19 people today, bringing the total to at least 570 since the war began. Nearly 800,000 people have been displaced in Lebanon. Earlier today, Israel struck a high-rise apartment building in central Beirut. Meanwhile, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said it launched overnight its most intense and heaviest operation targeting Israel as well as U.S. allies in the Gulf. The New York Times reports Iranian strikes over the past 12 days have damaged at least 17 U.S. sites so far, including military bases and key air defense infrastructure. On Tuesday, a drone attack hit a major U.S. diplomatic compound in Baghdad, Iraq. The Pentagon's also revealed 140 U.S. troops have been injured, in addition to the 7 U.S. service members killed. Another service member has also died. On Tuesday, Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal spoke to reporters after receiving a classified briefing on the war.
I emerged from this briefing as dissatisfied and angry, frankly, as I have from any.
You're angry. Why does it sound like... Why do you sound like a fucking librarian right now?
Before Trump bombed Iran, Pentagon slashed teams meant to limit civilian casualties. Explain.
Absolutely, Amy. There's been a real effort in the U.S. government through the kind of post-9/11 moment, through the catastrophes in Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, to try to learn some lessons from that experience, to think, why does the U.S. end up in these situations where it has these huge strategic goals, it says it's going to remake the Middle East, promote democracy, promote stability, and instead you see continued chaos and often backlash. And a big focus of that has been, how do we make the U.S. less damaging towards civilians? How do we try to uphold international law and also reduce the impression that the U.S. is cavalier about the lives of those abroad? That's been a bipartisan effort. It actually continued even through Trump 1 into the Biden administration, which made several steps. It set up teams within the Pentagon, within combatant commands, at low levels that were doing things like red teaming, which is assessing whether a strike is proportionate, or having investigations of U.S. military operations and actually publishing reports about how many civilians were killed. Pete Hegseth comes into office January 2025, and you see the Trump administration systematically start to destroy that. So what my
Now, some of you might be asking yourselves, who cares about proportionality? Well, international law does. And that's why it's important. And it specifically says that all of these things must be proportional to whatever supposed thing it's retaliating to.
Within the military and sort of close to those discussions is that they are deeply worried. We're now in the biggest war since that entire machinery has been taken away. What I mean by that is people who were tracking civilian casualties have been reassigned to other jobs. Conversations that might have happened about, should we do this, or what could this result in for us in terms of international law or war crimes under US law, those aren't happening. And that puts civilians abroad at much greater risk. It also puts US service members at risk of being implicated in possible war crimes. And the narrative from the Trump administration combined with this is really alarming for people, because you have Secretary Hegseth out there saying things like, we have, quote, no stupid rules of engagement.
Let's go to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
The German ancestors recent enough to have known something about her, though. I think you're talking. I have no idea what you're talking about. But you know, that comment, Nadia, made me start thinking about something. And you know, well, going back to the comment I was making earlier, regarding like the justifications of some of these things, vis-a-vis Iran and Reza Pahlavi and all of these things, like justifying people going back just because there's the existence of this or that group of people that live outside of Iran, expats and all these things. Honestly, like, and I've made this, I feel like I've made this point to some degree at other times, but Israelis honestly have more of a right to go back to Germany to do a coup than to essentially to exist on the land of Israel. Like, if we're being completely real, like, they were more like the vast majority of people in Israel are like Eastern European or Russian Jews, and they were more recently like excised from those regions of the planet than Israel, and yet all of this is happening because people in Israel seem to think that they have a right to that land and to, honestly, seemingly the entire Middle East.
Speaking last week.
B-2s, B-52s, B-1s, Predator drones, fighters, controlling the skies, picking targets. Death and destruction from the sky all day long. We're playing for keeps. Our warfighters have maximum authorities granted personally by the president and yours truly. Our rules of engagement are bold, precise, and designed to unleash American power, not shackle it. This was never meant to be a fair fight, and it is not a fair fight. We are punching them while they're down, which is exactly how it should be.
Talk more about what he is
now?
saying. Pete Hegseth, Defense Secretary, who President Trump calls War Secretary.
This kind of language, Amy, of maximum authorities, of it's not a fair fight, this is language that's pointing to concerns about proportionality. Is this...
Yeah, otherwise known as genocidal. Like, he's literally talking like he's on some sort of, like, religious crusade. Quite literally. I mean, he seems to really genuinely think that this is some sort of, like, mission ordained by God. The guy is out of his fucking mind.
A fight that's being taken into account of what the collateral damage might be. Are those attacks actually in line with international law? And it's important to remember that we've actually seen within the last couple of years the International Criminal Court issue its first...
Why isn't Nadia in this chat? I don't know, you'll have to ask her. She's on Twitch right now.
arrest warrants for leaders aligned with the US, for Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, often citing the statements of those leaders themselves. So the worry for a lot of experts and even some people within and close to government is, if you're out here saying, we're not playing fair, we're not following any rules, what does that both send internally as a message to the people launching these strikes, and what does that mean for your legal liability? It's the International Criminal Court. There's also many countries that pursue what's called universal jurisdiction. If you violate international law to a serious degree, we will prosecute you. So this raises the specter of US officials or service members down the line facing prosecutions and investigations. And it's not a defense under international law to say, I was following orders from the president or from Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth is out here saying, by the authorities vested in me. That doesn't provide a defense for someone who's been involved in an unlawful strike. And I just add two more important data points here. One is, of course, the boat strikes the Trump administration has also been pursuing in the Pacific, in the waters around Venezuela as well. Those have been also apparently violating international law, right? Those have been attacking shipwreck survivors. Those have killed more than 100 people on really vague charges. And so there's a pattern that's been set of these potentially illegal strikes by service members. And then, Amy, coming back to my reporting, I actually reported at the end of last year that a lot of the experts on international law, the laws of war, international humanitarian law, have quietly been leaving the Trump administration. These aren't people who necessarily have been fired, but they've gotten the sense that they're either no longer wanted, or if they give their frank legal advice, they will be retaliated against. So those guardrails inside the government for how the U.S. operates, those have crumbled really rapidly.
And you have also pointed out that, let's see.
The inner workings of the government intended to prevent the military from doing crimes has completely crumbled. Because those in government feel, with the responsibility to do that, feel that they are no longer wanted. All right, let's see here. What do we got next? Ah, this was an interesting view. Missiles being intercepted over the Gaza Strip. Something we haven't seen, I feel like, for probably like 2 full years. Just about. Nope, it's mostly been Israel firing missiles into the Gaza Strip or dropping bombs. Not a lot of missiles getting intercepted over the Gaza Strip, but right before dawn, yeah, you could in fact see just that. All right, let's just go straight to the next one. To the UN Security Council, where Danny Ayalon, whatever his fucking name is, Israel's United Nations ambassador.
Good morning and thank you for joining us. Israel's ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon, is going to deliver
Dannon, that's right, Danny Dannon.
On development in Iran and the situation in Lebanon as well. He'll take your questions afterwards. Please remember to state your name and news outlet.
Good morning. Israel and the US remain focused on dismantling the military capabilities of the Iranian terror regime. Our objectives are very clear. Eliminate Iran's nuclear capabilities, destroy its ballistic missile arsenal, and degrade their naval forces. Every day, their capabilities are being reduced. The regime's response tells you every...
By the way, we're not going to listen to this whole fucking genocidal speech from Danny. I just want us to look at this map real quick. Because there's some fucked up shit going on with the lines here. Not shocking considering it's a map from Israel, but just really quickly. Just really quickly want to take a look at this map. Just so we can get a picture of what Israel is trying to say with it. God damn it, no, I don't want you. No, I don't believe I want you. Go away. Now, as you can see, it's actually really hard to see with this map. It's almost nearly impossible to see with this map. God damn it. Point is, as you can see, you see the gray area here. This is basically the buffer zone between Israel and Syria. But they're doing some funky shit with the lines here. Because they're in fact trying to blur the lines on what's going on with their plans. They're basically planning on turning southern Lebanon into an Israeli buffer zone, just like the fucking... Like, do you see how these two lines sort of like meet up here in the northeast quadrant of Israel? Like, this is what I fear that he's like trying to go for with this map. Is like, actually, southern Lebanon is really a buffer zone for Israel. That's what I'm a little worried is what's happening here. Whoopsies, I totally just clicked the wrong thing. Okay, people, we're like 3 hours into the stream. I'm not going to take a break right now, mostly because I just want to be able to get through more of this stuff. But I would like to remind everybody that we still got like a galactic content goal to complete and only an hour with which to do so. You could contribute to both the galactic content goal and the financing of the galactic deficit simultaneously at places like Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. If we don't complete the galactic deficit, bad things will happen, of course. The lights will shut off. We will cease to exist. That's right. Gotta complete that goal before the end of the month. Alright, people. Let's keep this going. Move on from Danny and his map over here. To the AP from 12 hours ago. Talk about how this war has become a war of attrition. A war of who can take the pain the longest.
The ongoing Israeli-American war on Iran is boiling down to one key question. Who can take the pain the longest? By this I mean that the world's economy is increasingly being affected by the fact that Iran is targeting oil infrastructure in the Gulf Arab states. Iran also has attacked ships in the crucial Strait of Hormuz, that's the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf, through which about a fifth of all natural gas and oil traded passes. There's also a lot of the world's fertilizer that moves through there as well. This is having a knock-on effect with higher gasoline prices and other commodities being affected. And the Iranians have insisted that they're not going to allow a single liter of petroleum to move through there. And that's crucial as the Iranians are trying to pressure the wider world into getting Israel and America to stop its airstrike campaign. For the Iranians, they're just trying to survive. The theocracy is at one of its weakest points since the 1979 Islamic Revolution that installed it. It has named a new supreme leader after the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. It's his son, and we still haven't seen him on state television, raising questions about his condition as the war rages on.
In this public school in Daraya in the Shuf Mountains, classrooms have been transformed into shelters for families displaced by the war. Dozens of residents from southern Lebanon have found refuge here after having to flee their homes in a hurry. Some arrived after endless hours on the road, unsure where to go.
We spent nearly 4 hours on the road. We didn't know where to go. We searched for houses across the region but couldn't find any. At one point, we had to go back to relatives and stay together in the same house.
Since arriving, these families are trying to adjust to a new reality, often under difficult conditions.
Even today, there's still families, women and children who haven't been able to wash. There's no hot water, and we haven't received enough blankets.
In the village, several buildings have been turned into makeshift shelters, including this public school.
The school needs a lot of things: hot water, drinking water, cleaning supplies for the toilets, and food. All of this is necessary.
As the days pass, challenges accumulate, and managing daily life becomes a real struggle.
The lack of hot water is a serious problem. Children need to be able to wash. Several people are already sick, and there's also someone with asthma. If this situation continues, we risk health problems and even the outbreak of skin diseases.
With more displaced people arriving, the municipality is trying to provide help, but resources remain limited.
On the state side, there is no real planning. Displaced people arrive, and it takes us 10 to 15 days to try to organize accommodation.
Yeah, and all this happened
Immediately,
very
if not
suddenly.
sooner.
You have hundreds of thousands of people evacuating their homes. It's a fucking humanitarian just catastrophe created out of essentially nothing. This was not going on until last week. Was I muted? When was I muted? Thank you. Wow, a lot of people telling me I'm muted. Thank you, everybody. Okay, I'm unmuted now. Silver Art with a super chat over on YouTube. The chillest stream in America. Considering the circumstances. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Wow.
Whoop. Well, we do what we can. I like to think we're the chillest stream in the galaxy, at least the solar system. But I'll take America. I'll take it. I'll certainly take the sweet, sweet super chat. And in case you didn't hear me, I don't know when I was muted, but in case you didn't hear me, thank you, Sean L. Kearns, for the super chat as well. It do be like that sometimes. Well, with those two super chats, we've made some more progress on the galactic content goal. Still no progress on the financing of the galactic deficit. I'm sure we'll do that sometime between now and the end of the month. We've also had some donos on Twitch. I would say we're probably close to 40% now, perhaps? Perhaps 40% of the way through the galactic content goal, if I had to guess. But like I've been saying since pretty much the very beginning of all this, Israel has been conducting something of a land grab, power grab, if you will. Reports of movements in the Syrian-controlled Golan Heights, and of course Lebanon, as we've been talking about. And this got talk from Israel about creating a border, a buffer zone around its entire country. Effectively, seemingly signaling their desire to seize the territory of all of its neighbors. Egypt, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon.
How rude!
France 24 with the next clip.
It's about over in Israel. Well, Iran is continuing to fire missiles at the country. Many of them are shot down by Israel's sophisticated defense system, but a good number of people in Israel have been injured as well. Let's get the latest for you with our correspondent in Jerusalem, Noga Tarnopolsky. Noga, look, it's day 12 of this conflict. Give us a sense of the mood in Israel and sort of how frequent these Iranian strikes are.
The launches from Iran, Nadia, are pretty constant. When there was a siren a few hours ago, now this morning here, the headlines announcing it said first siren since the morning, which had been a matter of a few hours, and it was the longest break in sirens somewhere in the country. In really what is a constant shower. Now, it's a very interesting thing. Iran is no longer launching towards Israel these massive barrages that Israelis saw back in June. At that time, it was like even 80, 100 missiles at a time, and it seemed that Iran was aiming to overwhelm the Israeli air defense system. This time it's very, very different, and each launch can include just 1 or 3 missiles, but it's enough to keep Israelis constantly in bomb shelters. And you mentioned the success of the Israeli air defense system, which is true, but it's true in part because of the discipline of Israelis who are willing to spend hours a day and all night in bomb shelters. There is a sense, however, of patience running out, of some anger at the government for the lack of planning. There's an absolute chaos in terms of messaging here towards citizens. So on the one hand, they're told they should go back to work. On the other hand, the school system in its entirety remains closed. So can't go back to work. No distinction has been made between the north that is so hard hit, where people really can't leave their bomb shelters, to, for example, here in Jerusalem, where we've had, for example, yesterday, just 2 or 3 missiles launched today. So there's a feeling of tiredness, of chaos, and of a growing gap between the government and the people. But as you said, for now, in terms of injuries and deaths, the situation in Israel is better than it is in any other of the countries involved.
And look, we are nearly 2 weeks into this conflict, Noga. You talked about some mixed messaging coming out of the government. And as I understand it, neither the Prime Minister himself, Benjamin Netanyahu, nor the Defense Minister have directly addressed the Israeli population.
It's simply astonishing, Nadia. It really is. And it's become one of the main issues that is discussed now in the Israeli public space. There are 2 distinct things going on. On the one hand, the Prime Minister has not yet addressed the public. He hasn't held a press conference. Neither has the Defense Minister, as you said. Netanyahu instead has posted a series of very brief little video clips that are directed as much to the Iranian population as to the Israeli population. And this has caused real alienation among the Israeli public, who have a sense that no one is really explaining to them what is going on or what the real aims are. In addition, under cover of war, a real power grab is underway. Yesterday, in an editorial, in an op-ed headline, "The War Against Democracy," the president of Tel Aviv University, Professor Ariel Porat, this was made a lot of noise in Israel, a real bombshell op-ed, simply listed all of the norm-breaking laws and announcements and acts undertaken by this government under cover of war, including, for the first time in writing, an explicit declaration by Prime Minister Netanyahu that he will not obey judicial orders.
Illegal.
Yes, indeed, it's a power grab abroad and a power grab at home for Benjamin Netanyahu and his government in Israel. Perf XL. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I feel like I've said your name a bunch of times recently. Perf XL. Thank you for the super chat. Completely blank, but still incredibly helpful. That gives us even more hope of completing the galactic content goal here tonight. Still got a hell of a lot to talk about. People on Twitch want a way to tell me that I'm muted. There's an innovation. There's a stream innovation right there. That could be good. I could figure out something. Some sort of way for people to tell me that I'm muted. Come in handy. All right. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit through my list. Some of these things I don't really need, because we've already covered them to some degree. Go to France 24 from 11 hours ago. Talk about what Donald Trump actually cares about. Oh, wait, before we do that, let's do this one clip. One disturbing clip from Reuters in Israel, where Israel's defense minister, I think, what's his name? Israel Katz, I think is his name. This guy had some deranged fucking things to say about the timeline for this war, or lack thereof.
We will continue to act and crush the regime, as well as the strategic targets of this regime in Tehran and across Iran, day after day, target after target. We will continue doing this also to enable the Iranian people to rise up, take action, and topple this regime. In the end, this is something that depends on them. This operation, led by US President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who speak and coordinate daily, guiding and determining the policy, and carried out by you together with CENTCOM and the US military. This operation will continue without any time limit for as long as necessary until we achieve all the objectives and win the campaign.
Amid those attacks on the Strait of Hormuz today.
Well, there we go. There's Israel's defense minister saying that there is no timeline, no limit for how long Israel will wage this war against Iran. How good. How good and great for everybody. And we really have stuff to look forward to, eh, chat? Oh, yay. All right, now to France 24 English from 11 hours ago to talk about I'm sorry, not how, what? Who, what, how, why, when, where? What it is that Donald Trump cares about when it comes to this war.
Amid those attacks on the Strait of Hormuz today, Emmanuel Macron, the French president, is calling on leaders of G7 countries to work together to re-establish freedom of navigation in the region as soon as possible. With me to talk about this, Philip Turle, our foreign affairs editor. Philip, explain to us then what Macron wants to happen in the Strait and why it actually might be rather difficult.
Okay, well, first of all, we all know, having watched the news over the last few days, how important the Strait of Hormuz is as the world centre of oil shipments, like 20% of all oil shipments going through there. And the fact that they're not going through is pushing prices up. That is the bottom line. And it's not only pushing prices up around Europe, in the Gulf region, but it's also indirectly pushing prices up in the United States, because the United States also, even though they're one of the biggest producers of oil in the world, they still import oil, which then is refined and made into petroleum for vehicles. So this is having a knock-on effect all over the place. And in fact, it's not good news for Iran either, because Iran also uses the Strait of Hormuz for its own oil exportations. So that's the bottom line as far as that's concerned. What Emmanuel Macron is saying is, well, look, we need to get the Strait of Hormuz open, and we need to liberate maritime traffic, because if we don't, this is going to drag the situation even further downhill. He's proposing to send in more frigates to the area. The Charles de Gaulle is already there. But the problem for Emmanuel Macron is that all of this is with a view to when the war comes to an end, and when it's going to be safe to try to accompany shipping through the Strait of Hormuz to make sure that they're not any ship there is not going to be attacked. In the meantime, the G7 member states have been meeting via video conference today, and they've all agreed to up the amount of oil reserves that are made immediately available to the different countries in a bid to stop this price increase that we saw just a couple of days ago, where oil prices went up to almost $120 a barrel. They've now come down well below that again, but it is possible that this could go the other way even further next time if this war doesn't come to an end anytime soon. And I think that's what everybody is worried about here, that, well, there doesn't seem to be an end game. We don't really know where all this is going to end up. And the most important thing is that the more that oil prices go up, the more people are going to have to pay, the more that's going to have a knock-on effect on opinion polls against political parties those running the different countries, and even on President Trump. That's why there's this effort by everybody to try and say, well, look, we have to try to make some kind of effort to get these oil supplies up and running again.
Well, as you say, the key question in all of this is, when is the conflict going to come to an end? And Donald Trump has been speaking to Axios today, to American media, and once again he said, look, this is nearly over in his point of view.
Yeah, this is the second time that Donald Trump has said this, saying
almost over, okay? Very close. Very, very close to almost being over, so everybody settle down. Some are saying closer than we've ever been before to this being over. Now, let's talk about a hypothetical. Let's talk about something that is hopefully just a horrible hypothetical. With Owen Jones.
That's on YouTube.
Could the US or Israel use nuclear weapons against Iran? Now, this is a topic I've steered away from because I don't want to engage in sensationalist reporting, but it's impossible to ignore the chatter. And so we're going to have to go through this utterly terrifying possibility today. Now, people are talking about it. For example, Lydia Polgreen, a senior journalist at the New York Times, says, we need to take very seriously the possibility that Trump will deploy a tactical nuclear weapon in Iran. What's disturbing is what retired senior military figures are saying, among other things, which we'll come on to. Now, the US, of course, is the only country on Earth to have used nuclear weapons in warfare, killing over 200,000 people by the end of 1945, after dropping nukes on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in the conflict with Imperial Japan towards the end of World War II. Israel is the only state in the Middle East to possess nuclear weapons, even though it refuses to officially admit that. Their nuclear program was famously revealed by Israeli nuclear technician Mordecai Vanunu in 1986. He was drugged and abducted by Israeli spies from Italy and then imprisoned for 18 years, most of which was in solitary confinement. Let's just rewind, first of all, to last year, in the 12-day war between Israel and Iran, which culminated in US airstrikes in which Donald Trump claimed he had obliterated the Iranian nuclear program, which of course is just one reason that the pretext for this illegal war in Iran is so absurd. Now, in the run-up to the US strike on Iran's nuclear facilities, The Guardian at the time reported on discussions in the White House about whether a bunker bomb would be effective. Trump was reportedly not convinced that a 30,000-pound GBU-57 bomb would be effective. Now, bear with me here, but it went on to say the following. The effectiveness of GBU-57s has been a topic of deep contention at the Pentagon since the start of Trump's term, according to two defense officials who were briefed that perhaps only a tactical nuclear weapon could be capable of destroying Fordow because of how deeply it is located. Trump is not considering using a tactical nuclear weapon on Fordow, and the possibility was not presented by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, in meetings in the White House Situation Room. Two people familiar with the matter said. The article went on to say that defense officials didn't believe conventional bombs would penetrate deep enough below ground and would only collapse tunnels. Reassured? Now listen to this on Fox News, again back in June 2025, and this was a day after that article, and it was in response to that article.
The Guardian reported Trump was getting cold feet, worried about the effectiveness of bunker busters and not willing to use tactical nukes. But the White House tells Fox that's not true. Everything's on the table, even tactical nukes. The big question is, if the United States does target Iran, what happens next? The White House isn't considering boots on the ground. Iran's 3 times the size of Texas and surrounded by mountains.
So back then, the White House was briefing that the use of tactical nuclear weapons in Iran, against Iran, was not ruled out. And that was in a discussion about one specific attack, not a war, which the US is losing. It led the Russian government at the time to say that any potential use of tactical nuclear weapons would be a catastrophe. So it was taken seriously internationally. Okay, let's listen now to Lawrence Wilkerson, retired US Army colonel and former chief of staff to Secretary of State Colin Powell, who of course served in the administration of George W. Bush, being
There's an
interviewed
old
on
saying in
Democracy
Tennessee,
Now!
I know it's in
This
Texas,
is a
probably in
war
Tennessee, that
with
says, fool me
long
once.
legs. Trump has completely misinterpreted it. The only one who's interpreted it correctly is Bibi Netanyahu, and I think he's ready to use a nuclear weapon should it become as bad as it looks like it might right now, because Iran has not even begun to shoot its most sophisticated missiles. And now the second and third class of those missiles is getting through almost without opposition. Imagine what these Mach 3, Mach 4 missiles with huge warheads that have maybe 100 different other warheads they display all across an area are going to do to Israel once they're fired. And they're still there, and they're still ready to fire.
So in this case, he says there that we need to take very seriously the possibility that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will deploy a tactical nuclear weapon in Iran. Then there's this interview with Douglas McGregor, retired.
The term tactical nuclear weapon for me is just one of these insane phrases that like makes me like lose my fucking mind. Like, what the hell does that mean? Tactical nuke. What's tactical about it? It's just pure destruction. It's just pure destruction for everything and everyone in whatever radius. Radiation, and speaking of radius, radiation, of course, for the entire area as a result of such a strike. It's just a disturbing thing. Tactical.
US colonel, who was one of the military architects of the 1999 NATO war in Yugoslavia. He was a former senior advisor in the last Trump administration.
If a nuclear weapon is used, it will be by Netanyahu and his government, not us.
Yes, good.
I met and talked with President Trump. I like President Trump personally. And you can say what you will about the man, but I see no.
I love how Tucker Carlson thinks of himself as a serious person. He's like, yeah, good. Like, how is that a good thing? It's only good. He's so shallow in his fucking thinking. Good. It won't be the United States who does it. Okay. Like, it's objectively a terrible thing that he's going good. Because he's like, oh, because it won't be the United States doing the dropping of a fucking nuclear weapon. It'll be Israel, and that's good. That's good. Okay, Tucker. That's better. Somehow that's better.
That's on YouTube.
Evidence that he would be talked into that by Mr. Netanyahu. I just don't. I hope I'm not wrong, but I just don't see that happening. I also see little evidence that people at the top of the military establishment collectively would sign on for that. You might get a few. Unfortunately, most of them are airmen or in the Navy, but I don't think they would be very supportive. I think they'd say, is this really the right place, time, and reason?
Yes.
Because increasingly we view nuclear weapons as something that protects your territorial integrity. Everybody knows that if you try to invade the United States from Canada or Mexico, yeah, we'll nuke you. No question about it, right? But why would we do that with Iran? But Israel is different, as we've discussed. And the more desperate they become, if Iran does not submit, and I see no evidence that they will submit, the more likely that option could be embraced and employed. And that's why we started this, because you asked specifically about who has the authority. I hope President Trump does, but I don't think so. I think Mr. Netanyahu is going to do whatever Mr. Netanyahu wants to do.
I mean, because we're implicated in that, and because the million-odd Americans who live in the region and the energy interest there, and just like the fate of the world, are all part of this calculation, why wouldn't we bring him to heel and prevent that from happening?
How do you do that? How do you do that? I mean, you're going to have all the people that put you into the White House that spent billions on your...
How do you do that? It's called having integrity. Although in this case, I guess they've already swapped out their integrity for money. But, you know, the fact is that they could find it somewhere. They could find their spine and say no. And they could pull the levers that have existed for this entire conflict. And actually, since before this conflict ever even started. That being the fact that the United States is like the #1 nation state funder of Israel's insane military operations and everything else. Billions of dollars getting funneled from the United States to Israel. And that's just counting direct military funding. And that's the lever that we're talking about here. But there are, I mean, we could probably pull some other levers too. A lot of levers here, really. We withdraw our support for them at the UN. We could say, actually, we're going to follow international law and prevent Benjamin Netanyahu from entering the country. I mean, there's so many things. You mean, you kidding me? Benjamin Netanyahu's a Philly boy. He was born in Philadelphia. He wants to come. If he's not allowed to come back to America, that would break his poor little heart. Is this the fun half? No. Nope, no fun half tonight, actually. it would seem. Maybe we'll see fun sometime maybe this weekend we'll have fun. I worry about being overly bold about predictions on fun in this moment. little difficult to do such a thing. I feel it would be amiss for me to try and go predicting fun levels at this time. Maybe this will be fun. Democracy can be fun. And of course, one of the big important parts of our democracy, one of the co-equal branches of the American system, is Congress. Senate. The Senate, of course. The Senate Minority Leader, Chuck Schumer of New York. He doesn't rest. Mostly because he's always fighting. You can't fight and be resting at the same time. So this guy is never sleeping. But he is daydreaming a lot. Chuck, to tell us about his dreams here.
While Americans are still in the dark for why we're at war, each passing day gives us a cleaner picture of the cost of war. Yesterday, we learned about 140 American service members had been wounded since hostilities, 8 of them seriously injured. 8 service members have been killed in the line of duty, and my prayers are with all of those who died and who have been harmed and who are still, of course, in harm's way. Thousands of people in the Middle East have been killed, including 170 in an all-girls elementary school that initial reports suggested may have been the result of U.S. operations. We need a full, transparent, and independent investigation to get to the bottom of what happened at this elementary school and why so many civilians were killed. The economic costs are also mounting. This morning, we learned that even before the war, inflation had stayed elevated, which means that Americans are continuing to pay more for groceries and rent and electricity.
This is ridiculous. Chuck, never gonna stop fighting Schumer over here. Goes from talking about how the United States is participating in war crimes to saying how we're gonna have a problem with inflation. Chuck, I need you to just quit, okay? You're not the leader anymore, okay? Would you retire already, pal? This is it's ridiculous. Guy goes from war crimes. I don't know if you've heard, but we're doing war crimes right now, it seems. And we need a strongly worded investigation. And have you heard about gas prices? Oh my God, they're going out of control. And we need a full accounting of what Donald Trump's concept of the plan is. Without a full concept, a full rundown of the concept of the plan, how am I to effectively do my fighting? I can't even properly fight when I don't know what I'm fighting against. Yes, Bob, it is a shock that our senator from New York, Chuckles, the Chuckster Schumer, would be ill-equipped to meet the moment. No one predicted that. Not a single person. The social media? Well, okay, so the social media predicted it. But aside from the social media, everybody is shocked by Chuck's inability to meet the moment. Now, to some degree, U.S. Missile interception systems are at least meeting the moment in some cases. over Israel. That's right, I'm of course talking about the Iron Dome. That thing is working 24/7 trying to prevent all of the incoming missiles and drones from Iran. It has of course not been 100% effective during this latest conflict. These are images from last night. I mean, it's essentially morning now in Israel, but this is last night. The night of the 11th, as air defense systems intercepted waves of missiles over Tel Aviv. He hasn't been meeting the moment for 12 years at least. What?
What? What'd you talking about?
I'm staying in the race.
These are more interceptions of missiles over Haifa. Jesus Christ.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
What does this message in the YouTube chat mean? Black 5G Mafia from abroad? What?
What'd you talking about?
What are you talking about? You sound crazy, and it's all gaps. You need to settle down there, pal. You need to take it down a notch. Well, we really are living in a world led by idiots, a lawless world.
We
Led
have
by
a
one
demented,
man, it would seem.
unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Channel 4. Sorry, Middle East Eye. Same color. Middle East Eye.
Hey
With
everyone,
Chris
welcome back to
Hedges.
MEE Live. For the second time, while negotiations over Iran's nuclear program were underway, both the US and Israel have launched a war on Iran. Now, what is the US endgame, and what does the war mean for Israeli expansionism in the region? To unpack this and more, we're joined by Pulitzer Prize-winning American journalist and best-selling author Chris Hedges. Chris, welcome to the show. It's good to have you.
Thanks, Mohammed.
It's good to see you. Chris, the last time we spoke, it was during the 2024 U.S. elections. At the time, Kamala Harris had just entered the race, and there was a lot of hype around her going in. There was very few people predicting that Trump was going to win the election. You were one of those few that I was speaking to at the time. Now, what was interesting from our interview is also you were saying that we are witnessing the end of the U.S. empire. Now, a year into Trump's second term, with this war in Iran underway, where are we?
Well, the empire is imploding at a dizzying rate, both domestically and internationally. The Trump administration is running roughshod over democratic institutions, the rule of law, creating essentially paramilitary vigilante forces through ICE of common phenomena of any dictatorship, whether that's Pinochet in Chile or Modi in India or the Basiji in Iran. And he's ripped up the traditional alliances, very disdainful and disrespectful towards Europe. He, of course, kidnapped the president of Venezuela, Maduro, and assassinated the supreme leader in Iran. It's a lawless world led by idiots.
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
Trump himself and the people around him are clueless about what they're doing. I think this debacle that they've begun with Iran illustrates that. The idea that you would send off Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to negotiate. And of course, the demands that they make are, this is before the war began, were never going to be acceptable to the Iranians. It's if they destroyed their nuclear enrichment program and curtail their ballistic missile program, there would be no new sanctions. Well, the sanctions are already so onerous and crippling, which has devastated the Iranian economy. That's hardly an incentive, in the same way that they demand that Hamas disarm. So these are people who don't understand what they're doing. Unfortunately, they have the power to wield the might of the U.S. military, and this is...
Yeah, and it's bad. It is bad. You have the most incompetent and ideological group of psychos who are in charge of the U.S. military, the largest military on the goddamn planet. A military which American taxpayers are paying $1.5 trillion a year for.
And it makes me cry.
Well, let's go to the man himself. The lawless leader. The demented idiot in charge of America. Donald J. Trump. Forbes breaking news with the clip from 10 hours ago. By the way, who do you figure these idiots are standing with their phones out? Who do you figure these idiots are?
Day 11, and as you know, we're doing something that nobody ever thought was
Day 11,
possible
even
to
though
do.
it's day 12.
Our military is the best. It's the most powerful in the world, and
You know, I'm glad the president doesn't even know how many days we've been at war for. Is day 12. Yesterday was day 12. He's just apparently too fucking stupid to know that. Also, look at fucking Caroline. Why does she looks like she's in a goddamn 80s film right now. What in the heck? She looks like a goddamn... She looks like a villain in an 80s film right now, I swear to God. I swear to God. Swear to God, Eddie Murphy is about to come flying out of nowhere.
they're hitting them very hard. This is 47 years of abuse and killing lots of people, killing and maiming lots of people. What is it, Bear?
What more do you need to do militarily for this operation to end?
More of the same, and we'll see how that all comes out. Right now, they've lost their Navy, they've lost their Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft apparatus at all, they have no radar, their leaders are gone, and we could do a lot worse to one another. We're leaving certain things that if we take them out, or we could take them out by this afternoon, in fact, within an hour, they literally would never be able to build that country back.
A new report says that the military investigation has found that the United States struck the school in Iran. As Commander-in-Chief, do you take responsibility for that?
That is what?
As Commander-in-Chief, do you...
For what?
For the strike on the school in Iran. A new report says the military investigation has found it was the United States that struck the school.
I don't know about it.
Look at Caroline over here. Seriously. Am I wrong? Am I wrong about this? Where is this? Where is it? This is it. This is the song. Yes.
Are you talking to the CEOs of various oil companies, encouraging them to use the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, I think they should. I think they should. I think they should use it. In my opinion, look, we took out just about all of their mine ships in one night. We're up to boat number 60. I didn't realize they had that big a navy. I would say it was big and ineffective. But every one of their ships, just about all of their navy is gone. Bottom of the sea.
Mr. President, how do you respond? Mr. President, have they laid any mines in the Strait of Hormuz?
We don't think so.
Mr. President, is Senator Thune listening to you when you say you want to pass the Save America Act? He says there aren't the votes to do it right now. What's your response?
Well, he's got to be a leader. You know, if he's a leader, he's got to get them.
He's got to be a leader. Look, he's got to make the votes, okay? Come on, Thune. Nobody wants it, and you gotta force it down their throats. Anyway, this press conference went on at least 5 minutes too long. He's not gonna fall for no banana in the tailpipe. That's right. Bob gets it. I'm sorry, Caroline's actually not gonna fall for no banana in the tailpipe. The president, that's another story. He'll probably fall for banana in the tailpipe. In fact, I'm fairly certain he's on a regular basis. The president is falling for the banana, the old banana in the tailpipe routine. All right, let's go here to France 24 English from 11 hours ago. Now, of course, Donald Trump had the glasses. He probably wouldn't fall for the banana in the tailpipe, but since he's not prepared like Caroline is, I mean, look at those glasses. We got to go back for just 2 seconds. Look at those glasses. I mean, my God. Those things are huge. They are taking up at least a third of her face, if not, but it's approaching 40% of her face is covered by those glasses. I mean, those things are big. Okay, whoops, I clicked the wrong thing. Now, the G7 nations, the 7 largest economies on the planet, gathered and announced a historic decision, releasing a record amount of oil in an attempt to bring down oil prices. Now, as I told you all yesterday, or maybe this morning, I can't remember, days ago, sometime between this weekend and now, I have mentioned that, of course, the oil stocks which the G7 has is less than, I think it's less than like 2 weeks of the necessary amount of oil for the planet So while it might be a temporary solution, it's just a band-aid, right? For a wound, like an actual wound that needs surgery. So it's not going to solve anything unless this war ends or the Strait of Hormuz
Our
opens
top story
again.
this hour, the 32 countries of the International Energy Agency have agreed to release 400 million barrels of oil in the largest such move in its history. This in a collective effort to bring down oil prices, which have soared because of supply shocks linked to the US-Israel-Iran war, with Iranian attacks now largely shutting the Strait of Hormuz. Well, a short while ago, the French President Emmanuel Macron has been speaking about the move, this during a meeting of the G7.
In the past few hours, we finalized, it was just announced, the formal decision to release 400 million barrels of our strategic reserves. When I say we, I'm talking about the 30 or so countries that form the International Energy Agency. To give you an idea, that represents about 20 days' worth of oil exports through the Strait of Hormuz. It's significant. It's the biggest release of barrels on record.
Well, with me to talk about this is Philip Turl, our foreign editor. And so, Philip, help us understand what this means, the releasing of all of this reserve of crude by 30 countries in the IEA.
Okay, let's try and break this down to give you an idea about where we're going with all of this. The first point I think that Emmanuel Macron and the International Energy Agency is trying to underline is we're doing this to calm the markets down so that there's not going to be a sharp increase in the price of oil, which will then have a knock-on effect on fuel costs and petrol costs for people, not only in the Gulf, not only in Europe, but also in the United States. Basically, the whole point of this is to calm down the situation, while at the same time, there are efforts made to try to find a solution to the conflict in Iran and to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Now, 400 million barrels is a large amount of oil to.
Thankfully, we have the strategic crypto reserve. Honestly, no. Probably not thankful. If I'm doing the math correctly, I think the strategic crypto reserve is underwater right now. If I'm not mistaken, all the cryptos were higher back when Donald Trump was talking about buying us into all of those different currencies. I can't say with any certainty what the timing of those purchases were, but there's no possible way that we're doing good on any of that right now. I mean, at the beginning of Donald Trump's presidency, crypto was having quite a time. And then over the last year, things have really taken quite a turn. Sadly but surely. All right. Now, let's see where we gotta go next. How are we doing on time, by the way? Oh boy, 3 hours and 50 minutes into the stream. Let me do some quick math here. Do some mathematics. I would say we're about 80% of the way through the goal. Which means something like a little less than $10 would get us a complete galactic content goal. Now, of course, you could contribute to 2 different goals simultaneously on both that as well as the financing of the galactic deficit. Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon are ways I come to mind. But of course, there's other ways to contribute to the Galactic News Network: YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch bits, power up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, and of course, the latest addition to all of that is Throne, where you could finance actual physical items and have them sent directly to my door down on Earth. We still got time. We still got time, people. You can still do it. I believe in us. Now, I do not believe that Iran is going to be playing in the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Something which I feel like the rest of the planet should probably boycott. Since, really, the United States isn't the main audience for that particular sporting event. Considering everything the United States has been up to as of late, I think it would actually just be prudent decision for most countries across the planet to say, you know what, this year, I know I love my football. I know I love my football, but maybe this year, no. Apparently Iran will not be taking part in this yearly soccer event. Aww. Silas with a sweet super chat over on YouTube. Thank you very much, Silas. Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy, we are incredibly close to completing that goal. Eddie Murphy or Leslie Nielsen. Yeah, for me, I think Eddie is the first one that comes to mind. But Leslie, sure. Very much 80s as well. Oh my god, there's like a draft on the space station. It just got kind of cold in here. Just got kind of cold in here. Impossible. Impossible to boycott the FIFA World Cup. Iran Sport Minister Ahmad Danyamali told state television on Wednesday that the country can't participate in this summer's Northern America FIFA World Cup due to the U.S.'s assassination of former Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. Yeah, that actually, when you say it, that actually makes it. When you say it like that, it makes perfect sense. I just want to read that one more time. Because actually, that's a fair point. Iran not going to take part because the United States' assassination of its former supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and ongoing quote-unquote malicious actions. Oh. You don't say. Malicious. Danyamali referred to the United States as a quote-unquote corrupt regime, saying our children are not safe and fundamentally such conditions for participation do not exist. President Trump has said that Iran is quote-unquote welcome at the soccer tournament, according to FIFA President Johnny Infantino.
Give me a joke.
Really? Really? This guy is a sicko. Yeah, come on. Why do you come? Why do you come play? Totally fine. I have no problem. Can you imagine being an Iranian soccer player coming to the United States? In the middle of all of this? Come on over. Come hang out. It's going to be great. Be a great time. Okay. Here's Forbes breaking news from 10 hours ago. Air raid sirens. More air raid sirens blare across Jerusalem as missile fire lights up the night sky. Seems like all of Israel's major metropolitan centers are seeing a fair share of missiles. Also, Streamlord is secretly Batman? Yeah, I guess I'm secretly Batman. You know, if Batman secretly went broke and they didn't start off as a billionaire, then yes. Can FIFA take the award back? That's the yeah. I asked that exact same question, Manda. I was asking that yesterday. Is Johnny and Vandino planning on taking that award back? Because I was led to believe that this was a really serious peace prize that was awarded by FIFA. And now the guy who's hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup is doing a war. The same guy who received that medal. None of it makes sense anymore. I'm starting to think that that medal meant nothing. That it was just some sort of ridiculous joke. Some sort of... What do you want to call it? There's a word for this that my brain is missing. Right, I can't think of right now. There's basically like a tithing to the king. It was like a
tier 1 subscription to Canper 1 NT3R.
Omega Star with a sweet gifted sub over on Twitch to Can Painter. Incredibly generous. I think that's probably good enough. That's probably good enough, I would say. Yes, indeed, people. Looks like we've completed yet another galactic content goal. Which is a great thing. Because it means that we don't have to worry that the stream ends suddenly, unexpectedly. Nope. We're going to get through everything that I had planned for tonight. So buckle in, Space Fams. We've got a hell of a lot left to discuss tonight. And right just in time, too. 4 hours in. On the dot. With 1 second left on the YouTube goal. Incredible job. Bask in the glory, Space Fams. You're the ones who did it. And I appreciate each and every one of you for your contributions. All right, everybody, and enjoy it because it's going away. We're getting back to the stream and the content.
During Ramadan, it used to be tradition for police in Dubai to fire a cannon to signal the end of the daily fast. Now, a nationwide decision was made to replace them with drums to avoid causing panic. That's because the sound of missiles and interceptions have become a daily occurrence in the UAE as Iran continues to target Gulf states.
It's an unfortunate situation what's going on right now. And we are mostly concerned about our children because we don't want them to grow up in such a world.
2 drones fell near Dubai International Airport on Wednesday as Iran claimed it launched its heaviest operation since the start of the war. 4 people were injured, but authorities say air traffic is still operating as normal. It's unclear what the damage is, but it's another blow to the UAE's reputation as an oasis for business and pleasure. In the financial district, US group Citi, consultancy firms Deloitte and PwC and other companies have either closed offices or asked employees to evacuate this Wednesday after Iran threatened to strike US-linked banks in the Middle East. The UAE has been bearing the brunt of Iran's campaign.
I don't know if anybody's seen, I assume you've all seen videos of Dubai, but there's all these rooftop pools and things up in the sky. I cannot imagine going in one of those pools in one of these Gulf hotels all the way up 30 stories in the air so that you can get an up close view of all the fucking missiles and drones getting flown your direction. That'd be fucking terrifying. That does not sound like a relaxing vacation experience, if you ask me, or a conducive business environment. Now, the FBI came out with a crazy claim. We're all shocked that Kash Patel would come out with a crazy claim. But the FBI warned that Iran had aspirations to attack California with drones. ABC News from 10 hours ago.
The FBI warning of possible Iranian drone attacks on our homeland. A new alert reviewed by ABC News revealing Iran's aspirations to conduct a surprise attack specifically against unspecified targets in California. The FBI saying it's warned police departments across the Golden State now of strikes by unmanned aerial vehicles or drones as tensions rise in the Middle East. Let's get straight to our chief investigative correspondent.
Okay. Just for anybody in California or on the West Coast who's worried about this, settle down. Iran does not have a bunch of or any naval vessels in the Pacific, okay? And that's the only way that they could ever even entertain the idea of launching drones at the United States. Can't launch a drone in Iran and have it show up thousands of miles. They have a range, it's a few hundred miles. Then they either need to be recharged or refueled or both. And you can't just launch it halfway across the planet. Not gonna happen. That's what you need intercontinental hyper ballistic missiles for, right? Drones do not do that, and Iran's navy, as Donald Trump said, is completely obliterated. And actually, before it was supposedly obliterated, they were also still, at that time, not in the Pacific at all. So there was no threat of that then either. Neither then nor now is this a concern, and it's definitely not worth the time to talk about. All right, now let's talk about a different situation you might not be considering. But excuse me, sure, I need you to shut up. Because it's not just oil prices that are threatening commerce No. There's another commodity linked to oil that is not getting to the people that bring you your food.
What? What you talking about?
Oil prices
I'm talking
have been
about
grabbing
fertilizer.
headlines since the start of the war in the Middle East. But one story that's been left behind is the war's impact on the fertilizers that are used to grow our fruits and vegetables. Just like oil, the commodity is getting choked off at the Strait of Hormuz. And according to some experts, that could cause a spike in food prices and potential shortages across the globe. And these fertilizer shipments face a looming deadline, spring planting. Now, hundreds of oil tankers and container ships are stranded at the strait, which has been effectively impassable since February 28th. Crews aren't making the journey in fear of being attacked. And that's likely going to keep food inflation rising, according to some reports, by about 2 percentage points in the US. Roughly a third of the global fertilizer trade moves through the passageway, and about half of global food production depends on the synthetic nitrogen fertilizer that is mainly produced in the Middle East. Now, less fertilizer means a smaller crop season, and a smaller crop means prices go up. This couldn't come at a worse time. Spring planting is the foundation of a successful growing year. One expert told me the commodity needs to be prioritized over oil once the strait reopens.
Wow, that sounds dire. Now, of course, if this drags on long enough, that won't even matter, right? Because if we get past the planting season, all of a sudden, you know, you can have as much fertilizer as you want. Those plants still aren't going to grow to maturity, and you're not going to have food. Which, you know, that would be bad. Not having food. They say people are supposed to eat every
It's science.
day. That's what I've been hearing. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. But while we're talking about science, we should probably talk about the numbers. And the one man with the very best numbers, we all know it, everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying he's got the very best numbers. I'm, of course, talking about the great Harry Emden.
We have reached a milestone when it comes to President Trump's approval rating. CNN chief data analyst Harry Emden is here with that. So what is that milestone?
You know, I took a look at all the polling, averaged it all together, and we have now reached the year mark. We have now reached the year mark in which he has a negative net approval rating. So we have been talking about this for a long period of time. According to my average of polls, what we've been looking at is every day since March 12th, 2025, President Trump has been underwater, and we've been counting up the days. We've shown this slide a number of times, and we have now reached the point in which Trump has been swimming with the fishes for a year.
So not so happy anniversary.
No.
So
Unlike ours. Week.
It's always a happy
I
anniversary.
know. Love.
Underwater overall, but really bad with one voting group.
Yeah, really bad with one voting group. John, you know, we have spoken about this independence. The center of the electorate. We have been talking about how Trump has been just downright awful with them. And I decided we're going to look back and compare it to other presidents this century at this point in their second term, compare it to George Bush, compare it to Barack Obama, and look at that. 38 points underwater at this point. That is worse than Obama by 20 points. That is worse than George W. Bush by double digits. And of course, George W. Bush's second term went way off
Katrina.
the rails.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Fool me. Can't get fooled again. Fool me, can't get fooled again, okay? Remember that. Dick, you tell him. Now, there are some people you might remember back in the day. I mean, there weren't a lot of them on mainstream media, but there was a couple out there who were perhaps vocally anti-war when it came to Iraq, Afghanistan, the Forever War started by the Bush administration. I certainly remember a time when there was at least one guy. He was really, I mean, I remember him being very, or maybe I'm misremembering it, but I remember him being somewhat anti-war. But things have changed.
Let's move on to the focus group in podcast space or media space, because, of course, Bill Maher and Joe Rogan have weighed in. So let's get to it, Ryan. Let's start now with this clip of Joe Rogan on a recent show. He was actually with Michael Schellenberger in conversation. This just dropped yesterday, reacting to the war in Iran, F1.
What just seems so insane based on what he ran on. I mean, this is why a lot of people feel betrayed, right? He ran on no more wars and these stupid, senseless wars, and then we have one that we can't even really clearly define why we did it.
Well, but he said he's against endless wars.
Well, they're
running
all,
against endless wars.
Listen, man, they're all endless. Did you ever hear Rumsfeld talk about Iraq when it first happened?
Tell me.
They were talking about like 6 weeks. 6 weeks.
Oh, yeah.
6 weeks.
Yeah. But they put, that was ground force, and I know that they've not ruled that out. For me, that would be.
They have?
They have not.
Oh,
my understanding is
they
have not. Yeah.
I thought you said and now.
Yeah.
Have now.
No. This guy is just acting. You know, he says he's not getting where they want to get in the negotiations with the Iranians, so he says we have some leverage over you, and we're going to use it. Similarly,
but clearly, Israel wanted this.
Israel has its own motivations, I think.
Yeah.
But I think it's not quite accurate to say that. I just don't think, I think all the evidence shows that Trump is his own man and he is the president. And like literally he couldn't even give Elon the battery subsidy that he wanted. You know what I mean? It's like,
I get that.
I've never seen a politician act that independently. A president act that independently. So I'm skeptical of.
What you talking about?
I mean, I think that Rubio was sort of like, well, they were going to attack, and so we had to, there's some of that, but I just think Trump's doing what he wants to do, and we should.
You really think it's that simple? Trump's doing what he wants to do, and that's it?
Yes.
You don't think people are influencing him? Because there's a lot of war hawks around him, right? There's a lot of people that want this and have for a long time.
I mean, Netanyahu's in there, but then Tucker was in there a bunch.
But do you think
making the case against it?
Tucker has the kind
I missed this just now, but who in the fuck is this weirdo? Where does Joe find these creeps? I'm just wondering for a friend.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, Netanyahu's in there, but then Tucker was in there a bunch.
But do you think
making the case against it?
Tucker has the kind of influence that Netanyahu has?
Well, I mean, I guess if you just base it on the outcome, then the answer is no.
No.
But that's what I'm saying. I think he listens to everybody, but I just don't think Russians aren't behind him. Israelis. I mean, Trump look what he's been through.
For the record, Tucker has said in his conversations with Trump, I think he said this in his recent episode with Sagar, that he believes Trump did not want to do this. The alternative to that, Tucker knows Donald Trump much better than I do. But it's possible Trump, when he's in conversations with people, is one of those guys who's seeing it. I mean, he's a business dude. He's a pragmatist more than he's an ideologue. And he sort of makes you feel like he agrees with you. So there are different ways to.
Really, that's not the impression I get.
I don't believe that.
Right?
I don't believe that Trump was worried about bombing Iran. I believe that Tucker is accurately representing their conversations, that Trump was indicating he did not want to be dragged into the war, but I don't know that I necessarily agree that he was hesitant to strike.
As we talked about in the last segment.
What? What in the hell is Emily saying? Those were two contradictory sentences. What? Oh god, I'm sorry, I gotta move on from this. Love Ryan, but Jesus Christ. Emily is just, she's a very strange woman. She's a very strange woman. I don't know what that sent. I don't know what I'm supposed to take from that. I'm just gonna move on so I don't have to try and like unpack what the hell that was supposed to mean. It felt like it meant fuck all. Both X and also not X. Yeah, exactly. She's like, I don't believe that that's a thing, but I also do believe that that was actually maybe a thing. What, Emily? Who are you talking to? You're a grown woman. You just said that sentence.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Your job is politics.
Even if one nuke was used, there's also the ecological disaster that comes from that as well.
Hassan. Stupid, sexy Hassan. God damn you. We're starting from the beginning. You son of a bitch.
Bro, CIA don't even try to do fucking psyops. They just kind of look at you like this. They just come in here and they go, come on, talk about something else. Have you considered talking about something else today? China? Maybe China?
China! I have to have my China.
New poll, majority of Americans believe Trump launched Iran war to cover up Epstein scandal. Oh, God. I mean, I'll take it. I'll take whatever Americans believe. FBI warns cops about Iran drone strikes on California. What? FBI has warned police departments in California that Iran wants to retaliate for American attacks by launching offensive drones against the West Coast. That's insane. No. What are you saying? First of all,
by the way, I'm just noticing we're making some real progress on the numbers here. We're only 4 followers away on Twitch from 1,100. If you're on YouTube and you're not following us on Twitch, you should go do that now. Help us get to 1,100. We're getting super close, and we're like 25 subscribers away from 1,600 on YouTube's. So if you're on the Twitch, vice versa, maybe go over there, subscribe on YouTube, help us out. Help us with the numbers. I do appreciate your thumb clicking. It takes a little, just like Sanasu has done. Just so little effort. You're just clicking with your finger, thumb. You can probably get it done with your nose if you're feeling extra lazy, or your hands are doing other things. Who knows what you're doing right now? Maybe doing the dishes or petting your dog. Who knows what you're up to? I'm not keeping track of what you space fams are getting into from 1 second to the next.
The question I have is, that's the wrong coast. With what capabilities will the Iranians hit the West Coast, man? I'll be honest with you, dude. I mean, this is just like, are we planting a false flag? This is giving false flag. Okay? Very difficult for
Winnie, thank you for the follow on Twitch as well. Look at that. We're 2 away. So very close. There's 1. Yes, exactly. It's great. You'll notice that there's a bunch of sweet emotes on Twitch as well, just for the followers. Which is one of the cool Twitch perks.
This is giving false flag. Okay, very difficult for me to read this as anything but a potential false flag setup. I'm not gonna lie. The West Coast?
Not gonna do it.
Not even the East Coast, mind you. The West Coast? What are they gonna do? How are they gonna... What Iranian capabilities exist?
Oh, shit. Another follow on Twitch. Food for the night. we're now, I think, at 1,099 followers. One away from 1,100. So incredibly close.
Where they can...
We're making strides here, people, I gotta say. I know it feels like it's taken us forever to get here, and to some degree it has. It took us a year and a half to get to 1,000 subs on YouTube. But ever since getting back on YouTube, of course, we were, we lost the channel for 3 months at the end of the year last year. But we came back, and we've increased the channel, the subscribership on YouTube by like 40% at this point, nearly. In the short period of time, in less than 3 months, it's been like 2.5 months. Those are crazy numbers considering how long it took us to get the full monetization on YouTube. And of course, let's not forget that in the time that we were banned on YouTube, on Twitch, we doubled the channel's followers and the viewership as well, more than doubled the viewership. I mean, right now, Twitch is basically keeping up with YouTube's numbers almost.
Deploy Shahed drones off of the West Coast. Like what? They sent one of their Armada ship?
Just saying it's exciting. Just saying it's exciting, and it's all a result of all of you space fams getting the good galactic word out there to the people of the internet.
What Iranian capabilities exist where they can deploy Shahed drones off of the West Coast? Like what? They sent one of their Armada ships? Brother, Israel's Jericho 3 nuclear strike capabilities don't reach the West Coast. Think about how stupid this argument is. They're targeting Beverly Hills? Yeah, I think it's I mean, come on. This is ridiculous. Oh God. If I die in a psyop, if I die in a false flag, I'm gonna be so pissed. Like, just to get the rest of the goddamn country on board with this idiotic war for Israel. They're trying to hit the diaspora? No, they're not, dude. They're not trying to hit shit. Iran has literally said over and over again, we have no smoke for the American citizens. It's entirely Orientalist. It's entirely for the assumption that there is like this notion that like Hamas wants to kill Americans. Bullshit. Hamas has never operated outside of the confines of occupied Palestinian territory, and they literally tell people not to do any like lone wolf attacks or anything like that outside of occupied Palestinian territory. Okay, and yet if you ask the average American, they think, oh, well, Hamas does actually present a major threat to Americans. Like, it's bullshit. Same with Iran. Like, Americans do not get attacked by Iranian sleeper cells or even Hamas or Hezbollah. Like, that's not a real thing, okay? The only people that have activated sleeper cells in the country or have, like, instigated terror attacks in this country have been American State Department affiliated Salafist terror groups and you know, groups such as ISIS, okay, groups such as Al Qaeda, okay. It's ridiculous, and so many people don't understand that there is like major differences between these groups. Like Hamas is a nationalist emancipatory resistance front. Iran obviously is a whole ass sovereign nation state. Hezbollah is a paramilitary formation with its own political party in the Lebanese parliament. These are oftentimes factions that have fought and much success fought against ISIS and Al-Qaeda and Al-Qaeda style formations. They're not aligned with one another, but you can't, you just can't educate Americans on this stuff. They just cannot comprehend it. They literally think, oh, it's all the same. They're all Muslim, right? I don't know how to get across to the Americans that like Israel and the United States of America are more closely affiliated with Al-Qaeda and ISIS-style groups that have actually successfully struck American territory, successfully actually committed acts of terror on U.S. soil. Like, they are infinitely closer to the CIA, both in their ambitions and in their goals, and play a major role in agitating the Americans into waging war in the region that happens to take out Israel's enemies, right? Like, it's just so stupid that they just see all of these things and they go, well, that's like Islamic style backwards barbarians that just want to kill Americans because they hate our freedoms or whatever.
Yes, indeed. But of course, yeah, like Hassan's absolutely right. Like ISIS has killed, like, I don't know I can't remember the exact number, but while Iran has killed no at least up until this conflict, had killed no American soldiers for the last year. ISIS, I think, killed like at least 2 or 3.
Indicated like Hassan Abi. Yeah, a lot of indication left and right taking place.
When he rose, he decided to become a galactic patron. Great choice. Great choice.
As of late. This is a huge story in China right now, given how big of an outcry the installation of this caused back in 2017. Chinese tourism in South Korea was stopped. The Lot Group was essentially shut down in China. Nearly all of Lot Mart's 112 Chinese stores were closed down due to the fire safety issues. Hyundai and Kia had to close factories. K-pop disappeared from Chinese media, etc. And now the U.S. is just dismantling it to send it to the Middle East. So quite literally, to have this, South Korea endured tens of billions in economic damage and did enormous harm to its relations with its neighbor and largest trading partner, only for the U.S. to take it back whenever it suited them. The lesson writes itself. Also, collective trade total between the United States and South Korea is like, I think, $150 billion. Collective total trade between Israel and the United States of America is a little bit over 10 billion. Where I don't know. I mean, I don't know if those numbers are entirely correct, considering like how much of American involvement is in Israeli industry. But those numbers are not even close to one another. Like Korea is massive. Korea is a massive trading partner with the United States of America. Korea is infinitely more valuable from a materialist framework, if you were to look at it like that, as an ally. And same with the Gulf states. Infinitely more valuable as an ally, as a bulwark against socialism, and then also outside of that as a incredibly reliable trade partner. The idea that like we are, we bully them, we do not allow them to have any autonomy whatsoever over their own decision making, and then we just like pull out, we force them into taking THAADs, right? And then obviously the Korean leadership will be like, well, we wanted this because we're afraid of, Chinese missiles or North Korean missiles or whatever, except THAAD launchers aren't necessarily for the artillery barrage that North Korea could potentially deploy on South Korea. It's for missiles that go far beyond, right? Like it's a deterrence mechanism against China, and yet at the behest of Israel, in order to defend Israel, in order to defend Israel's ambitions of the region, we are literally over a vassal state that is infinitely more valuable to our foreign policy goals. Now, obviously, I am not someone who is in favor of American empire. I'm just exposing the contradictions here by trying to explain how stupid this is, right? I just want people to understand, like, these kinds of decisions that we are making are not even in line with American interests. They're not even in line with like pushing American hegemony. It's so Israel first that it totally drops any investment or any kind of interest that we have in regional stability and regional dominance in the Asian side of the world.
China.
It's totally ridiculous. I mean, it's been very beneficial for Russia, obviously. It's so crazy. Like, there is really no argument here. There is really no argument to be made other than if you are just Israel obsessed. If you're like an Israel obsessed pervert, then you're like, of course, America's most valuable ally is Israel. We have to do something. I mean, look at Iran. It's so dangerous. It's so scary. It's like, dog, they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything until like they were literally forced to, because we assassinated their head of state and their like highest religious figure. They were totally willing, to a degree that I consider to be foolish, to play ball with America, to negotiate with America over and over again, time after time, when America showed that they did not actually want to do any real negotiations, and they used perfidy and lied about their ambitions to negotiate, and then used that as an opening to, like, you know, blow up Iran as they did in the 12-day war. And the Iranians were still down. They were still down to negotiate. It's so stupid.
Yep, that's exactly what I've been saying this whole time, that there's so many, I mean, let's not forget that not only is that the case, but also the JCPOA, right? The JCPOA. Completely scuttled by the president, Donald Trump, completely throwing away the existing deal that existed that prevented Iran from having nuclear weapons. He just ripped it up because he didn't like that it was done by his predecessor, Barack Obama. He had a real problem with that, for whatever reason. So as a result of that, you know, the existing framework for peace and stability, at least as it related to supposedly like nuclear talks, right? Was the whole thing, right? Like literally, like it was supposedly the reason for any negotiations to exist in the first place between the United States and Iran, because we weren't at war before, like right before this, we weren't at war with Iran. We were negotiating with them to try and get them to stop nuclear enrichment, supposedly. And when the dog finally caught the car, you're like, oh, time to invade.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Is this Hassan's latest emote? Fa. Fa.
Yeah.
Fucking cool consciousness, the spectrum of awareness, experience, love, the force of consent, help, and hate. What are you saying, man? Please call me an Amerifat. I feel like it's the true Hassanabi experience. We're all Amerifat. Yeah, isolationism in the interim is just containing American death and destruction. It's overall beneficial for the rest of the world. It's for the greater good. Just a question: I can distinguish between a real revolution and one backed by foreign powers like the CIA and Mossad. I've seen many people during the December Iran protests say it's backed by the CIA and Mossad, and while I don't doubt they had influence, how can you tell this isn't a genuine will of the people? There's never been a protest that does not have a protest that has happened in a foreign country that is just like entirely CIA backed. Okay, the CIA is not omnipresent. So there is real anger and real resentment born out of a foreign government's inability to address the desires and address the needs of its people. This certainly has happened in Iran as well. So it's a bit of both, but it doesn't fucking matter. Okay? It doesn't matter because our goals, the CIA goals or the Mossad's goals here, is not remotely interested in bringing about a liberal, secular, democratic process to Iran. It's not. There are also never any big-scale protests without some sort of external support. I mean, the inception point for a lot of those protests, beyond like the regular reforms that people understandably demand from their government in Iran, is the economic setbacks, like the stranglehold that we have on the global markets, and how we have very deliberately destroyed the Iranian economy. Now, ironically enough, those sanctions that are ruthless, that are an act of collective punishment, have created this unique predicament where Iran actually doesn't suffer as much from blocking the fucking Strait of Hormuz, and neither does Yemen, ironically enough. Like, we have designed an isolated Iranian economy that can withstand the damming of the Strait of Hormuz, because we already don't let them participate in the global markets anyway. Yeah, if America was a part of the allied forces right now, ideologically, an anti-fascist force, they would be doing to they would be doing to Tel Aviv what we did to Dresden. Like, that's the real story here. So whenever people say, what about World War II? It's like, yeah, that was a just war. That was an honest war. That was a good one, right? But, you know, since then, there hasn't been a single good one, a single valid one.
Aww. Sad America soundshot. Hassan is right, though. Really hasn't been any good ones. I can think of since all of that. Matt Lee following on Twitch. Thank you, Matt. Honestly, I think it's important that people on YouTube follow on Twitch and vice versa. Mostly because at any moment, one of these channels could go down. Then you may or may not have another way of finding us, unless you're, you know, incredibly resourceful. Or if you happen to be in the Discord. Just gonna skip through Hassan's latest post here. Actually, was this from Hassan? Actually, no, this wasn't Hassan. Wait. No. Nope. Hassanabi Archive.
Forced from their homes.
Like, this is so unacceptable, okay? Israel is not only committing a fucking unjustified...
Are they the ones that Hassan hates? I always forget which one it is. I think it might be Hassanabi Archive, but I still keep getting recommended their videos, and I don't know. I don't know. Too late to go back now.
In Iran, specifically to destroy this 93 million population country that is a sovereign country. But then they're also simultaneously destroying another vassal state that happens to be a neighbor to Israel, which is the worst possible proximity you can have. Like, there is no other country that is in greater danger than a country that is near Israel, okay? 700,000 people displaced from their homes because Israel gets to destroy all of these neighborhoods. Like, it's unfucking bearable.
And we're also learning more about the costs of this war. A Pentagon estimate says that in the first 2 days of this war alone, 5.6...
Ukraine? No, honestly, like, Russia is obviously a dangerous country as well, willing to get their wishes across militarily, willing to blow up Ukraine, willing to destabilize Ukraine, willing to displace millions of Ukrainians. This is real, right? But for the time being, it's just Ukraine. Israel has done Ukraine times, you know, like, Israel's done a genocide to Gaza, right? Israel already has a permanent military occupation in the West Bank. Israel has done a genocide in Gaza that it had hermetically sealed through also a military occupation. Israel then also is taking territory in Syria. Like, Europeans, the way they're terrified of Russia, that is a reality in Israel. Like, that is the reality of Israel, okay? Ironically enough, Russia and Israel also very closely associated with one another, but that's neither here nor there, right? Like, the way that Europeans treat Russia and the fears that they have about this dangerous madman, this rogue nation that's, like, willing to cast aside international law and take take homicidal acts to its maximalist conclusion.
Illegal.
To militarily occupy a sovereign state like Ukraine, Israel is doing to multiple countries at the same time, right? Israel is such a dangerous entity that everything you can say about Iran, you could say about Israel tenfold. Everything you can say about Russia, you could say about Israel tenfold, right? It's crazy.
$6 billion were just spent on munitions, but there's also a human toll. The Pentagon also saying that about 140 U.S. service
Another
members
house
have
and
been
vindication
wounded,
for
but
later.
they say that most of them have returned to duty. Vlad.
All right, Matt, thank you very much.
New images near the Strait of Hormuz off Iran where
Trump posturing about nuclear war. I mean, this is something that I've been very scared of from the start. America and Israel both, if they feel like they've withstood too much humiliation, if they've endured too much humiliation from a country that we have been able to successfully destroy the economy of for years and years and years, I think that there is the last destabilizing thing that they could do, which is going up the escalation ladder to nukes.
They've lost their Navy, they've lost their Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft apparatus at all, they have no radar, their leaders are gone, and we could do a lot worse to one another. We're leaving certain things that if we take them out, or we could take them out by this afternoon, in fact, within an hour.
All right, we already covered this ridiculous
or some
press
other
conference.
like Ukrainian territory. Nukes would start flying all around the world, right? Like in that moment, once you deploy the first nuke after Hiroshima and Nagasaki on civilian territory or like military territory on a foreign adversary, every other country that has nukes has to use them. They have to use them. Otherwise, it's meaningless. Otherwise, nukes are utterly meaningless. As a deterrent, other nations would have to use their nukes. No, they don't. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Once the first nuke flies, every other country has to use their nukes. Is this hard to comprehend? Because in that moment, this is how mutually assured destruction works. Because in that moment, like you literally, if you don't use it, you lose it. It's over. Nuclear first strike has happened. Everyone has to start using their nukes. Everyone has to deploy their nukes. First, towards non-nuclear proliferated nations, and then to other nuclear proliferated nations, and the entire world collapses. Even if one nuke was used, there's also the ecological disaster that comes from that as well. And I'm not super fucking well read on this, but like this is how mutually assured destruction works. Like you're oversimplifying, Matt. If the U.S. used a tactical nuke, Russia.
Look at Hassan getting all doomerific over here. Jesus Christ.
Likely use a tactical nuke on Ukraine, not the big missiles. Oh my God. Yes, dude. But a nuke would be deployed. That's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't matter. Do you know what a tactical nuke is, by the way? That's not how mutually assured destruction works, man. Matt is about direct conflict between nuclear powers. Oh my God. I know. But this is a proxy war between a nuclear country with a non-nuclear country. Russia happens to also be engaged in a proxy war with a non-nuclear country. That's what I'm talking about. Hello? And eventually, it would turn into nuclear proliferated countries fighting against one another. It's over. The first country that slings nukes is over. It's just the world is over. It completely collapses. This may not be the case. It may be a radical anti-American, anti-Israeli coalition. Matt doesn't really apply in a multipolar setup with nukes on non-nuke countries. Why would Russia not deploy a tactical nuke, a mini nuke, which, by the way, is still far more powerful than the atom bomb that we used in Hiroshima and Nagasaki? When people say tactical nukes, they don't comprehend the destructive capabilities of said tactical nukes, okay? It's not just like a regular explosive ordnance. It's not like Moab. All of a sudden...
Also, oh, whoopsies, I hit the wrong button. Also, tactical nuke, like I just said before, we were talking about this subject earlier. It's a ridiculous phrase. It's a nonsense statement, okay? What does tactical even mean? It just means it just means strategy. Strategical. You just have a reason for doing it, essentially. You're just claiming to have a military purpose for doing something blatantly genocidal. Right? Like, it's like, we got a reason for the war crime. That's why we called it a tactical nuke.
nuke, which, by the way, is still far more powerful than the atom bomb that we used in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. When people say tactical nukes, they don't comprehend the destructive capabilities of said tactical nukes, okay? It's not just like a regular explosive ordnance. It's not like Moab. All of a sudden, we go up the fucking escalation ladder and we deploy nukes for the first time since Hiroshima and Nagasaki on a foreign adversary. And everyone that is a nuclear armed nation has to use their nukes in order to show the rest of the world that they have the capability of using nukes as a military deterrent. Because if you don't use them, you lose them. It's that simple.
Okay. GSL is the Banksy of streaming. Wow. I'll take that. I'll take that comparison. All right, let's go to the end of this Hassan ideology clip here.
Because we are so far removed from the impact. We are so far removed from retaliation. Israel, on the other hand, is fucking insane because they're not actually far removed from retaliation, as you are seeing over and over again. That's also part of the reason why I when I hear about like sleeper cells being activated or whatever, I think, oh, this is probably a false flag. Because in order to universalize the fear and the anger and resentment towards a foreign adversary, we kind of have to strike ourselves a little bit. We kind of have to slap ourselves a little bit so that Americans actually get worried and justify this sort of action. You're talking massive for someone within striking distance of Front de Libération.
No, boy, this is bad. You know how we were talking about how the IEA, the G7 countries, released strategic reserves of oil to prevent continued oil costs from going up? Unfortunately, that, as I mentioned, was only going to be a band-aid. If this continued... And I'm afraid I was right. And oil's is gone back up again here. Took a quick pause. Quick pause. Yesterday, Wednesday and Tuesday didn't make any drastic moves like we saw on Monday morning. But as you can see here, it is tracking back up towards $100 a barrel this morning over in Asia.
Du Québec, tabarnak. Listen, I'm in favor of Quebecois separation. Tabarnak.
Other thing, we were talking about the mines, right? The idea, CNN was reporting that that Iran, Red Sea, then CENTCOM, in the Strait of Hormuz, then CENTCOM released this video they say is of U.S. warplanes and missiles striking the Iranian mine-laying ships. Is this enough to disable them? I think we think the Iranians have, 5,000 mines that they could use? Would this be enough to stop efforts to mine the straits?
It's obviously... It helps, but we're talking about 1,000-mile coastline, and we're talking about a capacity of Iran to use all manner of ships, dhows, things that look like fishing ships. Yeah, you can't do that at scale, but you can certainly throw one or two over the back of the boat, and no one will know.
By the way, I listened to this and I think they cut it out just now because of what she said. And we didn't watch it because of what she said. But this woman, go watch it yourself. This is the CNN clip. She said some fucking insane. This woman said some crazy people stuff. Just some wild, unhinged nonsense. Honestly, vaguely genocidal rhetoric, honestly. But she basically claimed that Hezbollah was punching itself in the face, but that was not the phrase she used. She used a much more inflammatory phrase than that. Claimed that Hezbollah was punching itself in the face with Israel's bombs. I guess by just existing. But it was disturbing coverage coming out of CNN on this. Meanwhile, 1 million people have been displaced by Israel's bombs in Lebanon so far in the last 2 weeks, and they want us oh god to accept that kind of framing. I just disgusted. I was disgusted.
Disgusting, and probably illegal.
All right. Let's go here now. Channel 4 News 8 hours ago. Hezbollah and Iran hit Israel in joint attack.
12 days into this war, and Iran's strategy ever clearer: hit the oil industry, hit the world economy. Oman says drones struck one of its coastal depots. It followed reported projectile strikes on 3 commercial vessels near the crucial Strait of Hormuz. With reports Iran had placed about a dozen mines in its waters, Iran threatening to take oil to $200 a barrel.
Any vessel whose cargo or oil shipment is destined for the United States, the Zionist regime, or their hostile partners will be considered a legitimate target.
Overnight, the US said it sank 16 Iranian ships, among them mine layers. But it's another alleged US strike from day one of this war, attracting ever more scrutiny. Iran says 175 people, most of them 7 to 12-year-old girls, were killed in the town of Minab, their elementary school adjoining a naval base destroyed. This image identified as a US Tomahawk cruise missile. Today, the New York Times reports that a preliminary US military inquiry has determined its forces were to blame. Donald Trump, who had erroneously said that Iran had Tomahawks, questioned today.
A new report says the military investigation has found it was the United States that struck the school.
I don't know about
In Tehran today, a mass funeral for senior commanders killed in US and Israeli strikes. Declarations of support for the new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, still to make a public statement since succeeding his father. An Iranian official telling the Reuters news agency that he was lightly injured but continuing to operate.
All these people here will defend their homeland, their new leader, and the principles of their martyred imam to the last drop of their blood.
Opponents of the regime warn today that they'll be dealt with as enemies if they protest in the streets, as they watch the unrelenting bombing from their homes. We heard from one such voice today. We're calling her Mona, her words spoken by an actor.
Our only hope for continuing this life is that the Islamic Republic is destroyed. We have nothing left to lose. And if these people stay in charge, there will be nothing left of the country.
The US military saying it had struck 5,500 targets so far, that Iran's drone and missile attacks had dropped drastically as a result. Analysis by the Center for Non-Proliferation Studies suggests US forces are repeatedly striking Iranian underground missile bases known as missile cities, like this one in Kashan, rather than trying to penetrate dense rock, attacking tunnel entrances, sealing off missile stocks. And increasingly, there's a longer-term objective, hitting manufacturing infrastructure, like this solid missile propellant plant in Shahrud. Nearly every building on the site damaged or destroyed.
Every single Iranian missile base has been targeted and pretty effectively damaged, right? Many of them very extensively. it will take a very long time for the Iranian missile force to recover from this.
The US president himself telling the Axios news site that there was practically nothing left to hit inside Iran, repeating that the war would end soon. But at RAF Fairford, the US bombers were still being prepped for more missions.
Well, Donald Trump has again been...
That's weird. If all the missiles and the missile launchers and the missile launching infrastructure is all gone, why do we need to do more bombing missions? That is very strange.
That's really weird.
Describing the conflict as an excursion and claimed the US had hit 28 ships trying to plant mines. Let's get the latest from our US editor, Anushka Astana.
So I was standing on the South Lawn earlier listening to Donald Trump as he headed across to Marine One, and I would describe his mood as pretty bullish on all of this. He was talking again about Iran's behaviour over 47 years rather than specifically over recent years, and he was saying that the US had hit Iran harder than any country had been hit in history. He said he'd been having conversations with other leaders who had been praising how strong the US military had been. It's as if he wants to frame this whole thing around the idea of US military might. But Krish, as you've been saying, it looks like increasingly likely that the US military may have made one of the most devastating errors in recent decades, striking a school potentially and killing 175, most of them children. It's been interesting to hear Donald Trump's words, language change around that issue, originally suggesting, as you just heard, that it might have been Iran that tomahawks generic missiles. In fact, they're sold by the US and they have not sold them to Iran, only to a few close allies. He has said at one point that he will live with what that report says, but he's going to have to do more than live with it. He's going to have to explain, and presumably consequences will be demanded.
And did he say anything about the oil crisis?
Yeah, he did. He was asked whether or not he'd spoken to oil chief executives, urging them to carry on sending their companies through the Strait of Hormuz. Donald Trump said he thinks that they
keep
should
sending them. He is a fucking... he's a madman. He is a fucking madman. Keep sending them, no big deal. Just don't worry about the bombs. Just send them on through. Don't worry about Iran saying that they'll blast any boat. No, we're not providing any sort of escort, but I think you'll be fine. Just aim straight. Aim straight, buddy. You'll be fine.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
That, using it again to boast about that military prowess, about the number of ships that are on the bottom of the ocean. I was interested to hear that he was also hitting out once again at Spain, saying he was thinking about cutting off all trade with Spain. He did not mention the UK, and honestly, you could almost hear the sigh of relief from diplomats in the British embassy. They are tracking what Donald Trump says very closely, hoping that things have calmed down after he had a somewhat frosty call with Keir Starmer on the weekend.
Anushka Astana in Washington. Well, a little earlier, I was joined from New York by Richard Haas, who held senior positions in the US Defense and State Departments and was an advisor to Colin Powell in the lead up to the Iraq War. I asked him how the three main parties involved in this war might end it.
Well, that first assumes that the three parties all want to end it. At the moment, it's not clear any of them do, but I think it's a question more of when, not if, the United States does. Israel probably prefers for this to go on for some time and then some. Iran is the biggest question mark. The question is whether they're prepared to settle. If so, what kind of terms and so forth. But I think the hard truth is it takes one country to begin a war, and in this case, it's going to take three to end it.
Why would Iran want to carry on?
One country to start at three. In this particular case, to end it. That's right, because even if the United States wants to end it, it can't end it unilaterally. Israel just vowed to continue this to prevent the Iranian regime from ever resting, essentially, and that they would continue this literally indefinitely. It's insane. So, you know, Trump started something here that he honestly, I don't know if he knows how to finish. Well, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit on this.
And Gulf nations. Moscow has previously denied claims that it's providing intelligence to Iran. The war in the Middle East offers Russia an opportunity to expand its influence, diplomatically and economically, something unlikely to have escaped Vladimir Putin. Moscow has long maintained close ties with Iran. At the same time, Moscow is attempting to position itself as a global peacemaker, condemning what it calls an unprovoked act of armed aggression by the United States and Israel, and criticizing the assassination of Iran's supreme leader. Military cooperation between Russia and Iran has deepened in recent years, with Iran developing the Shahid drone technology that Russia has scaled up for mass production and battlefield use in Ukraine. With the Strait of Hormuz effectively out of business, and disruptions to global oil supply, with producers including Iraq, Kuwait and the UAE cutting output, energy markets are in turmoil. Some may look to Russia to help offset the supply shocks. Putin has already signalled his readiness to supply Europe with the oil and gas it requires. European leaders warn that would be a mistake.
Some argue that we should abandon our long-term strategy and even go back to Russian fossil fuels. This would be a strategic blunder.
The irony is striking. More than 4 years after invading Ukraine, Russia is now accused of helping fuel another conflict, even as global attention shifts away from the war it began. Well, joining me now from Vienna is Russian diplomat Dmitry Polyansky, who is Russia's representative at the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Thank you for joining us. Can you begin by just telling me what support and help is Russia giving Iran, if any?
As far as I know, judging from what my president said, answering these questions, Iran has not asked for any support, any help, and that was it.
But you are close allies, and you fought together before in Syria, notably. I mean, the question is, why not?
I don't know why Iranians are not asking for any help from us. I think they can defend themselves on their own, and they are showing that they are capable of doing it. I think everybody sees this. So you need to ask this question to Iranians, not to me.
And if there was a request, would Russia consider it?
You're a master of asking hypothetical questions. Are we here for that, or are we to discuss practical things?
He's not allowed to ask hypothetical questions. Oh, that's rude. How rude of you. Channel 4. Hypotheticals? Come on. Now, if you didn't catch it in that last video, Iran has been telling the world to get ready for $200 a barrel oil. Which, if we were to get there, I think, I mean, if we could even get it, you'd see gas prices at like something horrifying. You know, like $10 a gallon or something. But honestly, at that point,
Iran
everything
said
just
the
shuts
world
down.
should get ready
right?
for oil to hit $200
like when
a
when
barrel
gas
as it's
gets like when gas gets too expensive for everyone to buy, all of a sudden just like everything shuts down everywhere because nobody can like justify to put the gas in their tank.
Iran said the world should get ready for oil to hit $200 a barrel as its forces attacked merchant ships on Wednesday in the blockaded Gulf. That included a Thai-flagged bulk carrier that was set ablaze, forcing the evacuation of the crew, with 3 people reported missing and believed trapped in the engine room. Iran also fired at Israel and targets across the Middle East on Wednesday, demonstrating it can still fight back despite what the Pentagon has described as the most intense U.S.-Israeli strikes yet. Ibrahim Zolfagari is a spokesperson for Iran's military command who addressed the United States in his remarks.
You will not be able to keep oil and energy prices artificially low through economic life support. As we have already warned, if the war spreads across the region, expect oil to reach $200 per barrel. Oil prices follow the level of security in the region, and the source of that insecurity is you.
Yes, indeed. The United States is a source of this particular insecurity at this moment. And, oh, it feels like we're just going to keep trotting off into the dark, terrible future that we are headed in. I don't know. I keep hoping for something positive to talk about on one of these streams. I'm feeling very pessimistic, I'm afraid. Everyone start buying batteries, says Konami Kun. Yeah, that's a good plan. That's a good plan if you can, but how are you going to charge the battery? Off of the petrochemical fueled electricity grid? Better have a solar panel. Have a solar panel and a way for that panel to connect to at least one battery. Otherwise, you're in trouble. I personally am lucky. I've done some amount of prepping in the past, so I've got both. I've got a battery backup and a solar panel. Recently, I was considering connecting the all of the stream equipment. I was trying to figure out whether or not I could manage to do it, but connecting all of that to the battery and then connecting that battery to, you can charge it simultaneously off of the grid or whatever and run, theoretically, as much as you're taking in as you're putting out. And I was trying to come up with a way where I could keep the stream running even if the power were to go out. On the space station, of course. It happens from time to time. But we're the strongest army of the world. It's true. Oh, yeah. Yep. Strongest army of the world. It's gotten into the most quagmires of the 21st century. America. Now, while Israel is waging a war, oh God, hiccups. Okay, we're good. All right. While Israel's waging a war against Israel, Israel's not waging a war against Israel. Well, I mean, I guess in a way they are. While Israel's waging a war against Iran, they're also waging a war against Lebanon and a bunch of people around here Syria. Let's not forget, though, of course, Palestinians are still being genocided. But nobody's watching.
انتوا خيامكم زادة وادخل عليهم. خليها تكمل هاي رمضان.
Well, there you go. That was the Associated Press from 6 hours ago. Video showing Israel striking a fucking tent camp in Gaza after an evacuation order, I guess. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous. Like that does not, like, it doesn't matter, right? Like, Israel can do as many evacuation orders of Gaza as they want. Doesn't make the evacuation orders legal or the strikes themselves legal. All of it's a crime. It's all a bunch of crimes. A veritable onion of crimes. Humanitarian, international, and war. Crimes.
Illegal.
Crimes. Now, earlier on Wednesday evening, about 6-7 hours ago, two more oil tankers, bringing it to 5 in 24 hours' time, were struck in Iraqi waters.
Breaking news from around the region, 2 foreign tankers carrying Iraqi fuel were subjected to unidentified attacks inside territorial waters, causing them to catch fire. That's according to an official from the Iraqi port and reported to Reuters. I want to bring in John Holman now, who joins us live from Washington, D.C. So, John, there's still a lot of stuff happening in the region. The president has been traveling today. We've heard him speak on multiple occasions. Is the message on when this is ending or how the mission is going getting any clearer?
I think part of his message, yes, is on when this is ending. The second part of what you're saying, is it getting any clearer? Not so much, but he is labelling it now a little excursion, his words, as if it was sort of a day trip rather than a military operation or a war, as some people have called it. He said that the military is far ahead of their scheduled objectives, and that's basically been his message since the beginning of the week, saying that this is going to be over very soon, but without actually giving a time frame from it. I think the rest of what he's saying, he's been repeating the same lines, that we're hitting Iran very hard, that they don't know what to do with it. He said at one point that no country had been hit as historically as we're hitting Iran right now. But that was in an address to sort of the faithful that he's been given. I think he may even still be speaking now. He's been enjoying speaking in Kentucky to Republicans and fans of his. But I think perhaps the more telling interaction was when he was just setting off in Marine One, the helicopter, and he was asked a couple of quite pertinent questions that he didn't want to answer. He was asked, for example, can you declare victory if the son of the late Supreme Leader is still in charge? And he said that basically he didn't have a comment on that. We remember that just a very short time ago, he was saying that it was unacceptable. The leader of the son of the late Supreme Leader was an unacceptable leader, that he was a lightweight, that President Trump had to be involved in that decision making. So a change there. He was also asked if he'd be willing to withdraw US forces if Iran hadn't turned over the precursors, the ingredients for making nuclear weapons. And he said he didn't want to answer that. And I think since at the very start of this conflict, that was one of the major reasons for the United States actually going in. That might be a shock or a surprise to some people.
Yeah, some people might be surprised by the fact that, Donald Trump would go back on or change his reasoning for anything that he would do. I mean, that's shocking. Totally weird. Totally unlike him. All right, let's see, what else do we got here? Oh, yes, right here. Associated Press, 5 hours ago. Donald Trump claims the United States has won the Iran war. I guess it's all over. Nothing to worry about.
And as we take decisive action to stop the threat posed by the terrorist regime in Iran with Operation Epic Fury. Is that a great name? Well, it's only good if you win. You know, you can only do. And we've won. Let me tell you, we've won. You know, you never like to say too early you won. We won. We won the bet. In the first hour, it was over. We don't want to leave early, do we? We got to finish the job, right? Over the past 11 days, our military has virtually destroyed Iran. Tough country. Their air force is gone, totally gone. That took the better part of about 3 hours. They no longer have radar. They don't have anti-aircraft equipment. They don't have anything. Their missiles are down 90%. Their drones are down 85%. And I can only say this. They were all prepared. They're very strong. You know, they're going to try and take over the whole Middle East. They were going to knock out Israel. They don't know what the hell hit them, right? They don't know what hit them. They got hit by the American military. They don't know. They say, what the hell is happening?
Look at these people in the fucking crowd. What a bunch of grinning idiots. Can you imagine? Can you imagine still going to Nazi party rallies in 2026? My God.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Also, why is Donald Trump still holding political rallies right now? Does he not have more important things to do? Is he running for president for a third time? Fourth time? Whatever time? Whatever time it is. Fourth, fifth time? How this isn't backfiring more spectacularly for him in terms of, like, losing the support with his cult base is beyond me. These people are impossible to lose for Donald Trump. He could literally murder... He could start murdering MAGA supporters. I figure it would take until at least, like... It would take like 999,999. And then as he would get to the millionth MAGA supporter, somebody would be like, wait a second. I don't think Donald Trump is America first.
drum up.
Nassau County spokesperson says, curious, why do you think Thune is stopping the SAVE Act filibuster reform? Because I think they are very clear that there is a less than zero chance that Democrats are going to take back the Senate in the fall. And the thing that nobody wants, and I would include into this even a lot of Democratic senators, they don't want there to be enough of a precedent to get rid of the filibuster. Now, what we have memory hold is that Republicans got rid of the filibuster like 4 or 5 times at the beginning of last year to pass different things. And I'm not talking about the reconciliation bill. There was one, the first one was they did a carve out for the filibuster on cafe standards to keep California from raising pollution standards. So it can be done. Nobody wants to talk about it because in both parties, there are, and I would say there's more in the Republicans than there are in the Democrats. But in both parties, there's significant numbers of lawmakers who don't want to have to address the fact that they don't hold positions that a lot of their voters would want. So what the filibuster does, it gives them the opportunity to vote for something that they know is not going to pass. For all intents and purposes. That's a little bit of a simplistic version, but not too simplistic. That's more or less what it is. All right, let's get to this. We spoke with Professor.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I'll leave you with Sam, I think. I think Uncle Sam's got this.
Juan Cole yesterday on the program, and if you missed that for any reason, I would recommend highly that you go back and listen to that interview because the professor made it clear, and while it was, the professor made it clear that Iran is going to dictate the pace and duration of this war going forward. It was clear on Friday of last week that the White House was starting to set up a situation where Trump could announce victory and go home regardless of what the situation was. But what has happened over the course of the weekend is that it has become clear that Iran has taken out a lot of the U.S. radar facilities throughout the region to the point where we have had to pull some of this equipment from South Korea. They will get into that, but the long and short of it is, in 2017, the Trump administration insisted on putting in our latest version of essentially like missile tracking devices into South Korea. It came at a great cost for South Korea because China had embargoed some products, and it cost South Korea. And we're now airlifting those things out because we don't have any in the Middle East. And rather than Iran running out of its ability to fire missiles, it seems that Iran was withholding a lot of their missiles and suicide drones till after, which makes total sense. I imagine to people in the military, they could have predicted this. But it makes total sense to me as a layperson.
Try to outlast the people who have to be docked outside.
You withhold a lot of your weaponry for when you know its hit rate, its yield is going to be higher because there's no missiles to make Israel or other possible targets aware that these things are coming. And Iran has intensified its attacks on Tel Aviv, and they have begun to mine the Straits of Hormuz. And the world is in sort of coming to the awareness that the U.S. and Israel are not in control of this war. They are not dictating the length of this war, and that Iran has every incentive in the world to make the entire world pay a massive price, like literally, economically, because they want to make sure that next time nobody attacks them. They don't have a nuclear weapon, so they don't have that deterrent, but they do have something pretty close in terms of impact, and that being operative control, or at least the ability to stop the flow of 20% of the world's oil supply. And I don't know what percentage, but a significant one of the world's fertilizer. But fear not, the Trump administration's on it. I mean, this is honestly like, this would be like a good episode of The Office if it wasn't so horrific. If we're not talking about thousands of Iranians dead, potentially millions poisoned, at least a half a dozen U.S. servicemen dead, hundreds injured. We don't have as much reports out of Israel because they essentially censor, but presumably dead civilians in Israel as well. And there's very likely a recession in this country, perhaps an international one. We don't know what the end is, but now they're all trying to cover their asses and blame other people. And here is where the buck stops, says Donald Trump. And more or less, he says, not with me.
The situation was very quickly approaching the point of no return, and the United States found it intolerable, in my opinion, based on what
do you know what we're here
Steve
for?
and Jared and Pete and others were telling me, Marco, so involved, that I thought that they were going to attack us. I thought they would, if we didn't do this.
Walking Stick Library over on Twitch. Thank you for the raid. Hope you're doing well tonight. Hope the stream went well.
At the time we did, I think they had in mind.
As you can see, another Iran war update going on over here.
So there it is. I mean, we know now we have the list of guys who are responsible for telling the president, oh, what can I do? I just got to listen to my advisors. That was 2 days ago.
One guy,
yesterday.
one time.
Here's Pete Hegseth at the Pentagon. And I want you to think for a moment all the things that might surprise you if you are Secretary of Defense when you engage in a war. Think of all the things that might surprise you. We're now, what, a week in to the war, right? Think of all the things after a week that would surprise you about the enemy.
Has been the Iranian regime attacking countries that are not attacking them. I'm curious if that surprised you as well. And General, curious if you were open to the possibility of escorting vessels through the Strait of Hormuz, and if you could describe some of the challenges of doing so.
Big mistake by the Iranian regime to start targeting its neighbors right away, exposing who they are and what they're all about, indiscriminate targeting, flailing recklessly at the beginning. I can't say that we anticipated necessarily that's exactly how they would react, but we knew it was a possibility. And I think it was a demonstration of the desperation of that regime then and that regime now, that they...
The idea that now the Iranians have exposed themselves to people that they have lived with for their, for their entire existence. Like, I am sure the people in Dubai are now like, oh, now we really know who the Iranians are.
After 3,000 years.
We finally figured out those Persians.
Finally.
And the idea that Iran would attack U.S. bases and inflict some type of like economic costs on these countries that have been clearly sort of supporting U.S. military in one fashion or another. Is that really surprising?
They're indiscriminately attacking all these countries that we use as aircraft carriers.
They're flailing around. Meanwhile, it seems like their flailing is having the exact impact that they wanted it to.
Is the other country in the region that's bombing 5-7 countries flailing recklessly as well?
Yeah, it's unclear. We're really surprised that Israel decided to bomb Lebanon when we were bombing Iran. Well, at the very least, at least the guy in charge of, and there, incidentally, there's other reporting now that suggests that Witkoff and Kushner had absolutely no idea what they were negotiating with Iran. That they had no idea what the Iranians were saying to them. You'll recall about a week ago, we played a clip. I think he was on a week from Sunday. The foreign minister of Oman was saying the Iranians made an offer that went further than any offer they've ever made before. They said they would not stockpile enriched uranium. They would enrich uranium, but they would use it. They wanted the ability, and this makes total sense for any country. They wanted the ability to control their own energy supply. Because the United States was like, we'll give you free energy. And
yeah, Iran basically came up with a deal that nobody had ever come up with before. Better than Obama had received, and Trump said that's not good enough.
Immediately, if not sooner.
What a terrible, slightly less than 2 weeks. Nearly 2 weeks at this point. We're approaching 2 weeks. It's getting out of hand. Technically, we're starting day 13 here. Day 12 of the Iran war over. Day 13 now beginning. Welcome. Hope you're all enjoying. Alright, let's go here. We're running out of videos. BBC News live stream from 7 hours ago. See what's going on with BBC. The British Broadcasting Company.
Inflation, which feeds into higher interest rates because the Bank of England can't relax as much about prices, which feeds into mortgages. And Simon, we are seeing the mortgage market respond essentially.
Fuck, I gotta pee.
Yeah, it's been described as the recent days have been some of the most turbulent in the UK mortgage market since the aftermath of the 2022 mini budget. You've seen 500 or so mortgage products pulled off the shelves in the last 2 days, the highest number since the Liz Truss budget. That's about 6% of the market. You've seen, as you say, mortgage rates were on their way down. There was this gradual decline over time, and that is now reversed because that Bank of England rate cut that everyone thought was in the bag is now looking very unlikely. And so you're now looking at an average 2-year fixed deal at just over 5%. Wow. That's up from 4.84 just on Friday. So some quite significant moves there.
Yeah, very significant. People might have been hanging on thinking interest rates are floating down. I'll wait to remortgage.
Quite.
And finding it's a shock to the system. Simon, thank you for that. Let's get a little more on developments in the war, aside from the energy price ramifications. We try on this programme and elsewhere to keep across the testimony of Iranians themselves. And before we get into some specific developments, let's hear from some of the Iranians who've crossed into Turkey today. This is where BBC colleagues can actually speak directly to people who've been in Iran. And several have been speaking to the BBC's Dan Johnson.
The war is starting, my car is broken, all the glasses, very, very dangerous. Smashed. From bombing? Yes, when I want to go into my job, open the door and suddenly bombing and all the glasses is broken suddenly. I crying 2 days. Why I have to leave my home? Why? Just for bombing? Just for regime? Why?
What do you say to Donald Trump now?
Please finish it, please.
Keep bombing.
Please finish it. Keep bombing and kill the regime, but not people. I hope the Iran is free and we came back to home.
It's one of the most important things that most of Iranians inside Iran want. They want normal relation with the United States, with Arab countries, with European countries, with the Israelis. They aren't our enemies.
Let's not fool ourselves. The world's powers are not going to bring democracy and freedom to other countries. They look for their own benefits, but people should make change by themselves. The fact that there was some people inside the country asking US to make a military attack to change the regime, that's not working. There is no future in that.
The 2 week war? No, it should be called the 2 or 3 week war. Okay, if we're gonna name it something, 2 or 3 weeks. Donald Trump's favorite phrase. The 2 or 3 week war. Maybe 4 or 5 week war. The war of an undeterminate amount of time.
Missiles were fired for a week at my city Urmia. Now Tabriz and Tehran are in a very bad situation. I support the American strikes. I hope Iran will see a change and we will be free. The regime must go.
Those were the voices of Iranians speaking to Dan Johnson on the border with Turkey, the Iranian border with Turkey. With me in the studio here in London is Behrang Tajdin, BBC Persian correspondent. What news from inside Iran, Behrang, at the moment are you hearing?
So we are hearing that there are more attacks on Tehran, also in the town of Marivan in western Iran, in the
I'm just gonna keep going through this stream. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. It's like 4 frickin' hours long. Let's just see what kind of things they're talking about over here.
12. So let's get you up to speed, particularly when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. 3 commercial ships have been hit by projectiles in the Gulf in the space of just a few hours. 2 were off the coast of the United Arab Emirates, the third in the Strait of Hormuz. At least 20 crew members were rescued from this Thai-flagged cargo ship after it was hit and caught fire. And the US military has also been conducting its own strikes, claiming it's eliminated 16 Iranian mine-laying ships that were threatening the strait and the safety of the ships in the region. Well, the blockade of the strait is causing major issues for global oil supplies, with prices rising again today. And in response, the 32 member countries of the International Energy Agency have announced the biggest release of oil reserves in its history. The nations have unanimously agreed today to make 400 million barrels of oil from their emergency reserves available to the market. Well, here's the IEA Director, Fatih Birol.
This is a major action aiming to alleviate the immediate impacts of the disruption in markets. But, to be clear, the most important thing for a return to stable flows of oil and gas is the resumption of transit through the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, our business correspondent Michelle Fleury is in New York and explains the significance of this decision.
The fact that they're doing the biggest strategic release of oil reserves in its history, double anything we've seen before in terms of size. They're trying to make a statement here, and I think it underscores the seriousness of the situation when you've got the Strait of Hormuz, which is responsible for about a fifth of the world's oil passing through there.
This is a live feed of freedom. Yes, correct. This is the most patriotic live stream on YouTube and Twitch that one could possibly watch at this time right now. Write that down.
Freedom! Freedom!
General Kenobi!
Could do a lot worse. Here he is.
What more do you need to do militarily for this operation to end? More of the same, and we'll see how that all comes out. Right now, they've lost their Navy, they've lost their Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft apparatus at all, they have no radar, their leaders are gone, and we could do a lot worse. We're leaving certain things that if we take them out, or we could take them out by this afternoon, in fact, within an hour, they literally would never be able to build that country back.
A new report says that the military investigation has found that the United States struck the school in Iran. As Commander-in-Chief, you take responsibility for that.
That is what?
As Commander-in-Chief, do you...
For what?
For the strike on the school in Iran. A new report says the military investigation has found it was the United States that struck the school.
I don't know about it.
So Donald Trump there taking questions, trying to answer some questions or trying to avoid them as well there. Now, in Iran, the United States Central Command says that U.S. forces have conducted airstrikes on more than 5,500 targets inside the country. And today, Israel says it's launched new wide-scale waves of strikes on Iran, which it says targeted infrastructure. The Iranian Red Crescent Society says that nearly 20,000 civilian buildings, including at least 16,000 residential units, have been affected after more than 12 days of war. And this morning, Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps said that it had begun its 35th wave of attacks. Berang Tajdin from the BBC Persian service has the latest.
a couple of hours ago, they released a statement saying that they have started actually 38th wave of attacks on Israel and also neighboring countries, where they claim that these are American targets because these are facilities used by the American forces. But in Iran, we have had more reports of attacks on Tehran and also on the city of Marivan in western Iran, and a hospital has closed in the southern city of Bushehr on the Persian Gulf. Bushehr is the same city that hosts Iran's only nuclear power plant, and also Rosatom, which is the Russian company that is involved in nuclear power generation, has said that it has taken out 150 members of staff from the Bushehr power plant and taken them back to Russia. So that is what is happening in terms of war. And from what we are hearing from people in Iran is that since yesterday, when the chief of Iranian police kind of threatened everyone that if they share any pictures or videos with the likes of BBC Persian or even post them on social media, they will be targeted and prosecuted and punished.
Yeah, in fact, multiple governments. It's fascinating. Israel's supposedly the only democracy in the Middle East, but it's not just the Gulf countries, but Israel also all just punishing people for trying to post things to the internet about what's going on without running it by the respective government of the territory they happen to be in.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
A little old-fashioned repression, though,
Hello, I'm Regini Vaidyanathan. We begin this hour with the latest on the US-Israel war with Iran, now in its 12th day. Concern is growing over the economic impact of the conflict. 32 countries have approved the largest ever release of strategic oil reserves. Members of the International Energy Agency will make 400 million barrels of oil available, aiming to curb rising prices. It comes after 3 commercial ships were hit.
By the way, just a reminder, 400 million barrels of oil is slightly less than 4 days' supply of oil for the planet.
And hit in and close to the Strait of Hormuz today, with Iran again warning no oil cargo linked to the US and Israel will be allowed to pass. Well, let's speak to our business correspondent in New York, Michelle Fleury. So, Michelle.
Now, of course, not all oil flows through the Strait of Hormuz. So, in terms of how much oil is being prevented from getting to market as a cause of that, I can't do the math on all that right now on top of my head. But I mean, I guess technically this probably helps for a couple of weeks.
Well, we're talking about the impact of the war on oil prices. Let's start with what the markets have been doing today.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the markets actually react negatively.
Although it's really all just in theory, right? Like, in theory, it should help with more supply, but that's not a given. The price can still continue to go up regardless. We were actually seeing it going on right now. So, really, what does it mean? To add supply is just a hope. It's a hope and a prayer. The demand won't exceed supply and cause prices to rise contrary to your desires.
And in terms of oil price, which everyone obviously has been paying such close attention to, actually it didn't make that much of a difference to the price. It sort of came down fractionally from about $92 to about $90 a barrel. It's been bouncing around there. I think what that tells us is that you've got the IEA on the one hand making this huge move, right, historic in size, and yet investors aren't reacting. And it speaks to the concern about how long this conflict may last. Clearly, they think it will potentially exceed the amount of oil that has been released, which, if you think about 20 million barrels per day, roughly, is what goes through the Strait of Hormuz. That translates to about 20 days when you break down that 400 million.
Indeed. And what reaction, if any, have we had from the US administration to this? I mean, at the moment, is there a sense that the American consumer, or indeed other consumers around the world, are going to start really feeling the difference on this?
I mean, I think initially, certainly, if you talk to people filling up their cars, they are suffering real sticker shock at the moment. Obviously, here in America, but also around the world, people are kind of trying to adjust their expectations. In terms of economists, they are talking about, it all depends on how long this lasts. So, for example, we're already starting to see the cost of fertilizer go up. That's another thing that's been affected by this. That probably takes about 6 to 12 months before you would kind of see that feed through to maybe prices at the grocery store. So it depends on how long this lasts as to kind of how severe the impact will be in global economic terms. But most immediately, right now, people are feeling it every time they go to the
12 months? 6 months from now is like literally the general election of the midterms. Right? Like, it's like, or is that the end of the primaries? I'm trying to think. Either way, it's like literally the middle of the election year, heading into the holidays. Right? We're talking about September, mid to late September. A month from Halloween, 2 months out from. So you're talking about basically 6 to 9 months from now is literally holiday season. Midterm year. That's when we're going to start seeing grocery prices start ticking up. If this continues. Oh boy. Wow. Silver lining, I guess.
Station.
Okay, Michelle Fleury.
But really, now that I'm saying it out loud, I'm just like, wait a second. I'm going to be the one paying higher prices. We all are.
Awful. Weak.
Thank you very much for that update. Well, as we mentioned, Iran has effectively stopped tankers from using the sea passage which connects the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, the gateway to the Indian Ocean. And that's through which 20% of the world's oil is carried. Earlier, 3 ships were hit in the Strait of Hormuz as Iran seeks to impose an economic penalty for attacks from the US and Israel. So let's go through what happened. Well, Thailand's Navy says 23 crew members were rescued from this Thai-flagged cargo ship after it was hit while sailing through the strait. Thai authorities say the ship was targeted after departing from Khalifa port in the United Arab Emirates. Well, this is what we know about where the other 2 ships were attacked. A Japan-flagged container ship called One Majesty has been left with a 10-centimetre hole after an attack off the coast of the UAE. And a Marshall Islands flagged bulk carrier called Star Gwyneth has reported that its crew are all safe after a strike from an unknown source damaged the ship's hull. That's around 57 miles north of Dubai. Well, let's discuss this all in a bit more detail. Let's speak now to a former US Navy Rear Admiral and the Senior Director of the Foundation for Defence of Democracy's Centre on Cyber and Technology Innovation, Mark Montgomery. Welcome to BBC News, Mr. Montgomery. First of all, what's your broad reaction to what we're seeing in the Strait of Hormuz right now?
Well, first, thank you for having me, Regina. And I'll tell you that those 3 ships should not have. I'm not sure they were all transiting. I recognize they're all hit. Certainly, the Thai ship should not have been trying to transit. It is not safe to transit right now. You need to.
Yeah, if anybody is trying to go through the fucking Strait of Hormuz, they're not being very smart. And of course, the president has been urging people to do exactly that. I mean, during that press conference, or whatever you want to call it, the presser behind the White House, on the back lawn. He was literally telling ships, just broadly speaking, to just try and get through, you know, like, just give it a shot. Just go ahead. No reason not to. Totally
Meanwhile,
fine.
some banks in Dubai and Qatar have evacuated their offices after Iran said it would attack economic and banking targets in the Gulf in retaliation for US strikes on a bank in Tehran. Well, let's discuss what's happening in the Gulf region by speaking to Kuwait's former information minister, Said bin Tefla al-Ajmi, who's now a journalist and lecturer. Welcome to BBC News. Good to have you on. First of all, Kuwait's always been a good ally of the United States. How has this latest military action altered the equation?
Thanks for having me. Indeed, Kuwait has always been a strong ally of the United States and the United Kingdom, but we have said all along that we are not supportive of this war. We don't want this war to be launched by the United States and Israel against Iran. We have always thought that only peace and negotiations can be the only venue for bringing about a better understanding rather than the mayhem of war.
But of course, the war continues on and Iran has been attacking your country. Just tell us what's been happening in the last couple of days and how you and other people are actually managing with, day-to-day life in a war.
Well, in Kuwait City, we haven't heard the sirens in the past 48 hours or so, and we were hoping that this means that the Iranian rockets are diminishing, as the American War Secretary Pete Hegseth said yesterday in his press conference. But apparently, they are aiming at Bahrain, our brother and countries of Bahrain, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, and just recently, a couple of hours ago, in Salalah, about 1,000 miles away from the Iranian border south in Oman.
Okay. I'm just going to keep trying to skip through this and just pick up on the little updates, see what we've missed while we've been streaming. And because this was a live stream that started around the same time that we started our stream, so like it ended during the stream, so it's kind of catching us up to things we may have missed, at least hopefully.
And today, there was a drone attack on oil storage facilities in Oman. No one was hurt. Massively outgunned by America and Israel, these images tonight of ships unable to sail are a reminder that choking off a fifth of the world's oil supply may be more effective in hurting Iran's enemies than bullets and bombs.
The big challenge is there for the ships here in the Gulf. Well, it's day 12 of the war in Iran, and a US human rights group says more than 1,245 people have died so far. Israel says it today launched a new wide-scale wave of strikes targeting infrastructure across Iran. This footage was filmed close to an airport in the capital, Tehran. Israel has also continued its assault on Beirut, targeting the Iran-backed group Hezbollah. The Lebanese health ministry says over 600 people have been killed since hostilities began. Ellie Price has the very latest.
The US had warned strikes on Iran would be stepped up to the most intense yet.
US combat power is building, Iranian combat power is declining. And we remain centered on very clear military objectives in eliminating Iran's ability to project power against Americans and against its neighbors.
But this gives you some idea of what that power starts to look like if you live in Tehran. These pictures, shot by the Iranian Red Crescent, seem to show the aftermath of a strike of what looks like a residential area. The body bags accumulating. Iranian officials say more than 1,300 civilians have been killed. The BBC doesn't have reporters on the ground in Iran, But our colleagues on the BBC Persian service have heard from people living in Tehran.
I made some food, I read a book, I played a computer game.
The reasonable suggestions by China were not adequately taken into account. Therefore, China had no choice but to abstain in the vote. President, the continuation and escalation of conflict serves the interests of no party. The only victims will be the people of the region. China once again calls for an immediate cessation of military operations, preventing further cycles of escalation and avoiding the spillover and expansion of the conflict. The parties concerned should return to the right track of dialogue and negotiations as soon as possible and resolve their differences through equal dialogue. China has always been a force for peace. Foreign Minister Wang Yi had phone conversations and calls with his counterparts of multiple countries in the region and beyond. The special envoy of the Chinese government on the Middle East issue is currently conducting shuttle diplomacy in the region, actively working to promote peace and a cessation of hostilities. China stands ready to continue working with the countries in the region and the wider international community to build synergy for peace and to promote the early restoration of peace and stability in the Middle East. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of China for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Liberia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the A3, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Somalia, and my own country, Liberia. We voted in favor of this resolution. Our decision reflects our principled commitment to diplomacy, dialogue, de-escalation, and respect for international law as the only viable path to peace and stability in the Middle East. The A3 remains gravely concerned by the continued missile and drone attacks directed against the sovereign territories of Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and the United Arab Emirates, just to name a few. These actions risk widening an already dangerous regional crisis, threatening lives and undermining broader international peace and security. We further reiterate that all member states must respect their obligations under the Charter, which unequivocally
What I find fascinating about all this is that so many people have heat and smoke for what Iran's doing, but very little to say about what the United States and Israel is doing. They're not respecting sovereignty. They're literally the ones, the reason for all of this chaos to exist. None of this would be going on if it weren't for them. If it weren't for us. Alright, I'm going to skip to the next video. where another attack from Iran hit a facility in Bahrain. I think it's another oil facility. Yeah, that's got to be an oil facility. I added this in just a moment ago. Wanted to make sure we had the most up-to-date stuff because that was from 2 hours ago. So this literally happened overnight. Now, Donald Trump was asked on the tarmac something earlier. We're gonna find out what together here. Posted to the AP's channel 49 minutes ago. Let's see what our dear Supreme Leader had to say.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Heard about this bulletin that some law enforcement put out about a possible Iran revenge plot in California, where there would be some kind of a boat offshore launching drones towards the.
It's being investigated, but you have a lot of things happening, and all we can do is take them as they come. And the war itself is being prosecuted as well as anybody has ever seen, and this is other countries telling me too. Big countries, powerful countries, they said they've never seen anything like it. And they also agree with what I'm doing. They say it's an evil country, and it's been for 47 years that way.
And if they try to hit us back, have you been briefed about how many Iran sleeper cells there could be inside the U.S. right now?
I have been, and a lot of people came in through Biden with this stupid open border. But we know where most of them are. We've got our eye on all of them, I think. But the war itself is being prosecuted at a level that nobody's seen before.
There you go. There's Donald Trump responding to these claims about supposed Iran terror attack in California. The FBI. He claimed this being investigated. Although it's a completely ridiculous claim. Alright, people, we are down to the last 2 freaking videos of the night. The live stream from Al Jazeera and a bonus video at the end. By the way, great job, everybody, for making it this far. I'm probably going to hang out on this Al Jazeera live feed for a while. I'm actually going to go back a little bit, see what we've missed. I just realized I'm on the wrong freaking feed. By the way, did anybody realize we just had a 2-stream Wednesday just now? A morning stream and a night stream. I know it's crazy, but it's true. It happened. That is a real thing.
Been here 73 years. I've never seen fuel price and fertiliser go up so quickly at such a critical time. We've got lambs to feed in the feedlot, and we want to put our crops in. It really is a critical time this has gone, and we have nowhere to go.
The Middle East is a major supplier of urea, the main chemical widely used as a fertiliser, and Australia imports most of its supplies. Shipping delays in the Strait of Hormuz have led to price increases. Farmers here tell us it's already spiked by 20%, threatening grain production.
It doesn't just affect the farmers in terms of input costs, but those input costs will be transferred to consumers in terms of their bread and meat.
Higher fuel prices are compounding the situation, with each livestock feed delivery more expensive than the last. Farmers here are often described as the backbone of the Australian economy, and so the pressures felt here could ripple through the supply chain, with warnings the entire food industry could be at risk. Small grains carrying the weight of economic survival. Danielle Robertson, Al Jazeera, Central West New South Wales, Australia.
Spain has decided to permanently withdraw its ambassador to Israel. Israel accuses the Spanish government of, quote, standing with tyrants for opposing the war in Iran. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has been one of the few European leaders to condemn the US-Israeli attacks on Iran. Israel withdrew its ambassador from Madrid in 2024. That's after Spain's recognition of Palestinian statehood. The US-Israeli attack on Iran led to angry scenes in the UK's House of Commons. UK public opinion is against direct involvement, but as Richard Gaisford reports from the main US base at RAF Fairford, preparations are well underway for further heavy bombing raids.
Bunker-busting JDAM bombs are loaded into B-1 Lancer bombers at RAF Fairford. It signals a change in choice of munitions technology, with a different...
I think it's quite astonishing how little smoke the European leaders have for the United States and Israel with this invasion. And yet the endless criticisms for Iran. Meanwhile, if Russia had just done the same thing, right? Like if Russia and North Korea just invaded South Korea, right, and did this exact same fucking thing, they would be freaking out. They'd be fucking freaking out, right? Or even more so if it were in Europe, if it was closer to them, right? Like what if Russia decided to invade Poland? Do a retake of World War II here, right? Like, I mean. It's insane. The double fucking standard. This ridiculous hypocrisy. I know everybody's like brain broken right now in 2026, but it's out of control.
Type of standoff missile system being removed from the aircraft. A US Air Force cargo plane delivers supplies to a base that's fast become an active hub for strategic bombing operations. Trolley loads of JDAM bombs were seen being taken across the runway. 3 B-1 bombers returned here to Fairford after what's believed to be the first US mission to Iran from a British base during this conflict. And throughout the day, along with the rest of the world's media and the public who live around here, we've been watching the ground crew maintain those aircraft and rearm them. MPs on the House of Commons Defence Select Committee have been briefed on the use of British bases for what should be defensive operations.
Thank you for the follow, Zeta Physician.
There's been a continuing conversation between the British government and the Americans, and the British are actually looking at each individual target and clearing them, as is standard procedure. And so we're making sure that the Americans are operating within the agreement that we have with them around the use of our bases.
The Prime Minister's faced criticism from opposition leaders for not helping Donald Trump with the joint Israeli assault on Iran. He feels his judgment was right.
I'm not going to take lectures from someone who says we should join the war, and a week later says, can I change my mind? I got that wrong. It is deeply embarrassing.
British opinion polls show a large and growing majority against the war. The fact that some of it is now being waged from the UK is likely to bring tough questions for the government in the coming days. Richard Gaisford, Al Jazeera, Fairford, England.
Iran is home to one of the most complex ethnic and religious mosaics in the world. From the mountains of Kurdistan to the plains of Khuzestan, the country's 90 million people represent a vast array of identities, each with its own history and its own demands. Gilo Aga reports.
Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, is an ethnically diverse country in West Asia. It shares land borders with 7 nations and has coastlines bordering the Caspian Sea to the north and to the south, the Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. Iran is one of the oldest civilizations, and over centuries it's been shaped by multiple empires, religions and tribes. Let's break it down. Iran is the world's most populous Shia majority country. Sunnis and other Muslim sects account for roughly 9% of the population, and the remaining 1% includes Christian and Jewish communities. More than half of its roughly 90 million people are estimated to be ethnically Persian. Azeris are the second largest ethnic group. They live mostly in northern areas along the border with Azerbaijan and in the cities of Tabriz and Tehran. Kurds, who are mostly Sunni, make up about 15% of the population. Kurds mainly live in western areas near the border with Turkey. About 3% of Iranians are ethnic Arabs. They're concentrated in the southwestern province of Khuzestan, and Baluchis make up to 5% of the population. They mostly live in the southeast, which is where most of Iran's oil and gas reserves are. But despite that, it is one of the poorest regions.
Iran's highest-ranking Sunni Kurdish official is calling for domestic unity. In an interview with Al Jazeera, Vice President Adol Karim Hossein Zabeh says past government mistakes have fueled a sense of discrimination, but that the Iranian identity remains the ultimate glue holding the nation together.
Yeah, I mean, supposedly there's a renewed sense of nationalism to some degree, rather than a sense of impending revolution in Iran. Of course, there's still people that have a very negative opinion of the government. Not a shock. No one should be shocked by that. But to some degree, I think people are more offended by the fact that the United States and Israel have decided to murder their supreme leader and start bombing all of their shit and their people. And murder, like, what's the number now? It's like approaching 2,000.
Political and economic circumstances, I urge you all to prioritize spending in ways that strengthen our resilience. And when this hardship passes, God willing, we must maintain this same level of commitment.
All right, let's cross now to Victoria Gatenby, who's joining us live from here in Doha. Victoria, we heard a few moments ago from Mahmoud Abdelwahid in Baghdad about those 2 oil tankers that were attacked off the coast of Iraq. There have also been similar attacks on ports in Oman and Bahrain. Tankers near the Strait of Hormuz were also targeted. How much concern is there right now when it comes to the fact that energy infrastructure is increasingly being targeted in the region?
Well, I think all GCC countries are concerned about these attacks that the Iranians are perpetrating. There was a fuel tanker in Bahrain that was struck in the last few hours, according to the Ministry of Interior. And just on Wednesday, in the port city of Salalah in Oman, fuel tanks were targeted by drones. So there is concern across the region that the Iranians are increasingly targeting this region's energy infrastructure. Also, on Wednesday, the Straits of Hormuz were targeted. There was a tanker there, or a cargo ship that was targeted by the Iranians. That caused 3 sailors to potentially have lost their lives. They can't find them at the moment. And also 20 sailors had to be rescued by the Omani Coast Guard. Now, the timing of that incident was pretty interesting because it came just shortly after US President Donald Trump had warned the Iranians not to target ships in the Straits of Hormuz and not to lay mines. The Iranians have said that the ship that they targeted, a Thai-flagged vessel, was targeted because it had been ignoring their orders. They said in a statement after that attack that all ships now had to get permission from the Iranians in order to pass through those straits. And they also said that what they called American aggressors and their allies would not be allowed to pass through that very narrow waterway where 20% of the world's oil supplies pass through.
And Victoria, of course, it's not just oil energy infrastructure and oil ports and those types of sites that are being targeted repeatedly. Several other countries throughout the Gulf were targeted in the last 24 hours. Could you just walk our viewers through what's been going on?
Yeah, that's right. Increasingly, civilian areas seem to be targeted. So in the last few hours, the authorities in the UAE say a tower block in Dubai Creek Harbour, a sort of residential area, has been targeted when a drone hit that building. They say that it's sort of a family area where people live and work. So that was concerning. Also on Wednesday, Dubai International Airport was targeted by 2 drones. They landed very close to the vicinity of that airport and caused chaos for a short while. 4 people were injured there. And in Saudi Arabia, the oil field, Sheba oil field, has been targeted again with 9 drones overnight, all intercepted. But that facility run by Aramco has been repeatedly targeted by the Iranians. It normally produces about 1 million barrels of oil a day. So despite the GCC calling for de-escalation, calling for dialogue, it seems that the Iranians are targeting not only the energy infrastructure, but some civilian areas and, of course, US military assets.
All right.
Yeah, but let's be real. It shouldn't have to be Iran, even though it continues to be framed in this way. And once again, honestly, it seems to me Al Jazeera continues to engage in this sort of framing as well. Not just the Western media. But, like, it shouldn't be incumbent upon Iran to go to the negotiating table. Right? Like, let's be real. The United States and Israel just invaded them. Why would it be their responsibility? Do you see what I'm saying here? It'd be like you punched somebody on the street, and then the punishment was for them to apologize to you. Wouldn't make a lot of sense. They'd probably be rather outraged, you would assume.
Basically a fight for its own survival, because if the Islamic Republic were to fall, that would essentially spell the demise of Hezbollah. And another important point, I think, as well, is that many Lebanese Shia, despite the fact that, again, they've suffered more than other sects in Lebanon, they also support, I would say not all of them, but a very, very sizable portion or segment do support the operations or the resumption of Hezbollah's operations against Israel.
U.S. President Donald Trump has urged oil tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz as Iran tightens its chokehold on the crucial maritime route. Trump promised safe passage for the vessels, but did not provide details. A fifth of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas trade passes through the strait. The U.S. president also said the operation against Iran is not over yet. Iran says it's ready for a long war of attrition that would destroy the world economy.
We took out just about all of their mine ships in one night. We're up to boat number 60. I didn't realize they had that big a Navy. I would say it was big and ineffective. But every one of their ships, just about all of their Navy is gone at the bottom of the sea.
Mr. President, how do you respond? Mr. President, how laid any mines in the Strait of Hormuz?
We don't think so.
The U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran led to angry scenes in the UK's House of Commons on Wednesday. UK public opinion is against direct involvement. But as Richard Gaisford reports from the main U.S. base at RAF Fairford, preparations are well underway for further heavy bombing raids.
Bunker-busting JDAM bombs are loaded into B-1 Lancer bombers at RAF Fairford. It signals a change in choice of munitions technology, with a different type of standoff missile system being removed from the aircraft.
Okay, I think we already watched this clip and they're replaying it. I'm gonna skip ahead more.
First strike on Iran. Now, the US and Israel's war on Iran and Tehran's retaliation has far greater consequences than what we are seeing play out at a fuel station near you. Longer the war continues, higher the food prices are likely to be.
Australian farmers are being hit hard with soaring fertilizer prices, threatening food security. The country imports almost 70% of the chemical urea that is used in the product. With winter approaching in the southern hemisphere, farmers are stockpiling what they can ahead of the sowing season. Danielle Robertson reports from central New South Wales.
In today's agricultural market, when fertiliser is available and how much it costs is beyond a farmer's control. So Lachlan Mac Smith is stockpiling everything he can.
I've been here 73 years. I've never seen fuel price and fertiliser go up so quickly at such a critical time. We've got lambs to feed in the feedlot and we want to put our crops in. It really is a critical time this has gone on and we have nowhere to go.
The Middle East is a major supplier of urea, the main chemical widely used as a fertiliser, and Australia imports most of its supplies. Shipping delays in the Strait of Hormuz have led to price increases. Farmers here tell us it's already spiked by 20%, threatening grain production.
It doesn't just affect the farmers in terms of input costs, but those input costs will be transferred to consumers in terms of
Okay, am I losing my mind or are they playing this on a loop? I feel like we've seen we've seen all of these things. Alrighty, hold on, I'm skipping ahead some more. Yeah, we saw this. I could swear we saw this too. I don't have a perfect recall or anything, but I could swear I saw that already.
Through the Strait of Hormuz, then they are definitely being hit more with more worries. For other countries, there could still be more spillover effect. Therefore, I think the situation is still highly uncertain, and it's hard to say the market will react very positively in the short run.
And Gary, with all that uncertainty, as you mentioned, I mean, we're already seeing countries, or at least some countries, move to strategic reserves. And in some cases, in Southeast Asia specifically, there are even some efforts to limit work in offices simply to be able to conserve on fuel. So what type of impact is all this going to have in the short term?
Well, the ultimate impact is really on growth, because when countries try to restrict the supply, that will affect industrial production and also all the jobs alongside the supply chain. And on the other hand, if you cut supply, then on demand side, obviously for some of the government, they decide to trim demand just to make sure that the energy is being saved and allocated to the most critical industry.
calling on Iran to halt attacks on Gulf states. Al Jazeera's Gabriel Elizondo reports from New York.
Totally
Will
muted right
those
now.
in favor of the draft resolution please raise their hand?
The message to Tehran is clear. Stop attacking your neighboring countries in the Gulf.
The draft resolution has been adopted.
It condemns Iran's attacks on Gulf countries and demands they stop.
The adoption of this resolution today sends a clear message, a united message from the Security Council that missile attacks and drone attacks perpetrated by the Islamic Republic of Iran that targeted a number of regional states, including the Kingdom of Bahrain, are completely rejected and are flagrant violations of the Charter of the United Nations and international law and the
illegal.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead to the live stream. The live of the live stream. The livest live stream that we have. If you would.
of good neighborliness.
When the announcement starts and the impact of physical barrels starts seeing after 2 weeks, and the full impact of often plays out within next few to 3 to 4 months. Like if I can remember, like in 2022, US released a massive amount of crude oil from its SPR, but it took around whole length of 4 to 5 months to fully realize the amount of oil they wanted to release. So it's a good announcement for the market as of now. But yeah, for the physical barrels, it would take time.
When you talk about physical barrels, you're talking about oil actually coming out of the ground and transiting to the refineries. Is that what you're talking about in terms of the delay?
Yeah.
Right.
To the refineries, to the different trading, yeah.
Okay, so we know the Strait of Hormuz normally carries roughly around 20 million barrels a day. So if the IEA, if the release is spread over the next 90 days, it only replaces about 4.4 million barrels a day. So where's the other 75% of that global supply gap supposed to come from?
I think that's a good question. And to be honest, I don't have any clear answer to that because as of now, we are talking about the actual supply risk. Because if you compare this to 2022, in 2022, we didn't had any supply loss. It was just a reshuffling of Russian crude happening. But now, with almost nil crude flowing from Strait of Hormuz via different suppliers, so it's a very difficult situation in terms, and mostly for the Asian refiners because they import roughly around.
Yeah, let's talk about that if you mind, the South Asian, the impact on South Asian markets. Because firstly, Pakistan has recently mandated a 4-day work week. I mean, it's shuttered educational facilities, all because they need to conserve fuel. I mean, to what extent are measures like that actually extending national fuel security?
I think that's a dire situation, and we might be seeing more and more harsh measures coming in coming weeks if the situation doesn't improve. Because again, what I was speaking earlier, the different Asian countries import around 50 to even 80-90% of their crude oil or energy requirement via Strait of Hormuz. Even like we have heard that Thailand has asked different bureaucrats or different guys to work at 4 days and even try to optimize energy. So, and ultimately this leads to demand destruction at one point of time.
Now I'm speaking to you, of course, you're in India, and we know that India maintains roughly something like 60 to 74 days of combined strategic and commercial reserves. I mean, Pakistan's buffer, though, is estimated at just 28 to 30 days. I mean, how does that disparity, do you think, change the kind of diplomatic leverage? I know you're not a diplomatic expert, but clearly energy has an impact on how governments work. I mean, how do you think that shifts the balance of power and also a sense of national security in those given countries?
It's not good. I'll tell you that much. It's going to create more conflict. And I guess, my calculations are pretty close. If they're saying there's only 25% of a 90-day conflict, talking about like 2 or 3 weeks. Right? Closer to 3. Right? And so, it's not great. It's about 2 or 3 weeks supply of the oil that needs to be replaced. I'm actually shocked I was that close.
I think, yeah, given most of the Asian countries are quite dependent on their energy security to the Middle East, that doesn't left them with high leverage on hand. That's why you saw that U.S. government allowing Indian refiners or to buy whatever maximum they can in terms of Russian barrels. So that speaks volume how the market is reacting, or how different countries are reacting to the situation as of now we have.
Yeah, it's pretty extraordinary that things have to be pretty dire for a country that Western Europe has essentially been waging a bit of a shadow war with over the Ukraine conflict, to suddenly be allowed to supply India with millions of barrels of oil, obviously making a huge profit in the process. There is some news that we've heard a little bit earlier on in the day, and that is apparently the Iranians are going to start allowing Indian tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, how soon before that oil starts to make a big difference to India, especially?
I think we have not heard anything, and I think I was also seeing this news around, but it's still, I will wait for government of India to clarify. But again, if this starts happening, if suppose a hypothetical case that Strait of Hormuz starts we have some movements happening from tomorrow, it will take time for the full supply chain to normalize. It will take around 3-4 weeks time.
I think that's where I'm gonna call it here tonight. We're approaching 7 hours of this stream, and I'm just beat. I am just beat. One last clip. Francesca Fiorentini.
I'm no weapons expert, but you know how I know Iran poses no nuclear threat to the United States or the world for that matter? Because we fucking bombed them, okay? And we didn't bomb North Korea. That's just the difference, all right? Lesson learned, shoulda got a nuke. Lesson learned to the world, shoulda got a nuke. That's the lesson the world is learning right now.
Oh. It's a great question. Maybe everybody needs a nuke. You know, it's like the NRA and all the gun
Rid of the Second Amendment
are always saying. No, that's not what they say. They say we need more guns because they make everybody safer. We need more school teachers, preschool teachers, middle school teachers, upper school, college, professors, such and so on and so forth. We just need them all armed to the teeth. We need babies with guns. We need puppies with guns. It will just make us all safer. And I think we just take that to the next iteration. The obvious path is for everyone to just have their own mini nuclear weapon. And then it'll be mutually assured destruction, and therefore no one will die ever again. It's a solution. It's a utopia, everybody. We've solved it. We've solved it. It's all thanks to Francesca Fiorentini. She's the one who got me to think that brilliant thought just now. Now you might be thinking to yourself, StreamLord, that seems unreasonable and really like a bad use of resources. I would say that's because you hate peace. So, write that down. Ay, 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 ay. What a week, eh? Don't worry, we still got 3 days left of this puppy. This horrifying 7-day stretch of this calendar of ours, 2026. That's right, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. There's plenty of opportunity for this to get better, okay? I know it seems bad now, but, you know, you might win the lottery tomorrow. Or find a duffel bag full of money or something. Or maybe this war will end.
Immediately, if not sooner.
These are all things that could happen. Well, we made it through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. So I'll see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mini, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BEC, Free Palestine, Hermeteorologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, and The Anarchist. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Folks, if you're hearing my voice right now and you're on the vertical YouTube stream, look at the orientation of the stream right now. Does it take up your whole phone screen? Then this message is for you. You're going to have to switch screen formats either to the YouTube horizontal stream or the Twitch horizontal stream. You're going to have to do it fairly soon.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Mr. President, as
I think everyone knows the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to
I just realized, I guess technically horizontal takes up the whole stream too. I guess it really depends on what kind of, you know what, I've misspoken.
exactly why.
That's the wrong way to say it.
I am in opposition to this bill. And you can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can
YouTube horizontal can absolutely take up the whole screen, and I'm just a dirty liar. I'm a dirty liar who's wrong.
Simply here today to
I love
take
those
as long
people.
as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now, let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election those arguments will not be made again, and I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension, that would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren, and I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and the children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of all of that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the President, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the Vice President recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people. Entirely. And here's the point. They understand that if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does. This is money that goes into the Social Security Trust Fund, is now being diverted, cut back, in order to provide financial support for workers. But that is a lot of money not going into the trust fund. Now, but the president and others are saying, well, not to worry, because that money will be covered by the general fund. That is a very, very bad and dangerous precedent, because up until now, what Social Security has been about is 100% funding from payroll contributions, not from the general.